The scene of the city at night is truly quiet. A voice echoes in the head, hating this world. Memories flooding into the eyes of Kim Gu-jin. There are figures mocking him. Tears about to fall, along with sweat dripping, making him uncomfortable. Just remembering causes him pain and anger every second. The more he remembers, the angrier he gets. Constantly cursing, with me. The one abandoned since birth. Treated like an animal. During that time he was alone. Bullied by others. Pushed into alleys. Brutally beaten. In those dark memories, no one stood by to comfort or protect him. He always endured bullying alone. And those people only knew to stand and mock him. From direct violence to indirect. In those hateful eyes, he whispered to himself, a reason to love the world never existed. So trust has never existed within me. No matter what or where. As he picked up the fragments of his memories, he became stronger standing alone. Against them. Taking down one. He didn't stop. Nor did he run away. But he fought two more. Even though they were bigger and stronger than him. He roared and charged at them relentlessly. One tried to evade with a stick but couldn't escape the powerful grip of his fist. With just 2 moves he defeated them, leaving them flat on the ground. He glanced back, then covered his head with his hat and left. Solitude being my only ally. He always reassured himself like that. In that alley, where he had been beaten like this before, he had knocked them down so they couldn't get up and left. Synonymous with no longer being a weakling like in the past. Thought it would be different. But no, his nightmare truly began. On January 1, 2020, the whole world turned into a game. Dungeons sprouted up everywhere, and since then, monsters flooded out from the dungeons like a horde. Since then, the specter of death has always been present. Every nook and cranny, cities destroyed. Humans slaughtered. With the appearance of monsters. The holy entities called Tin Van also appeared with no specific form. Just roughly resembling a galaxy. In a shape quite similar to humans. And it is much larger than us. They bestowed a small portion of humanity with special powers. Called privileges. And those who received privileges would awaken. As players. Holding the power to destroy dungeons. There is no reverence or gender discrimination. Not only men, but women are also awakened to that power. And Kim Gu-jin is among them. Awakening as a player. He still lies within those bitter memories, thinking. People thought. Those people would save the world from this disaster. But the players took advantage of the current chaos. To satisfy themselves. In front of the people. Whom they call teammates. Together they destroy monsters. And the 2 words of heroes that everyone praises are only correct. When they cannot see the dark side of those heroes. Whom they pray day and night for as saviors. To be truly peaceful, but afterwards. They use that title. To fulfill their desires. Without any conscience, and thus humanity's hope gradually diminishes. Awaiting extinction. However, for me, there isn't much difference. I still can't trust anyone in this world. His gaze turns towards Lee Se-chun. Before the surrounding and cheering crowd. At least until I met him. And seemingly sensed eyes looking towards me. He immediately turned to look in my direction. Lee Se-chun, the strongest among the first 7 players. He had golden hair, with purple eyes and a somewhat cold expression. A knight, chosen by the saintly Blade himself. The strongest player in the current world. He protects the weak from monsters without expecting gratitude. Standing tall on the bodies of the monsters. Patting the head of a little girl. And silent amidst the cheers of everyone. I also thought he was a saint. He showed no fear in front of the massive monsters. Twice the size of his body. He drew his sword to protect the world. Decisive movements and strong determination. Charging forward. His eyes seemed equipped with a tracking device. Hitting the weak spot of the monster. Swinging his sword forcefully into its chest, unable to resist the powerful blade. Each monster fell. He turned back to look at me and said, after killing the final boss, I will put an end to this damn game. He emphasized this statement to affirm his determination. I stood still after hearing that. The people behind were also helping each other up. And thus the world would be liberated. He calmly said to me sincerely, making the protagonist believe in someone else for the first time. After a long time, Hearing this, I paid no attention to the bleeding wound on my face. Paused thinking about the savior group. A symbol resembling a cross. With a red gemstone in the center. Along with wings on both sides. During that time, I once thought, he and they didn't share the same path. I was alone, unnoticed. While I looked towards Lee Se-chun. In a place where everyone was around. At that moment, he silently thought. One by one, the heroes began to train harder. Around Se-chun Lee. With the common goal of saving the world, and that was the first time. The first time. We met the teammates we trusted. And joined them. He fought alongside them. Collaborated. Rushed into battle together to kill each monster. After each battle ended, they and he would look at each other and laugh. At night, he and they lit a fire. Drank wine and sat laughing and talking together. It was also at this moment that he felt that warmth. The sincerity that those people gave each other. Sitting happily around the fire. And he also silently thought that if he were with them, he thought he could change this world. Perhaps this is the first time he smiled. Never seen in him before. But if everything happened quickly, the fun would stop at this very gate. And he thought he was wrong, he said as a leader. Now there's only one last battle left. He's still moving towards that gate. Without knowing there won't be any battles that day. Because his faith will crumble from this moment on. Lee Se-chun just slowly approached him. Saying the last battle is indeed the best. Upon hearing that, he didn't understand and turned to look at him. Then suddenly he emphasized, saying at least for you, Kim Gu-jin. At that moment, he turned back but couldn't dodge the blow. He rushed with his sword towards him. He used the very sword that had killed thousands of monsters alongside him. And others that he had killed. Then continued saying you did very well, Kim Gu-jin. The wound was deep. It made him lose his life that day. He grabbed his head and said, if not for your contribution, I couldn't make it here. Painfully I collapsed. The sword still stuck in my abdomen. The system also displayed a notification. You have been cursed by Bai Meng. All resistance capabilities reduced by 90%. All defense stats decreased by 90%. I clenched my fist in pain, looked up and asked him. So you planned this from the beginning, why? A person stepped out from behind the gate. To answer my question. Why? Why don't you understand yet? Everything will disappear when the game ends. All privileges, dungeon items, monsters we've accumulated. The silhouette of a woman emerged. It was Park Shin-hee. She placed her hand on Se-chun's shoulder. Stepped forward and continued. There will be no reason for people to obey us anymore. She slowly bowed and said to me. So why don't we? Before I finished, I angrily interrupted Park Shin-hee. She still leaned close to my ear, revealing her ultimate goal, to dominate the world. Hearing this, I looked up at that woman's figure. The member of the Salvation Group. I was completely enraged and yelled loudly. Lee Se-chun just yelled his name. But the toxin had spread through the system. The toxin fiber spread throughout the body. I vomited a large gulp of black blood onto the ground. The blood rising like white smoke. Then she continued. You have to use Bai Meng for the toxin fiber to be effective. Her sinister smile was truly disgusting. Continuing with other names. Just one toxin fiber is enough. Hearing this, I jerked my head up and mumbled the others' names. The images of everyone rushed back. Those bright smiles made me freeze. I secretly thought, would I tremble at the thought of them? Clenched fists out of anger. I told him. They trusted you and contributed to saving the world. The teammates risked their lives. The more she spoke, the more I couldn't control my anger. Ignoring the wounds and the toxins spreading throughout my body, I yelled loudly, and you killed them just because they stood in your way. Upon hearing this, she remained calm in response, but only Lee Se-chun remained silent since then, not uttering a single word despite my questioning. Yes, that's clever of you, she said, listing off each name. Dragon hunters, terrorists, and John Gether, the king of the undead. You played a significant role in dealing with them. Now we can comfortably rule the world, she added, and then both of them turned and walked away, leaving me outside to die from the poison. I yelled at Lee Se-chun, but he only glanced at me once. I continued to yell, as if calling him back from his former self, but he didn't return. He had truly changed, turning his back and walking alongside her. No matter how many times I called his name, Lee Se-chun knew he couldn't call him back or endure any longer, damn it. Then I slowly collapsed, realizing it was the end. Still unable to believe anyone, I fell into that pool of blood, and I died. The memory segment ended, and I thought so. The system also announced the start of the game. Yes, I had returned to that time, the beginning of darkness and the destruction of peace in the city. A recent voice echoed, "Today is the day, isn't it?" "Damn, it seems like recently, monsters have been appearing more and more often," another voice responded. "Stop complaining like that, we'll only get paid if we do," another person lamented. "Damn it, we risk our lives on the battlefield, but the pay is still too low," another voice chimed in. A light flashed as the car emerged from the tunnel, and the protagonist slowly regained consciousness. He jerked awake, bewildered, not understanding what was happening and why he was in the car with others, considering that Lee Se-chun had stabbed him to death. He pondered and wondered what was going on. Wasn't he stabbed by Ba Meng and dead? He quickly looked down at his abdomen, feeling around to see if the wound was still bleeding. After confirming that there was no bleeding and no pain, he looked at his hands and around at the people who had fought alongside him, those who had died in the battle against the monsters. He wondered if he was dreaming. After examining the familiar surroundings, he startled and muttered in his mind, "This is the moving car with no obstacles. There seems to be something right ahead." That startled the driver and made him brake sharply. The car followed its inertia, leaving tire marks on the road. He jolted, his eyes wide open, silently thinking, "Oh, there's a herd of monsters ahead. They're here, smashing cars and killing people on the road." The driver panicked, hitting the rear shield hard and shouting loudly to the passengers, urgently warning them about the herd of monsters ahead. Upon receiving the information about the herd of monsters ahead, everyone armed themselves with guns and quickly disembarked from the vehicle. A large green monster heard the noise and turned around, followed by others rushing forward simultaneously, sensing the danger. The frightened driver hesitated, stammering in urgency for everyone to get on quickly. While everyone was still trying to stabilize themselves, an older man shouted, "Listen up, we don't have much ammo, so only fire after aiming carefully." As the middle-aged man continued to instruct everyone, suddenly a gunshot rang out, leaving everyone in shock as someone yelled. The gunfire echoed, a monster hit in the head, and others suddenly startled, stopping to look at the one just shot. The one who fired that shot was Kim Gu-jin, using his combat experience from a previous life to take down each monster without hesitation. He pressed on, shouting and charging into battle. He swiftly aimed and fired each bullet without changing his expression. Even with just 2 shots, both hit their targets accurately. The spent shells dropped just in time. Another monster swung a club to attack him, but he managed to dodge. He quickly leapt up, holding the gun with one hand and firing. The bullet hit the chest of the one attacking him, leaving the others astonished at his strength and experience. One of them looked at him, the one who had taken down 4 of their comrades, furious, and shouted, charging forward to kill him. But before he could close in, he was shot and fell down. The others were surprised, looking at the pile of monsters easily defeated by him. One of them said they couldn't believe that he could do it alone. After defeating the group of monsters, he looked at his hands, feeling like he was dreaming but also feeling extremely real. Then, he turned back to the car. A woman approached. While the rest of the group was still discussing, the woman stopped near him and said, "Kim Gu-jin." Then, she angrily pointed at him and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, crazy guy. How dare you charge in alone like that?" He didn't reply, just bowed quietly and walked away. Inside, he thought this couldn't be a dream. He was quite surprised by the attitude of Kim Gu-jin, seeing that he neither replied nor showed any sign of remorse. He turned back and scolded him again, but Kim Gu-jin still didn't pay attention. His mind was still hanging on the fact that he had been resurrected, quietly bowing his head and walking away, still pondering whether he had returned to the past. Seeing Kim Gu-jin continue without saying a word, the man became angrier and turned to scold others, demanding responses. The rest of the group noticed Kim Gu-jin's unusual behavior and whispered to each other, wondering what was wrong with him. Despite the surrounding noise and gossip, Kim Gu-jin ignored it all, sitting down near the weapon box under the car door, resting the gun on his head and groaning once. He remembered those two despicable individuals, one who made him believe in him and then shattered that trust, and the other who was supposed to be a savior but plotted to dominate the world. Thinking about it made him silently curse those two names, Lee Se-chun and Park Shin-hee. Then, there was a sound echoing in his ears, and he listened attentively. Suddenly, he jolted as the system spoke, announcing that he was a player. Immediately after, a light flashed before his eyes, presenting him with the attributes and privileges he could choose. Seeing this, he stood up and moved forward, examining the privileges he could select. After seeing the 3 choices available, he exclaimed, "Today is the day I woke up as a player." However, unlike in the past, there were up to 3 options. Then, what caught his eye was a privilege in the form of a head of a demon. He exclaimed, "Hold on, Hell Messenger." Then, he analyzed this type of privilege, noting its ability to use various types of poisons and curses, utilizing corpses as resources, and its owner's capability to summon a legion of demons. Unlike other privileges, its power was almost omnipotent, allowing the player to monopolize all resources. Johann Georg, also known as the Immortal King, possessed the power of red magic and could summon demon heads. He had an appearance resembling that of the Grim Reaper and was one of the strongest players. He owned the privilege of the Hell Messenger, which bestowed upon him tremendous power. Continuing his analysis and comparison, if Lee Se-chun was a hero, then Johann Georg would be the Demon King. After analyzing the data and recalling his past experiences, Kim Gu-jin decided to defeat this Demon King. He thoroughly studied and analyzed Johann Georg's privileges, then made his decision. With determination, he selected the privilege of the Hell Messenger. A wicked smile formed on his face as he declared, "I will hunt you down, Lee Se-chun, you hypocrite." Lee Se-chun had betrayed his comrades, those who had put their trust in him because of his promise to end that damned death game and free the world. In this battle, various factions were formed, one of which was the Phoenix Guild. They resorted to any means necessary to consolidate power and wealth, becoming the second most powerful guild in South Korea. Their symbol, a brightly shining red-winged bird, surpassed the corruption of the Phoenix Guild, illuminating the noble ideals of the Salvation Guild more than ever. And that was the guild Kim Gu-jin had joined in his previous life, believing in Lee Se-chun as their leader. The emblem of the guild was more complex, with an outer rim representing protection and a cross with wings symbolizing freedom. In the evening at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, a man handed Kim Gu-jin a contract, stating it was from the Phoenix Guild. Kim Gu-jin examined the contract as the man explained that every successful conquest of a dungeon would increase their benefits. As Kim Gu-jin listened attentively, he pondered silently. At first, there's enough to buy the medicine, but how can it be enough now? Then, he looked up and asked the man, "How do I prove that I'm a player now?" He continued, "There's no way for others to see the status window, right?" The man remained silent, then took something out of his pocket, smiling faintly, and placed it on the table, saying, "These are the skill scrolls of the Hell Messenger. Choose one and tear it apart." Adjusting his glasses and extending his hand, he said to Kim Gu-jin, "If you're a player, I can see it just by looking." Kim Gu-jin looked at the 3 pieces of paper on the table and said, "This one attracts me." It was a blood poison skill. Kim Gu-jin didn't expect to find it here. This skill would turn the player's blood into poison, a difficult skill to defend against but extremely useful. After confirming the skill he wanted, he grabbed the blood poison scroll and tore it apart. As the ability was officially activated, a beam of light shone down on him, and the system announced, "You have received the blood poison skill." That night, he dreamed again of memories from his past life. A voice spoke, "Why is Gu-jin always the one to lure monsters? Isn't his privilege suitable for that?" Curious, the person next to her replied softly, "Because he's the most sinister in the guild. His temperament is the worst." Hearing this, she gasped, covering her mouth, and asked, "Really?" The two continued their conversation, unaware that Kim Gu-jin was listening. The enemy was approaching, causing the 3 of them to startle. They immediately got into position. Kim Gu-jin said, "Prepare for battle, team." The phone rang, and he groggily turned it off before sitting up and saying, "We died and were resurrected. It still feels like a dream. We've returned to the past, so I wonder if they're still alive. I don't know if we'll get to see them again." At Wanmoon Sports Park, 2 people were still standing guard. In the parking garage, a few more people arrived. A man approached and greeted them, remarking on their early arrival. The woman replied with a calm demeanor, "It's our first time here, but as long as we follow Ju Seop, we'll be fine, right?" He responded in kind, "This is my 4th trip. Just trust me and you'll be okay." Then, the man asked about another person who hadn't arrived yet. Just as he finished speaking, they heard a car approaching. They turned to see who it was. Unlike the luxurious cars they usually arrived in, it was Kim Gu-jin driving an old car emitting black smoke. The blonde-haired man sneered, "Today's your first day, and you're the last one here. This new recruit needs some education." As Kim Gu-jin parked the car and got out, the man continued with disdain, "He should be grateful for being accepted into our group." "And what's with that beat-up car?" Another person chimed in, "Maybe it's his first time, so he needs to focus on surviving first." The chubby guy and the others left without waiting for Kim Gu-jin, remarking, "Let him be." Kim Gu-jin didn't mind their comments. With the skills he possessed, he could handle the monsters alone, without complaint or concern. He remained calm as he followed behind. 4 of them continued to walk ahead, chatting cheerfully. Ju Seop spoke up, acknowledging that they were missing one person, and that Kim Gu-jin had just bought weapons. Despite this, they continued chatting animatedly. Kim Gu-jin, walking behind them, only let out a soft breath. Inside the briefing room, the objectives of the upcoming battle were laid out. The target was the Han Gulflin battleship E, with entry allowed for level 10 or lower. A maximum team size of 5 was permitted, and the mission was to eliminate all the Gulflin inside the dungeon. After the details were discussed, the meeting concluded abruptly. The speaker emphasized the completion conditions and then asked if there were any questions or anyone wanted to withdraw. Without further ado, they were urged to check their equipment. While the others were curious about the map, laughing and chatting, Kim Gu-jin remained silent, thinking to himself. He concluded that they weren't worth his attention. As they prepared to enter the dungeon, a bright light illuminated the entrance. They all moved forward. One of them exclaimed how it was their first time being so close. Ju Seop remarked that it would be even more impressive inside. Kim Gu-jin, however, paid little attention to their excitement. He simply adjusted his hat and proceeded forward. As they entered the gate, the lush greenery of a hill greeted them, prompting another to liken it to a virtual reality game. Ju Seop corrected them, saying that this was reality, not a game, and reminded everyone to stay vigilant as they only had one life. Despite their chatter, Kim Gu-jin continued ahead. Observing the scratches on the tree trunk as he approached the tree roots, Kim Gu-jin silently pondered that there seemed to be a considerable number of them. As he contemplated, someone approached him and asked if he was indeed Kim Gu-jin. Turning around to face the person, Kim Gu-jin confirmed his identity. The person continued, mentioning that while they were setting up camp, Kim Gu-jin had been scouting around. Upon hearing this, Kim Gu-jin remained silent for a moment before replying, acknowledging that he had indeed been around. Moving forward, the person behind him expressed surprise that Kim Gu-jin wasn't sticking closer to them as they had expected. They further commented disdainfully that Kim Gu-jin didn't seem to realize that reconnaissance was the most dangerous. Dismissing the comment, Ju Seop called for preparation for the hunt, stating that all the items they gathered would soon be theirs. This declaration filled the others with joy as they walked quite a distance from where they had just been. Stopping, Kim Gu-jin questioned if they intended to use him as bait, to which the person accompanying him chuckled wickedly, implying their awareness of his capabilities. In the meantime, a girl from the Salvation Society called for everyone to gather in the meeting room, announcing the arrival of a new member who would join the mission. As the door opened, someone inquired about the newcomer. Turning to look, the person recognized the newcomer, Yang Ji-ho, with a mix of annoyance and recognition. Introducing himself as Suzuki Achi, the newcomer acknowledged the familiar faces in the room and opted to skip the self-introduction part. Despite some tensions, Lee Se-chun found Yang Ji-ho interesting and greeted him warmly, expressing his pleasure at meeting him. "I am Lee Se-chun." After the casual greetings were done, we went straight to the point. I wondered what I would have to do from now on. A bang on the table echoed as Yang Ji-ho angrily stood up, cursing. He couldn't accept Suzuki talking to the leader like that. Suzuki just glanced at him as he continued to rant. He was furious about why Suzuki was brought here. In the room, there was the participation of Noza Hezio, an expert archer of the Salvation Society, and Shuka Hazan, a master swordsman of the Salvation Society, but they remained silent, offering no reaction. Yang Ji-ho stood up and suggested it would be best if Suzuki and he dealt with each other, but Suzuki didn't listen and just smirked. I wondered why he was so stubborn and asked if there was anything wrong with my attitude. He hit his hand with the fan with some intention. He mentioned there was still a grudge from last time. Suzuki looked at Yang Ji-ho with affirmation. Yang Ji-ho, hearing this, angrily claimed that Suzuki would die today. Kim Tae-hun from the Salvation Society seemed familiar with Yang Ji-ho's character and wasn't particularly surprised by his actions. I gave a warning look to him, causing him to startle and clamp his mouth shut. He then obediently sat back in his seat. He seemed dissatisfied and muttered about how there would be a day he would deal with it. Park Shin-hee coldly spoke up to stabilize the atmosphere, and I mentioned the previous discussion and asked how much longer we had to wait. Suzuki slowly folded his fan back up. If asked to locate the material in 3 days, he confidently provided the answer. Lee Se-chun muttered to himself, acknowledging the promptness of the response. 3 days, not bad, he praised. In a forest, high above the tree trunks, 3 deep cuts appeared. Kim Gu-jin reached up to touch the cuts on the branches and muttered, seems like all the rumors I've heard about this dungeon are true. He chuckled softly, reflecting on how amusing it was in hindsight. All his knowledge of exploration and combat was taught by him. He remembered someone once telling him that all traces would be information to help him survive in the dungeon. He wondered if crucial information was enough, or if being strong was the only requirement. That person was Suzuki Achi, and now he understood the warning about the Salvation Society. He furrowed his brow, pondering. He had thought Suzuki was merely educating him, but now he realized it was a warning about the sinister aspects of the Salvation Society. Jumping lightly from the branch, he landed gracefully. Suzuki wasn't just a cold-blooded killer but also the loyal hunting dog of the society. However, he was undeterred. He would use that knowledge as a weapon against him. Suddenly, something dashed towards him at great speed, but he swiftly dodged it. It turned out to be the demons in front of him, armed with weapons. Demons, huh? Quite nostalgic, he thought. He retrieved a dagger from his system, cutting his palm, and as blood quickly flowed out, he muttered, Javo, 7-tier dungeon. About to forget how to deal with you guys. Now, let's test my venom on you. The demons quickly rushed at him, ready to attack. The first strike was easily dodged by him. Using the blood-stained dagger from earlier, he thrust it forcefully into the arm of the leading demon. System notification. The demon is affected by the skill. The demon, now infuriated, quickly retaliated towards him with swift attacks. The protagonist continued to evade, assessing that the effect had taken hold, but it seemed not very effective against such aggression. Other demons followed suit, advancing to attack him one by one. He planted the dagger into the ground, fortunate to dodge again. He then swiftly rotated the dagger in his hand, striking the demon right in the middle of its forehead. Seeing its fallen comrade, another demon, wielding a club, rushed towards him. It got impaled in the hand. He smirked, their attack patterns are too predictable. Not too difficult to handle. However, the longer it took, the more demons would gather. Behind the first demon, more started to emerge, increasing the threat. He then wielded a long clouded whip and struck it hard against the ground. The notification of the activation of the goblin leader's whip effect spread fear among the demons. He continuously used the whip, glad he had prepared beforehand. Introducing the special grade whip of the goblin leader, capable of instilling great fear in demons, with its effect boosting strength by 5% and basic attack power by 30%. The damage inflicted upon the demons was significant. Meanwhile, in the forest, a team of 4 remained vigilant, suddenly noticing something causing the trees to sway. They turned to the source of the strange sound. Among them, a girl who seemed to be a witch widened her eyes in surprise as she witnessed a horde of frenzied demons approaching. As they charged towards them, terror flashed in her eyes. The demons swiftly advanced to attack their team. Instinctively, the girl raised her hand to her forehead, expecting to be struck by the demon. Blood spurted onto her face as she gently opened her eyes to see a sturdy figure standing before her. "Why are you protecting me like that? Don't be afraid of those goblins," Joseph reminded her sternly, concern evident in his expression. She was so frightened that tears streamed down her face, yet the others felt proud of their leader. They cheered for their big brother Joseph, rallying together, unafraid. Joseph felt fortunate that he had prepared a long sword. With it, he could slice through the goblins like cutting meat. However, as the demons charged at them again, Joseph felt something was amiss. Why couldn't he withdraw his sword from the goblin he struck earlier? Panic filled his eyes as he saw a demon rushing towards him, wielding a spear that struck him hard on the head, causing blood to splatter. Joseph collapsed to the ground after the blow, his comrades calling out to him in concern. He lay there, writhing in pain, desperately seeking help. The other members of the team were frozen in fear, while the girl wept silently. The remaining 2 young men, however, bravely charged forward, risking their lives to wrestle with the demons to aid their leader. Back to Kim Gu-jin's side, he brutally knocked down a goblin to the ground, causing the other demons to flee in fear at the sight of his sinister smile. Yet, he showed no mercy. He quickly swung the ROI towards it, tightening it around its neck, choking it until it gasped for breath and fell to the ground. The system notification popped up. "The Envoy of Hell is intrigued by you. You have received the attention title." "Ha ha," he laughed and said. "Lower requirements than I thought." After defeating all the demons, he remarked, "Just a few idiots swinging heavy swords around. A single ROI is more than enough for the goblins." He smirked at the ROI in his hand. "Spending time in this dungeon is really something," he exclaimed. Meanwhile, with the other team of 4, Joseph cursed, "Damn, if we can't find them, they're probably dead." He held his bow, suddenly blaming someone. "It's because of you. We have someone else helping us now." "What did you say, you jerk?" The 2 started arguing. The young witch felt scared and trembled. "It's true. He told us not to argue, and now this," she said timidly. Before they could react, they heard the same kiki sound of the goblins. Immediately, they stood up, alert and huddled together, observing their surroundings, trembling with fear. The kiki sound echoed louder. Kim Gu-jin had defeated another group of goblins and leveled up. The system notification announced, "The Envoy of Hell appreciates your ability. You have gained the skill, Skeleton Warrior." He paid attention to this skill, then ordered to open the list of skeleton soldiers, reading the information in disbelief. "How did I stumble upon this?" he wondered. John Seo has just become immortal, able to control an undead army as easily as turning his hand. This is one of his strongest skills. However, it's also his Achilles heel, which will help us catch him. The main issue is that only the monsters killed by the user can be used as offerings. It's a critical weakness but will save us a lot of time. He's quite pleased with its usefulness as he tears the list. The notification announces that he has gained the skill, Skeleton Warrior, introducing it as an F-grade skill, with a maximum summoning quantity of 1. The effect allows him to summon a skeleton warrior using a corpse he killed. He continues on his way, finding it much easier to hunt monsters when he has something to guide him. He approaches the corpse of a slain demon, quickly turning it into a dry skeleton, devoid of flesh. It stands before him. Kim Gu-jin strokes his chin, enjoying the emptiness and darkness in its eyes. In the expansive and verdant sky within the deep forest, Kim Gu-jin comfortably leans against a large tree, arms folded, gazing at the white skeleton. After defeating a demon, he raises his hand to touch his chin, lightly assessing the situation. Disappointed, he approaches the white skeleton, asking if its magical stats are still low, to which it nods slightly. He looks down at it, furrowing his brow, realizing it's still somewhat weak and cannot be used as a main source of damage. He then gazes ahead in astonishment, noticing that behind the white skeleton lies a mound of heads piled high, forming a small mountain. There are also several hanging skeletons suspended from the large branches. Kim Gu-jin looks at these dry bones and thinks, they sure know how to choose their toys. Whether they are demons or dragons, they all share one commonality. They exist to eradicate humanity. The perks for new recruits are only found in games. Looking up at the dangling skeletons hanging from the trees only confirms my thoughts. Therefore, we won't need to show mercy to them. The protagonist, accompanied by the white skeleton, ventures into the dark cave ahead. In the forest at night, 4 people sit around a campfire for warmth. Jews, frustrated, curses the demons. The woman sitting beside him, upon hearing his cursing, yawns and wakes up. One person in the group speaks up, asking Jews what to do next. Jews, still with his head bowed, responds angrily, saying they cannot die like this. His eyes gleam with cruelty as he speaks of dying at the hands of demons. He stands up in anger, unable to accept such a fate. His outburst surprises and terrifies the others, who look up to him. Jews believes they don't believe in their own abilities and loudly scolds them. Despite the difficulties, he asserts that they can do it. The group remains silent, looking up at him. At this moment, the youngest man in the group points upwards, stuttering. Jews, his face turning cold, demands to know what he's talking about. The others, frightened, quickly point up above his head. Jews looks up, his eyes widening as he sees the screen displaying the system notification of their rank up. The group, still sitting, wonders what's happening. The only reason they're ranking up while standing still is the only thing on Jews' mind at the moment. It's a team member still fighting. It means that the new recruit is still alive. A torch is lit, casting its light down to the ground, revealing the feet of the demons. Kim Gu-jin raises the torch high in front of the dark cave, and he and the white skeleton look ahead. The path forward has been blocked by a pile of wood, blocking the way back. On the ground, the demons lie defeated everywhere. Following his experience, the most effective way to kill demons, Kim Gu-jin's face lights up with a sinister grin. He tosses the torch into the pile of wood, igniting a fierce blaze. He and the white skeleton patiently watch the fire raging. Inside the cave, the demons smell the smoke and panic, looking around for escape routes. Some demons have discovered the cave entrance, where black smoke is pouring in. Panicking, they begin to choke as the smoke increases, reducing the oxygen levels. The demons gasp for breath, trembling and collapsing to the ground. One frightened demon points outside, and the rest quickly catch on, fleeing the cave. The protagonist and the white skeleton stand calmly before the blaze, waiting. From inside, a force is trying to break through the burning wood barrier. Frantic demons use their bodies to try and break through the burning wood, attempting to exploit any gaps to escape. However, the fire continues to rage, burning them all to ashes. Kim Gu-jin stands nonchalantly at the mouth of the cave, watching intently and grinning. Taking advantage of the situation, he suggests performing a cremation ceremony for the fallen players. The fire grew larger and larger, engulfing the entire group of demons. The blaze burned for a long time, illuminating the dark corner of the forest. The system notified that the envoy of hell was very pleased with your cruelty. Kim Gu-jin and the white skeleton stood and watched until the fire finally subsided. Before them lay only ashes and a few charred logs. The main character glanced down below, furrowing his brows and expressing his surprise. He took the rope from his belt, appearing helpless as he said, "I thought it would come out after this." He held the rope in his hand, turning away. Unpleasant, isn't it? Or maybe it's hiding in another nest. As the white skeleton was about to follow him, a sound from the dust attracted its attention. The white skeleton turned its head back, looking at the increasing amount of rubble falling. From above, it gazed in astonishment as the sharp-toothed mouth of a large demon emerged from the debris, growling angrily. Kim Gu-jin swung the rope as he stepped forward slowly. Lucky for us, we're starting to get bored of this place, he said, his eyes fixed on the demon. You carrying out the corpses like this makes me very grateful. A large demon emerged from the dust, the biggest and most ferocious among the group of demons. It was the leader of the demons, ready to fight, holding a large wooden stick. The ground where it stood cracked under its immense force. Kim Gu-jin looked at its sharp teeth, clamped tightly together. Before the Doomsday intervention, many new recruits had perished in this dungeon. The demon leader held a large wooden stick, ready for battle, standing amidst the cracked ground. Kim Gu-jin looked up at it and spoke, his anger evident. He thought of the newcomers who had been led to this dungeon, only to face a demon leader lurking in the shadows. He raised his hand and drew out a long, gleaming sword. Sure, here is the translation into English. However, from now on, there will be no more victims. The white skeleton turned its head to look at the shining sword in his hand and took a light step forward. Kim Gu-jin noticed and asked, "Do you want to go ahead?" The white skeleton hesitated when he heard him speak and stood still for a moment before turning to look back. In the deep eye sockets, light shone brighter as if raging. The main character looked at it and smirked, evaluating it in his heart. Its expression had changed. The white skeleton heard him speak and the light in its eye sockets shone even brighter, fiercely. Kim Gu-jin leaned against the nearby tree, looking at the white skeleton holding its sword standing opposite the leader of the monsters, sneering as he looked forward. The eyes of the monster leader also glowed, growling fiercely. The white skeleton stepped forward and rushed forward, making the monster startled. Suddenly, it was hurt, its eyes wide open, staggering and unstable. The white skeleton appeared behind it and slashed at its leg. Kim Gu-jin was surprised and looked over to another part of the forest where a large monster was roaring in the midst of the fire. There was a blaze on its head, making it even more ferocious. People below looked at it in fear, not understanding what was happening. A man shouted orders to attack its legs and drew a large sword. He aimed at the monster's leg, making it lose balance and creating an opportunity for the team. He continuously struck at the monster's two legs before turning back to Kim Gu-jin. He still widened his eyes, staring intently at the white skeleton. That movement was definitely deliberate. The monster leader was struck by the white skeleton's attack on its leg, causing it to kneel down in pain. Seizing this opportunity, it quickly circled around from behind. The monster swung its sword toward the white skeleton. Kim Gu-jin's eyes widened even more in astonishment. Its fighting style was identical to his own. He watched as the white skeleton leapt high, piercing through the head of the monster leader, as if he was witnessing himself doing it. He knew it was the power of the skeletal warrior. He gently brought his hand to his mouth, lightly stroking his lips as he continued to ponder. It would depend on the magical attributes. At this moment, Kim Gu-jin's face was filled with excitement as he stared intently at the skeletal figure. But unexpectedly, it could still mimic the fighting style of its master. After defeating the monster leader, it firmly planted its sword into the ground. The main character slowly approached, looking at it with a smirk. Before returning to the past, I've used almost every weapon that exists in this world. Even in the Savior's Guild, few could duel me face to face. If that's truly the case. He suddenly fell silent, staring intently at the skeleton before him. It seemed bewildered, not understanding why its master was looking at it like that. It was then that Kim Gu-jin resumed speaking. Then we have to change the plan. Just as he heard this, a glimmer of light appeared in the eye sockets of the dry skeleton. Kim Gu-jin looked down at the screen in surprise. What's this system? The screen displayed a message. Hell's Envoy congratulates you on your brilliant achievement and presents you with some legendary skills. Kim Gu-jin exclaimed in astonishment at the legendary rank. The man tightened the paper in his hand and laughed cheerfully. Indeed, stumbling upon a dollar bill by chance. Outside, there was an announcement echoing, "The dungeon has been conquered." The young man sitting in the meeting room stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "What's happening?" He quickly opened the door and ran outside, only to be greeted by a terrifying sight. He stared in disbelief at the space gate opening, with the people, including Jews, supporting each other, bearing wounds as they returned. Witnessing this scene, he understood that the players had returned, meaning the dungeon had truly been conquered. His astonishment turned to dread as he couldn't believe that everything had been resolved so quickly, all in a single day. Hurriedly, he ran to where the ambulances were prepared, and doctors were tending to the injured people. The onlookers cheered, congratulating everyone on their safe return. As he approached, he scratched his head in confusion. Why are there only 4 people left, and where's Kim Gu-jin? The group of people remained silent, bowing their heads without a word. Seeing them like this, he became increasingly worried, breaking out in a sweat before finally speaking softly, I see, so Kim Gu-jin. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from outside, and someone else appeared. He and the others stared in amazement as Kim Gu-jin calmly stepped out from the space gate. The man, who moments ago had thought he perished in battle, now saw him return unscathed. Kim Gu-jin, he exclaimed, but the main character paid no attention to anyone and simply walked away. The man hurriedly followed, calling out, Wait, Kim Gu-jin. Jews stared in astonishment ahead. That wretched guy, he's really alive and alone. He cleared the dungeon? What kind of madness is this? The people in the group were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Jews saw the man over there hastily conversing with Kim Gu-jin, silently resenting how that guy managed it. His eyes glared fiercely, fixed on the main character. He really wanted to know who he was. The headlines in the newspapers were all about hot topics. The world economy facing 4 consecutive years of recession, the European Player Alliance demanding a 30% increase in dungeon conquest rewards, the U.S. enacting player laws, including freezing 10% of player income taxes. On the large screen attached to the tall building, breaking news continued. We'll have to keep listening to the demands of SAO players, the TV news anchor said. She went on to discuss the power struggles among players, attributing it to their increasing ambition fueled by the certain power they wield, as only they could permanently conquer dungeons. However, the Korean Rescue Guild didn't demand any rewards for conquering a 5-story dungeon located in a tavern. On TV, they were broadcasting news about the Rescue Guild being the first to conquer a 5-story dungeon, led by Lee Se-chun, saving the world once again. Along with the successful conquest, the stock prices of Hansung Corporation, the sponsor, soared. The man gritted his teeth in anger, repeatedly dialing his phone. Those darn rescue guilds, he exclaimed, slamming his phone onto the table in frustration, cursing them. Jews bowed his head sadly, saying, and we're treated like garbage, only caring about money. The man beside him interjected, no need to pay attention, it's not the first time. He glanced at Jews, intentionally asking about how this dungeon event went. Jews angrily replied, don't mention it again, Kim Gu-jin. Because of that new recruit, these guys almost died. The man sitting next to him expressed surprise, asking what happened. Jews pointed to the bandage on his head, glancing, saying, see this? It's all because of that clumsy idiot. He looked concernedly at Jews and asked, so the rumors are true? Jews sighed and nodded, yes, just became a new player and already wanted to find items, then dove headfirst into a horde of monsters. And this guy had to rush in to save him, and that's how it turned out. The man sitting next to him, hearing this, became furious and shouted, what's his deal? Why not report him to the guild for punishment? Jews shrugged and said generously, nah, it's okay. Let's just say it's my bad luck this time. He's probably broke anyway. The man next to him, hearing this, became even angrier, shouting, no matter how broke he is, he shouldn't act like that. I can't just sit idly by. I'll spread this news so he can't do this again. Again, on the wall, papers were circled in red, and pictures were pinned all over the board. Kim Gu-jin rubbed his chin lightly and said, this time, I shouldn't initiate contact with him. I need to strengthen myself as much as possible before he notices me. And therefore, he stood staring at the board in front of him, pulling out a paper with a man's picture crossed out in red pen, and icily said, we should start from the endpoint of all relationships related to him, at the large building, the Hunter-Orc dungeon. The man holding the documents beside him spoke up. Are you planning to clear your name? Amidst the recent rumors spreading, Kim Gu-jin sat across from them, surprising them as he said, "I don't know about any rumors. I just need money." The director looked at Kim Goo-jin and evaluated, "Is it just for money?" He advised, "Your life is more important. Money is good, but what good is money without life? If you need money urgently, we can lend it to you." Kim Goo-jin narrowed his eyes at him and then firmly raised his hand to decline, "No need. This arrangement suits me fine without worrying about it." In his mind, he thought, "Seems like there are rumors spreading about me, but it might be better this way. I can operate alone." After the conversation ended, the director folded his arms and stood by the window, looking around. Listening to his secretary's continued report, he calmly said, "It seems like the rumors about Kim Goo-jin are true." He paused for a moment and continued, "Rumors are just rumors, but he's the kind who doesn't know his place. By the way, the dungeon stats. How does he want to proceed?" The secretary quickly replied, "Juzin Gu's team has been wiped out, and there have been no further requests." The director turned to ask, "Who is Juzin Gu?" The secretary quickly responded, "He's a rising star in the park faction." Youngwon paused for a moment, then continued, "We'll deal with it later." The director looked down at the parking lot below, his voice cold, demanding to enter the dungeon as a newly rising star in the park faction. This new recruit won't just die. He saw Kim Goo-jin standing in the parking lot, staring at his phone, and continued, "We'll allow it for now, we can't be sure about it." Suddenly, Kim Goo-jin stood below, turning his body to look up at the director. He grinned, "To kill the hero, you must first join hands with the villain." On the phone screen, he just watched the news of a man, in the evening at Youngwon Park, Chunhun City Hall. As Kim Goo-jin stepped out of the car, he saw a man rushing towards him. "Are you Kim Goo-jin?" the man asked anxiously. Kim Goo-jin raised an eyebrow, looking at him. The man thought to himself, "They say he's a greedy and sinister guy, so of course, he wouldn't find anyone." He quickly gestured to the other side, "Please come over here, the entrance is on that side." Leading Kim Goo-jin, he glanced worriedly, "He's really going alone? This guy must be crazy. Whether he lives or dies is not my concern." Deep inside, the spatial door was already open. Kim Goo-jin looked attentively at the information on the screen. The orc dungeon system, 3 floors, difficulty level C, maximum of 3 people below level 13. The condition for conquest being the elimination of orc hunters. Looking at this information, he thought it was definitely beyond his current capabilities. However, he drew his sword. If he used an orc corpse as an offering to summon a skeletal warrior, things would be different. At that moment, a monster rushed from behind. Kim Goo-jin frowned and quickly dodged under its feet, using his hand to support himself on the ground, then rotated and struck towards the monster. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the cut he had inflicted on its leg. Even though it was just an ordinary orc, his strike only left a few scratches. He realized that. The monster pulled up a roadside tree gently. He wiped his sweat and thought, with that strength, a single blow should flatten it, right? But if I manage to kill this one and summon a skeletal warrior, then clearing this dungeon would be entirely feasible. Thinking so, the protagonist stood tall in front of the monster. Quickly, he dashed to one side, making the monster think he was fleeing, so it swung the tree trunk down. The shattered pieces flew up, scratching his face and causing bleeding. Kim Goo-jin swiftly circled behind the monster. The monster kept hacking at his legs, its whole body trembling, trying to stand and staring fixedly at Kim Goo-jin. Unable to bear the pain from the cuts on its legs and thighs, blood gushed out profusely, causing it to collapse to the ground. Kim Goo-jin slowly turned towards it, a prey animal that had lost its leg. The monster lay sprawled on the ground, its mouth gaping uncontrollably, saliva streaming out like a waterfall. Kim Goo-jin raised his sword, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. As he looked at it, he no longer appeared to be a hunter. Then, without a word, he thrust down to slay the large monster. Its blood spilled onto the ground. Meanwhile, the system summoned a skeletal warrior in the outside world. Inside a leisurely office, 2 people were seated. The man with the beard strap in his mouth chuckled, finding the young man's peculiar expression amusing. Seeing this, he asked, "What were you just looking at?" "Don't tell me it's about finding some weird treasures again." Handing over the dossier, the man with the beard joked, "Well, if you're curious, take a look at this." The young man glanced down at the file on the table. It contained information about Kim Gu-jin. He exclaimed, "What's this all about?" He held the file up and stared intently at it. "A newly awakened soldier, huh?" He cleaned out the dungeon all by himself, and the man with the beard strap looked thoroughly intrigued. He lightly mumbled, "That seems to be his second dungeon," and he entered it alone right from the start. "Isn't that a bit reckless for someone who has just awakened?" The young man couldn't believe it and blurted out, "This sounds too unreal." Even in the beginning, I struggled to believe it. As he gestured towards the dossier, the man teased, "Did the boss tell you to trust this tabloid?" While he kept on rambling, there was the sound of footsteps entering the room, precisely when he was criticizing how he didn't look like someone easily deceived. A woman walked in, holding a tray of water, and eyed the young man with an ice-cold gaze. She interrogated, "Is there a problem with my report?" The young man, holding the file in his hand, was startled by her voice. His teeth clattered, his eyes widened in fear, and he stammered, "Oh, so this is the report from Secretary Lee?" He desperately tried to divert the conversation. Her fingers continuously pointed at the dossier, flattering with excessive enthusiasm. "You collected such quality information. Where did you get it?" She put the tray down with a thud, her tone chillingly composed. "I gathered it myself," she replied. As she forcefully placed the water down, some spilled onto the table, causing the young man to panic and raise his hands. The man with the beard strap, casually sipping his coffee, chimed in, "If it's information collected by Secretary Lee, it's 100% trustworthy. And if we don't trust Secretary Lee, then who else can we trust?" He noticed several pre-made coffee packs opened on the tray, becoming increasingly angry. "How many times have I told you not to buy instant coffee?" He scolded Secretary Lee, regardless of her current mood. She calmly raised her coffee cup to drink, ignoring his outburst. He grew even more furious, demanding, "Why aren't you saying anything?" After Secretary Lee finished her coffee and opened her eyes, she looked innocently at him and replied, "I brought this from the Phoenix Guild meeting. These coffee packets are recyclable." She pointed to the coffee packets below and continued, "As for this report, it's made from recycled paper." The man immediately changed his attitude and hastily said, "Ah, indeed, instant coffee is the best." He continued to drink the remaining coffee, his face lighting up. "You're absolutely right. In this world, if we don't trust Secretary Lee, who else can we trust?" The young man sitting across from them, witnessing the sudden change in demeanor, felt irritated and thought about how fickle people could be. He squinted, evaluating his older companion. "So, at your age, you're still like this." After a while, as the coffee in the cup ran out, the man with the beard strap spoke up again. "By the way, Secretary Lee, how's the dungeon acquisition going?" She quickly responded, "It's going fairly well, but the prices are too high, so I'm still considering." The young man sitting beside her was surprised. "Are you buying a dungeon, sir?" He looked at the man with the beard strap, furrowing his brow. "Boss, what about the dungeon you acquired last time?" he mentioned. The man's eyes immediately lit up, and he chuckled, "What are you talking about? Each one has its own purpose." He pointed at himself in disbelief. "What, I just came out of the dungeon yesterday. Why don't you take a break?" The man waved his hand hastily. "If you rest too long, you'll get lazy. I think that applies to you too." He hated seeing this side of his older companion and angrily retorted to the old man. Secretary Lee sighed as she looked at the coffee cup in her hand, then turned back to Kim Gu-jin. The monster opened its mouth wide like a large predator, and behind it, there was another one. They charged in to attack the skeletal figure's head. Kim Gu-jin sat atop the two stacked monster corpses, gazing down at the long, white skull and sighed. The durability is too low because the skill level isn't high enough. But then he leapt down, raising his hand over the corpse. The monsters smirked, recognizing something from their previous lives under the immortal king, John Seo. "I've learned a few things," he said, lifting his hand to reveal something astonishing that left the monsters gaping. A strange light emitted from his hand as the system summoned a skeletal warrior from behind the protagonist. A wing bone tore out from the monster's corpse, followed by large fangs, and soon a complete skeleton stood up. Kim Gu-jin's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself, "As long as I still have magic, no matter how many corpses there are on the battlefield." He calmly addressed the two monsters in front of him, "I have enough." The skeletal warrior, just awakened, stepped over a nearby monster's corpse while behind Kim Gu-jin lay many other monster corpses. Initially terrified, he gradually calmed down as silence fell. The system announced an upgrade. All abilities had increased, and his toxic blood had reached level 2. Kim Gu-jin furrowed his brows, staring intently at the system screen. Leveling up in this dungeon isn't very effective. It's better to find an orc hunter than to mess around with these guys, he muttered, lightly stroking his chin in thought. Considering the difficulty of hunting down creatures of the same kind, possibly under some leader, he sat down and drew a small diagram on the ground, symbolizing his solitary journey. Suddenly, the white skeleton thrust its head close to him. Kim Gu-jin glanced at it, asking, "What are you looking at?" It didn't answer, but continued to stare fixedly at the diagram he had drawn. Kim Gu-jin looked back at it, wondering if it understood anything. Probably not, he thought, poking his head with a small stick. Furrowing his brows in thought, Kim Gu-jin considered where the orc hunter might be. If he could find it, there wouldn't be any other monsters left to use as sacrifices, the only thing he had. Rising to his feet, he gazed intently at the white skeleton, which mimicked his sitting posture. Playfully, he tapped its head with a stick and said, "You're the one." Together, Kim Gu-jin and the white skeleton marched forward, realizing they needed a different plan. At the spot they had just left, a black crow perched on a skeleton suddenly heard a loud growl from a nearby monster, causing the crow to fly away in terror. A large monster dragged the corpse of another monster, squeezing it tightly and causing blood to ooze out. Its eyes glowed red with rage as it dragged its comrade's corpse. Kim Gu-jin hid behind a large rock, observing a powerful monster that surpassed ordinary ones. He readied his bow, preparing for any foolish ones to charge in without a clear plan. However, if he managed to shoot a poisoned arrow dipped in his toxic blood, with his name drawn in red liquid on the arrowhead, it would serve as a signal for the white skeleton. It would spring into action upon hearing the noise. The monster, detecting the sound, roared loudly and turned to attack. The white skeleton also charged forward, their weapons clashing, creating flashes of light and sparks. The enraged monster locked its gaze on the white skeleton, its bloodshot eyes identifying it as the predator among its kind and the target to aim for. Kim Gu-jin stood behind, raising his bow, his blood-red eyes serving as the mark of a hunter aiming at his prey. Carefully squinting his eyes to avoid the thick skin, Kim Gu-jin took aim precisely at the target of his arrow. The monster's only weakness was its exposed arm. The arrow flew forward toward the intense battle between the skeleton and the monster. The monster saw the arrow aiming at it but couldn't dodge in time. It could only widen its red eyes and catch the arrow straight to its face. The impact caused the monster to stagger back a few steps, hunching down as one of its eyes was pierced by the arrow. It pulled the arrow out forcefully, blood spraying everywhere, gasping in pain. The system reported that the orc had been poisoned. Kim Gu-jin frowned, understanding that the weaker the body part, the faster the poison would spread. Blood gushed from the monster's eye socket as it roared in agony. Kim Gu-jin nodded as the system notified him that the effectiveness of the poison would continuously diminish the orc's vitality. The large monster furrowed its brow slightly before collapsing. Witnessing this scene, Kim Gu-jin remarked that the level 2 poison wasn't highly lethal, but seeing the monster clutching its head and shaking continuously, he realized it was still effective. With that, he slowly approached the white skeleton, raising his sword for the final blow to the large monster. The system alert flashed, announcing his victory over the orc and the conquest of the dungeon. He could return in another hour. Kim Gu-jin surveyed the pile of white bones before him, appearing to have cleared everything in his path. However, he wondered if Park Ji-wong's faction member was among them. As he inadvertently stepped on a rock, causing it to clatter among the white bones, he looked down, pondering. Surprised to discover a long cut across the chest, Kim Gu-jin realized that this wound couldn't have been inflicted by the orc. He touched the cut on the white skeleton and furrowed his brows in thought. Judging by the wound, it seemed the person had been attacked from behind by someone familiar with killing, though whether it was intentional remained unclear. The red symbol flashed in his faint memory, likely associated with Park Ji-won's faction of the Phoenix Guild. Kim Gu-jin sighed and pondered how to trace the tracks of that person with the limited time left. Darkness enveloped the surroundings as the moon rose high. Kim Gu-jin stood, observing the light from the gate space about to open, silently hoping to find something useful to ally with Park Ji-won's faction. Suddenly, a beam of light shone in, causing him to squint and look toward the source, a cave. The white skeleton turned its head, following Kim Gu-jin as he approached the cave entrance. Kim Gu-jin bent down and noticed the entrance was just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. Inside the cave lay a set of dry bones. He glanced around. The weapons were clean, and the corpse was relatively intact compared to those outside, suggesting that while his teammates were being devoured out there, this person had been fleeing alone, counting the days until death. He noticed a gemstone pendant on the skeleton, which seemed fitting for the Phoenix Guild. Kim Gu-jin pondered, especially considering the rise of the new star in the northern faction, there was no better place than this. As he was contemplating, a set of inscriptions on the gemstone caused a journal to fall out. He glanced down at the book and began flipping through its pages, finding nothing significant at first. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he came across something intriguing. Translate the passage into English. When looking down, he saw images and information about some people. This is the blacklist of the Park Ji-won faction. He closed the book firmly and laughed naturally at finding this. He realized that his luck was very high and this would be useful in many ways. The system congratulated Kim Gu-jin on his brilliant achievement and sent him some legendary skills as a gift. He was delighted to receive the new legendary skill, the Eye of Anrubet, allowing him to glimpse into the memories of the deceased. He was happy to receive the new skill and expressed satisfaction with his luck. However, he did not forget to remind himself that he had received the eye skill of Anrubet and had achieved the inheritance of legendary figures. He approached a dry bone, knowing it was a deceased general. He prepared to activate the new skill he had received. While he was laughing happily and ready to activate the skill, a stream of black air flew into his eyes, connecting strongly with Anrubet's eye. The system announced that the skill had been activated and a powerful energy source was connecting his eyes to the dry skull. Pieces of other people's memories immediately flooded into his mind. At first, it was a brutal curse from those despicable scoundrels. Then came a desperate cry for help. Yang Ji-yu, help me. Followed by images of comrades fleeing and abandoning a wounded comrade in a dark cave. He clutched his head in fear, worried that he couldn't die here. Next, another fragment of memory surfaced, depicting a manhunt with bloodstains. Here was the crime scene. In response to the fear, there was a comforting reassurance that he had done nothing wrong, that it was okay because he had someone backing him up. It was the pre-death memory of the dry skeleton. When a sword was pointed at his throat, he knew he wouldn't escape. Trembling, he spoke, admitting to being the killer looking down from above. He wielded his sword, ending the life of the general. He wasn't afraid but revealed the truth. That one day, Park Ji-won, a disgraced figure, would rise to become the master of the Phoenix Society. A surge of black energy radiated from Kim Gu-jin's eyes as he absorbed the retrievable fragments of memories. The skill gradually ended, unexpectedly draining him significantly due to the new memories, leaving him struggling. After learning all the residual memories, he dropped the skull to the ground, holding his head in pain, taking a moment to organize the information. Kim Gu-jin reflected that delving into the past of the deceased wasn't comfortable and consumed more magical power than he anticipated. However, feeling more confident with his newfound skill, he believed that if he could utilize the information from these memories in the blacklist, he could exploit any vulnerabilities. Even if his opponent was cautious, Kim Gu-jin knew he had encountered luck and vowed to capitalize on it, believing he could find weaknesses and turn the situation to his advantage. The scene shifted to Zhongbu University. The large university campus was meticulously designed with a solemn beauty. Inside the auditorium, a seminar was underway, and the protagonist, dressed in a coat with a hat to avoid attention, stood below observing the proceedings. A figure in a suit on the podium was loudly giving instructions, with detailed information displayed on a large screen to clarify matters for everyone. He mentioned that although everyone might have heard through reports about the orc monsters in the dungeon, this particular mission entailed hunting down at least 1,000 orcs, including their leader, in a territory marked as an A+ level mission. The condition for completing the task was to eliminate 1,000 orcs and their leader, allowing a maximum of 150 people of level 20 or higher to register. Upon completion, there were titles to be awarded. Listening to this, Kim Gu-jin recalled from his past life that the number of survivors was unclear, roughly around 70 people, meaning more than half of the participants had perished. In the audience, many participants engaged in monster hunting were attentively listening to the seminar. Kim Gu-jin pondered further, considering that only the most skilled players from various guilds would make it here. Therefore, it seemed unlikely that so many would perish just by fighting monsters. Kim Gu-jin stroked his chin in suspicion, realizing that he had no choice but to overlook this matter due to insufficient evidence. The speaker on the podium continued while Kim Gu-jin vaguely grasped the situation and made his own judgment. The possibility of a murderer among the players was high, as it presented a perfect opportunity to reduce competition and steal items. Without staying to hear more, Kim Gu-jin immediately left, recalling the fang item, which was likely the reward. The person who killed the monster leader was supposed to receive the orc's fang as a reward. However, in the end, it was bestowed upon the Salvation Guild for their greatest contribution, which Kim Gu-jin witnessed. He silently thought to himself, I'm not sure what the situation was like back then, but looking back now, this is extremely abnormal. Each chain of events gradually revealed the truth. Kim Gu-jin concluded that perhaps Lee Se-chun had already turned traitor even before that time. Even if Lee Se-chun was the mastermind, it was highly unlikely that the Salvation Guild directly intervened. Instead, they might have used spies from other guilds. Predicting their next move based on his past life's memories, Kim Gu-jin realized that the end of that memory chain suggested such a possibility. Stepping outside, Kim Gu-jin observed a white light appearing in the school courtyard, summoning all players. The players gathered as announcements were made, preparing to enter the dungeon. Among them were the Salvation Guild in white attire, the Phoenix Guild in red, the prestigious Guild in gold attire, and the Shadow Guild dominating in black. Despite belonging to different factions, all participants showed confidence. Kim Gu-jin refrained from hastily joining but instead focused on observing the situation, devising his plan carefully. As he advanced into the white light, he knew his primary goal, to seize the orc's fang that was supposed to fall into Lee Se-chun's hands. A triumphant smile adorned Kim Gu-jin's face as he anticipated a bold theft right before Lee Se-chun's eyes. As the stream of light expanded, the members of various guilds ventured forth. After entering the teleportation gate, everyone needed to gather once again. The leaders of the Shadow Guild were puzzled, wondering, where is our guild? It's too chaotic to find them in this mess. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Salvation Guild quickly received orders to assemble. The commanding officer loudly called for the Salvation Guild to move forward, and the members promptly complied, forming orderly lines. One member of the Shadow Guild, wide-eyed with surprise, remarked, "Indeed, the Salvation Guild is different. They form formations swiftly." His companion added, "The public's praise isn't entirely baseless. If there are praises, there are also criticisms." Another member of the Phoenix Guild, holding a sword, displayed disdain, saying, "Forming lines first doesn't change anything. There are thousands of monsters here." Just then, a loud scream echoed, signaling the arrival of a monster from the depths of the forest. A fearsome creature with sharp fangs emerged, exuding a menacing aura, advancing towards the group. The members of the Salvation Guild turned their gaze towards it. One member stepped forward to claim the creature for the Salvation Guild. The challenger's eyes gleamed with confidence and aggression as he raised his axe and shield, ready for battle. The monster, sensing its target, prepared for combat. Both sides charged at each other, and the creature initiated with a powerful punch towards the challenger, who attempted to block it with his shield. However, the monster's strength overwhelmed him, pushing him back significantly. Surprised that his attack was countered, the monster hesitated. Members of the Salvation Guild quickly coordinated to provide support for their comrade in battle. Using his magic binding skill, he had just finished reading the magic chant when 10 sturdy vines emerged from the ground, swiftly wrapping around the monster, tightening its grip. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the monster let out a deafening roar that echoed across the skies, causing the ground to tremble unnaturally. Players present began to feel fear as the ground shook. One quickly noticed something strange coming from the direction of the dark forest, pointing out that the earthquake might be caused by something from the forest. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned their attention towards the dark forest. Though drenched in sweat, they remained ready to fight. The seismic disturbance was indeed caused by the sudden appearance of 10 fierce orc monsters, charging aggressively towards them. The players retaliated with powerful punches, undeterred by the large fists of the orc creatures. One managed to sever a creature's wing, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Both sides engaged in fierce combat, with the orcs sustaining heavy blows without flinching. The battlefield was chaotic, with some players engaging the creatures directly while others used magical powers. Observing from a high tree branch, Kim Gu-jin contemplated the chaos below. As he had suspected, nobody noticed his disappearance, which meant it was time to act. His plan was about to unfold. Thinking to himself, he noted that he could take advantage of the situation to hunt down the orc leader. With that thought, he vanished from the tree branch, his objective clear: to eliminate the leader and 1,000 of its minions. Orc, Kim Gu-jin thought, usually gather together initially to minimize casualties before splitting up to search for the orc leader. That would be the time when he could freely search. As the sky darkened and the moon cast its glow over the orc territory, a subordinate, having fled the chaotic battle, was now kneeling at the feet of the leader, ready to face punishment. The leader appeared furious, ordering his underlings to execute the kneeling subordinate, a sight that filled onlookers with fear and dread. Suddenly, the leader rose, raising his axe high, and his army received the command to turn back to the battlefield. Observing from a rocky outcrop, the protagonist had been trailing them for a while, tailing the one who had fled the skirmish. It seemed he had found the orc leader, who appeared stronger than anticipated. However, the leader made a tactical error by sending his entire army ahead. This was Kim Gu-jin's opportunity. As both sides clashed in a cloud of dust, only he and the orc leader remained here. The chance was his. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, where the fighting raged on fiercely and orc bodies littered the ground, it became evident that the orc numbers weren't as plentiful as initially assumed. The man in armor standing atop the heap of bodies spoke up, urging his forces to continue advancing. Then, a figure appeared beside him, revealing itself to be his close confidant. The leader of an orc battalion was now turning towards them. He inquired about the number of opponents, estimating it to be around 900 to 1,000. It seemed to encompass the entire orc force present. Unsurprised by the revelation, the leader turned to address his comrades, declaring that their mission for the day had reached its conclusion. "We need additional equipment to face that orc army," someone in the crowd heard, prompting a surprising response from a member of the Lion Guild. "Who's this guy trying to give orders? These are the hunting dogs of the Saviors Guild. We'll keep advancing." The Lion Guild leader remained unchanged. "There are a lot of orcs heading this way. Although competition between guilds is crucial, if we don't cooperate now, everything will go downhill because of this dungeon," the Lion Guild leader countered. "Those crazy guys," a lackey cursed, but the guild leader calmly stated, "Now, move to a safe location, rest, and prepare for the upcoming battle at the orc stronghold." Kim Gu-jin, along with 2 skeletal warriors, faced off against the orc leader. Upon noticing him, the leader immediately rose and dragged his axe across the ground, creating a deafening sound. The protagonist commanded the 2 skeletal warriors to charge ahead, but the orc leader didn't hesitate. He activated the power of the Orc King's fangs and hurled his axe. One of the skeletons shattered, catching the protagonist off guard. But Kim Gu-jin had a plan. With only one chance, he raised his bow and aimed directly at the orc leader. Releasing his arrow, it flew forward, narrowly missing its target, leaving him in disbelief. He's even stronger than the information I heard, Kim Gu-jin thought to himself as the two skeletons continued to fight vigorously. However, when one of them struck the orc leader, the sword suddenly shattered. This is trouble. The string must have been weakened by the axe blow. It's completely broken now. I guess I'll have to change my plan, he mused. Kim Gu-jin noticed the fang necklace around the orc leader's neck. He has the Orc King's fang, so a direct confrontation is almost impossible. It's better to retreat now. My magical power is also running low. It seems like going against you is contrary to my plans, he thought, observing the large green-skinned figure standing still. Why isn't he chasing after me? Did he change his mind? Kim Gu-jin wondered. No, it means he's chasing after the cowardly ones, wasting calories. Maybe that's how it is in the A+ dungeon. But that's good news for me. I can run with peace of mind, and when I meet you again, you'll regret letting me go. He smirked as he kicked off the rocks to escape. Below, someone noticed his movements. Who's that? It was the Lion Guild leader. So it's not just the Lion Guild who didn't join the battle, a soldier remarked. Leader, maybe he found the orc leader before us, another speculated. The leader replied, it could be, but we shouldn't trust anyone unless we see it with our own eyes. The loot from the dungeon belongs to the Lion Guild by any means necessary. Suddenly, the soldiers froze in shock, one by one falling in disbelief. What's going on? I've never heard of this before. There must be a type of monster other than orcs here. Maybe it's not even a monster, the leader pondered. He began to feel scared. There was no sound around him, but underneath the ground, there were countless soldiers following him, unsure if they were alive or dead. Who are you? Show yourself. His inner self trembled. He yelled out to reassure himself. Do you think you'll be safe if you do this and then run? Suddenly, a loud scream echoed, followed by everything falling into silence, a terrifying silence. Not far away, in a cave, there was flickering firelight amidst the night sky. Kim Gu-jin stepped inside. Scattered around were the top 5 and top 3 players of lower levels, sitting around each campfire in silence, deep in thought. Yet none bothered to look at the main character even once. Seems like nobody cares about me, he thought to himself, but the atmosphere was eerie, like stumbling into a funeral procession. Then he noticed rows of hastily built graves. So many deaths on the first day. Something's not right, he pondered. Only the top players are allowed in here, and they're all heavily armed. Could the guilds have started fighting earlier than expected? Suddenly, a voice broke the suffocating silence. Why do you guys look so beaten up? The leader of the Qilin Guild responded, well, we've also got some different monsters on our end. What about you? Another person replied, our Qilin Guild is still holding up well. By the way, do you have any information about the other guilds? According to what they heard, it seems the Lion Guild suffered the heaviest losses. A group went into the forest to gather items but disappeared without a trace. Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but ask, isn't it more than 1 or 2 people missing? Isn't that horrifying? The leader continued, it could also be that their bodies have been so disfigured that they're unrecognizable. After all, orcs also feast on human flesh. The people were shaken and horrified by what they heard. Death is inevitable, but I don't want to end up as monster food, one person said. Another quickly interjected, don't jinx it with such negativity. He apologized promptly, respecting his elder's words. The main character remained silent, observing everything. Then, someone else spoke up. It's still strange though. If it were normal, there would be bodies left behind somewhere, or some could have escaped. But to die from severe injuries afterward. A young person asked if he thought the same, hoping that among the missing, there might be survivors. We should focus on staying alive. What good are fancy items when we're dead? He remarked. Kim Gu-jin sat alone, contemplating. This was supposed to be a top-tier dungeon, but the situation was abnormal. Many groups wiped out entirely in a single day. Something was definitely amiss, and his plans might fail if the overall strength dwindled. The next day, orc forces gathered in full, moving forward. Why are there so many? We've been killing them, yet they keep pouring in, an elder grumbled, urging everyone to focus and proceed. The battle commenced, both sides glaring at each other with intense hostility. The orc captain yelled, and both sides charged into combat. Meanwhile, the main character began checking his equipment, realizing the problem. They couldn't land a fatal blow on the orc leader with what they had, and using skeleton warriors as bait wouldn't work, they were too fragile. He wondered if the skeleton warriors knew how to shoot arrows. Without further ado, he summoned the skeleton warriors and approached the orc leader. Today you seem quite comfortable, huh? Well then, let's move on to round 2, he said as he activated the orc king's fangs. Then, he leapt up to strike from above. Suddenly, an arrow flew from somewhere and pierced him, drawing his attention to its origin. He noticed 2 skeleton warriors and immediately hurled a rock at them, but they quickly dodged and continued shooting arrows at him. So, the skeleton warriors also knew how to use bows. From above, the main character observed both sides fighting and realized the plan was going smoothly. Kim Gu-jin rotated his sword from behind as the orc leader swung down. While it didn't cause any damage, it successfully severed his necklace, containing the orc king's fang. As planned, the fang was now in his possession. Then, a massive surge of energy flowed into him, and simultaneously, the physical damage and defense of the orc boss decreased. Enraged, the boss swung a spear toward the main character, who agilely dodged. Angered further, the boss was struck by 2 arrows from the skeleton warriors, injecting him with venom. At this point, all sides looked at each other. The main character had obtained the orc's fang, and the attack had taken effect. The orc king's fang was a legendary item, requiring level 1 or higher. It bestowed immense power, increasing physical damage by 30%, attack power by 5%, physical defense by 5%, and dealing 10% more damage when attacking orcs. Holding the item firmly, he smiled, knowing there was only one thing left to do: equip the weapon. As he reached for his sword, stained with blood, to decapitate the orc leader, Kim Gu-jin finished his sentence just as the orc leader launched his attack. He swung towards the skeleton warriors, but they agilely evaded. Losing his fang, he lost all his strength, and his fighting spirit faded. Suddenly, an arrow hit his abdomen, injecting him with poison. The main character followed with his spear, then stabbed him with a sword, and he was poisoned again. Quickly, he swung his sword, knocking the orc's axe out of his hand. The axe flew through the air, grazing the skeleton warriors. He picked it up and tossed his bow to the ground. It seemed fitting. Seeing the axe, he recognized it as a perfect weapon to end his opponent's life. In the vast expanse, screams echoed through the forest. Perched on a branch, a figure lurked, listening intently. Such noise was unusual for orcs. Someone must be fighting the orc boss nearby. Who could it be? He must quickly find out and report to the guild. Swiftly, he moved from branch to branch until he reached the orc's den, where the battle between Kim Gu-jin and the orc leader was still ongoing. 2 skeleton soldiers and a player were with him, but he couldn't see any other players around. Why would he challenge the orc boss alone? He must report to his guild. He attempted to slip away quietly but was caught by the keen senses of the main character, who had already spotted him as he ran through the forest. Suddenly, an arrow pierced his shoulder, and he fell to the ground in pain. What was happening? He looked around, but there was no one. Could he have been discovered? He suspected the main character. Was he preventing him from reporting the battle with the orc boss? Then, a figure appeared behind him. He was surprised. It was a member of the Scythe Guild, with the face of a skeleton. He realized it was too late. A sword had taken his life. After killing the spy, the masked figure immediately opened a ledger and checked off the name. There were 5 names left. Wasting time and effort fighting orcs. What's the point? We could have been doing something more productive, he muttered to himself. He glanced back at his ledger, a list of people he was tasked to eliminate, with all the necessary information. Suddenly, from the tree above, Matsumoto's voice sounded, instructing the new recruits that the spoils of that person would belong to the guild, and they should split it carefully. Below, the masked figure replied, assuring that there was no need to worry, and he intended to kill the person they encountered earlier if given the chance. The other person remarked that fighting the orc leader alone wasn't much different from facing a monster. He asked if it was dangerous, to which the reply was dismissive, stating that once they dealt with the orc, the person would be an easy target. The masked figure then suggested leaving the rest to the orcs to deal with, implying they would dispose of the remaining threats. As he flipped through his ledger, traces of blood were visible wherever he looked. Suddenly, he paused, sensing something unusual. On the other side, the guilds had managed to defeat the last orc soldier and were checking their progress. They seemed to be faster than expected. A red-haired man thought about how they could soon complete the dungeon if they kept up the pace. Another agreed, suggesting they didn't need to rush anymore and should fall back if given the chance. However, the leader seemed to misunderstand, asking if they hadn't realized that the remaining threats were about to be eliminated. From tomorrow, everyone will start searching for the orc leader to prepare for the main event. The system suddenly sent a message. The status of all players is lit. You have defeated the orc leader. Everyone was astonished and in disbelief. They couldn't believe it. They thought they must have misinterpreted something. How could the leader of the Lion Guild be saved like that? The leaders of the guilds were also puzzled. What's going on? One of them asked. The other replied, maybe those Lion Guild guys who left earlier were successful. I'm not sure, the other leader said, lost in thought. I always thought those Lion Guild folks were just good at boasting. Meanwhile, at the orc base, the leader's axe was still stained with blood. The skeleton comrades swiftly decapitated him. Kim Gu-jin's status changed. You have leveled up. You have achieved the achievement of hunting down the orc leader. Your reward is a new skill, the message read. Another new skill? He thought. I hope it's useful. Suddenly, his eyes changed as the object in his hand illuminated. It was the Grim Reaper's skill book, a skill containing the power of the orc death book. It could contain up to 5 sealed souls of the deceased. It enhanced all abilities by 5%. So, it's like a bag, but to contain our monsters? The protagonist pondered. Furthermore, he realized that the creatures placed in it gained a bit of extra power. This makes it even hotter, he said, opening the skill book. The 2 skeleton warriors were immediately stored within it, emitting a powerful surge of energy that left him dizzy. Magnificent, he thought. From now on, I don't have to personally kill the first monster anymore. When entering the dungeon, you can summon soldiers immediately, he chuckled. With this, the biggest weakness of summoning, the skeleton warriors, is a thing of the past. In the forest, the red-haired man was running desperately, while his henchman behind him called out to the leader. Where are you going? One asked. The orc leader has been defeated. He turned back angrily. Where do you think I'm going? He scolded. Do you think I don't know? Why are you asking such stupid questions? But before he could finish, the leader cut him off. At least you should go and see the situation yourself. You need something to report back, right? Just go and tell Park Yanwang. Do you think you will be completely unscathed? At the mention of this name, the henchman dared not ask any further questions. They hurriedly ran back towards the orc base. High in the branches, the members of the school guild heard everything. I can't believe all of them are dead, one said. I didn't expect the orc leader to fall so quickly. The leader changed the plan. Forget about the solo guy, he said. The orc leader has already taken care of the targets on the list. But what about the new recruits left behind? Matsumoto spoke up. I told him to follow right after. After this trip, we'll have to retrain him. The leader continued, if our identities are exposed, our superiors will be in trouble. We must avoid that at all costs. And in the worst case, be prepared to commit suicide. Now there's not much time left, but we still need to act as secretly as possible. Suddenly, his expression changed. Someone is coming, he said. Why is that new recruit running so frantically? As the new recruit approached, Matsumoto realized the problem. 2 skeleton warriors. They're mocking that guy, he said. Those 2 boneheads didn't wait to adapt. They immediately launched an attack. He turned to the leader. What should we do now? Thanks to that idiot recruit, we've been exposed. Hearing this, the leader became increasingly frustrated, silently thinking, that guy decides to attack us. Could it be because he knows something? If we waste time here, other guilds will come. When that happens, we'll all be dead. Even if we have to cancel the mission, we must deal with him and erase all traces. He tightly gripped his sword, signaling to his henchmen. They were all ready, poised for battle. However, each one was quickly subdued, leaving only the leader. He was now in a state of turmoil, wondering how the new recruit could betray them. Just as he was trying to grasp the situation, Kim Gu-jin appeared before him, effortlessly defeating a member of the school guild. Observing the new recruit for a while, Kim Gu-jin managed to gather some information. These guys seemed to be the reason only half of the players returned alive. But in the new recruit's memory, there was no mention of the rescue guild. In the midst of his contemplation, the protagonist suddenly realized that in his past life, this recruit was also on the missing list. A sudden idea struck him. He removed the mask from the recruit's face and used it as a disguise for himself. In his aesthetic judgment, it was time to meet the guild leader of the Headlong Guild. If he was lucky, he might find information about the relationship between the Headlong Guild and the Rescue Guild. But before that, he needed to deal with the orc leader first. Kim Gu-jin had finalized his plan and continued his journey through the forest, searching for the next target. At this moment, the leader of the school guild was both running away and seething with anger. Who the hell is this guy? Where did he come from? He wondered, as they seemed to be quite injured. They thought they were safe, but apparently not. With no precaution, they leaned against the tree to catch their breath. Unfortunately, a headless warrior appeared out of nowhere, advancing towards them. The leader, in panic, crawled on the ground, yelling and trying to flee, which only seemed to provoke the headless warrior to approach faster. Kim Gu-jin witnessed the scene and silently celebrated his stroke of luck. All the figures from the new recruit's memory were gathered here. He swiftly joined the fight against the headless warriors, quickly dispatching them. Soon, the air was filled with desperate cries as the mercenaries fell one by one, leaving only the leader. The leader, in a state of despair, lay prostrate on the ground, hoping for a glimmer of survival. However, faced with Kim Gu-jin's determined gaze and advancing sword, he felt hopeless. Assessing the situation, Kim Gu-jin realized the leader was no stranger to violence, indicating this wasn't his first time. The leader, in haste, declared that no matter what, Kim Gu-jin wouldn't gain anything from him. He knew he was cornered, with surrender or continued fight both futile. In a moment of reflection, the leader swiftly took his own life. Kim Gu-jin, seemingly anticipating this outcome, calmly observed the leader lying unconscious on the ground. While acknowledging the futility of the leader's act, Kim Gu-jin understood the value of the information he possessed, gained from past negotiations with another individual. The man, hidden in a large house, stated that the global transformation would be an opportunity for Japan to advance further. They would collaborate with the World Savior Society to establish an organization to expand their influence. Hasato and Im Sel-jun were called upon to go to South Korea, join the First Head Society, and dedicate themselves to their homeland. If they could seize the dungeons and assets of both Japan and South Korea, they would build a stronger empire than ever before, called the Yamato Empire. Now, they would introduce the leaders who would guide Im Sel-jun. Two figures slowly emerged behind the unfamiliar man's back. In Im Sel-jun's surprise, he recognized their identities and quickly bowed respectfully, feeling honored to meet them. In Im Sel-jun's heart, he secretly rejoiced at the unexpected encounter with the leaders of swordsmanship and archery. The three quickly bid farewell, leaving the unfamiliar man behind to discuss their plans. There was a target that needed handling when the dungeon's collective emergence occurred. The man, a dungeon broker from South Korea, had been causing trouble for the Japanese brokers. They had to deal with him at all costs. It seemed South Korea also had a notable broker, but what was his name? Orc Chan glanced through Im Sel-jun's memory and felt deeply disappointed when that name was mentioned. A sense of frustration and resentment engulfed him. He had hoped it wouldn't be true, but it seemed inevitable. It was truly revolting to him. Even in the darkest moments, we still believe in and fight alongside each other. Both the leader of the swordsmen and the leader of the archers are the same. Before returning, we conquered many dungeons with them because saving the world always comes first. We want to be like them. They are not just mentors but also spiritual pillars for us. They are valuable teammates whom we can trust with our lives, even in the fiercest battles. That's how we always think. Even they are on the same side as Lee Se-chun. This time, we can't let them do as they please. Suddenly, I remembered the target, Orc-chan. Right, a dungeon broker. I boldly speculate that if he's on the priority assassination list, he must be quite skilled. If we didn't hear anything about him in our past life, it means the assassination must have been successful. If these phantom-like figures are to replace him, Lee Se-chun will benefit somehow. As long as he remains on the hit list, assassins will keep coming, like moths to a flame. Perhaps I'll find some clues to weaken them, and I also need a broker to find dungeons for us. So, it's killing two birds with one stone here. We're done here, time to prepare to leave the dungeon. At this moment, a car arrived at the dungeon gate, carrying two men. The driver observed the parked cars around and curiously asked why it's always so quiet around the gate. The man in the passenger seat quickly explained that monsters couldn't escape the gate, so it's natural to be quiet. But as soon as the dungeon is completed, chaos will erupt here. So, it's better to rest for a while and stay alert. The driver nodded, seeming to understand the situation. When the dungeon is conquered, everyone rushes to interview the players. The passenger was trying to catch some sleep, listening to the driver's words. Showing signs of annoyance, he replied, "That's not because they're foolish. It's because players fight each other to snatch each other's items." The driver exclaimed in surprise, "They fight each other like that?" The passenger sighed, "Of course, besides the Save the World Guild, everyone tries to get as many items as possible. Anyway, when the time comes, just focus on driving and sleep. We won't rest for a while." Suddenly, something caught their attention. The driver stuttered in amazement, Hey, that guy is disturbing our sleep." He abruptly woke up and shouted, "What the hell is bothering me?" The driver pointed and said, There. Both looked towards the flickering light. Players? Kim Gu-jin appeared in a disheveled state, covered in wounds, carrying a bleeding companion from the dungeon gate. The atmosphere before the gate suddenly changed, and people began shouting to each other. An A-rank dungeon has been conquered. Taking care of the injured first, Kim Gu-jin collapsed to the ground, surrounded by everyone's concern. Players started pouring out and bringing stretchers. At the same time, two groups of people were fiercely arguing. The driver quickly exclaimed, "Sir, there's a commotion over there." The passenger promptly responded, "Why does it seem worse than last time?" Information quickly spread across the newspapers. 31 casualties, no survivors from the Head Start Guild, all dead. Who defeated the orc leader? The dungeon rewards disappeared. Conflicts erupted among the guild members. Reading the news, Park Yanwang cursed vehemently. Unable to find the bastard who defeated Orc. What the hell? After reading the news and listening to the explanations from his subordinates, Park Yanwang slammed the table and yelled, "Do you expect me to believe this nonsense?" His subordinates trembled and tried to explain, "I'm deeply sorry for the sudden turn of events. I assure you, it won't happen again." He retorted angrily, "Next time? So you plan to compensate for the time and money I've invested in this? Do you know how disappointed I am? This isn't a charity, and I can't tolerate incompetence like yours. Next time, you better bring back 5 times the capital of this venture in a week, and you'd better do it right, as I instructed when I gave you the chance." His subordinates murmured agreement, knowing how difficult it would be to meet such demands, but out of fear, they accepted. They quickly left to carry out their tasks. After his subordinates left, Park Yanwang turned to his secretary and asked, "Is that guy Kim Gu-jin being treated at the hospital?" The secretary nodded quietly, "Yes, he was injured in the dungeon." He expressed his frustration, "Is there anyone useful? How could he get injured even in a familiar dungeon?" The secretary added, "He said the injury wasn't caused by monsters." Surprised, Park Yanwang asked, Are you sure he was attacked by members of another guild? The secretary hesitated to confirm, realizing the truth could be concealed soon. She suggested, it might be best to hear directly from him. After considering her words, he agreed. All right, which hospital is he in? He's not so uneducated as to babble nonsense with everyone. He nodded in agreement on this point. The secretary has absolute trust in Kim Gu-jin, confidently affirming, yes, I'm certain of that. At the hospital, another person is dispatched to visit Kim Gu-jin, showing concern. Kim Gu-jin is advised to take good care of himself and to immediately contact the guild if he remembers anything else. After the greetings, Kim Gu-jin stands in the hospital corridor, deep in thought. Unexpectedly, he realizes that he doesn't remember anything. He wonders how to report this to his superiors. If things turn out like this, why did Park Yeonwang initially want to recruit Kim Gu-jin into the team? As they exit the elevator, Park Yeonwang and his secretary see a member of the guild waiting to go down. They deliberately observe the situation, and the secretary quickly predicts that Kim Gu-jin is also keeping secrets. As they push open the door and step in, Kim Gu-jin hears the noise and quickly turns back to look. Upon seeing them, he greets them warmly, expressing how long it has been since they last met. It's just as Kim Gu-jin predicted that they would come. He also smiles faintly, acknowledging that he was right. At the beginning, he didn't know much about them, but recent news has made him extremely suspicious. He witnessed them attacking the orc leader, only for them to be completely annihilated afterward, indicating that the reward items were snatched by another guild. The last thing he noticed is that they used the hunter's concealment skill. Quietly, Park Yeonwang also nods in agreement. They know about that concealment skill, which can make the user completely disappear from sight, a very useful skill. So, it's clear that they targeted both the orc leader and the players. Kim Gu-jin gently looks at the wound on his chest and slowly says, yes, if it weren't for the poison, I might have died on the spot. If the assassin wasn't poisoned by the blood I shot, then perhaps I. He quickly interjected, that means you're still very lucky, and because the entire First Light Guild has been wiped out, you're the only witness now. He sighed and continued, indeed, but I think we should remain vigilant for a while longer. By the way, did the Phoenix Guild obtain anything useful? Upon hearing this, he slammed his hand down on the table in frustration. Damn it. Just thinking about those idiots caused me a huge loss. I can't just sit still like this. We need to gather as much information about those fools to offset our losses. Surprised that Kim Gu-jin could bring back so much useful information, Park Yeonwang looked at him and said, I understand. So, what do you want now? Kim Gu-jin looked at him with a puzzled expression. What do I want? What do you mean? He quickly stood up, looking at him with a smile. All right, stop playing dumb. You approached me intentionally, didn't you? It's because you had a purpose. You know, I'm not a simple man. I realized your intention early on. I don't mind playing along, but now I need to find someone. Who is it that you need? Do you know a broker named OCE Chan? He's quite famous for his talent, but I don't have enough connections to find him, Kim Gu-jin said. Hearing this, Park Yeonwang was genuinely curious. OCE Chan? How do you know about him? Remember my advice. Answer calls from unknown numbers. He and his secretary quickly bid farewell as they stepped toward the door. He paused and reminded him, he's very arrogant. He chooses his clients rather than letting anyone come to him. But he truly has talent. And remember, keep your mouth shut. If any rumors arise, then only you will be in danger. Yes, I know. So, until we meet again, he said goodbye and closed the door. At this point, Kim Gu-jin slowly got out of bed, pacing back and forth while contemplating. Everything was still going according to plan, although he hadn't fully gained Park Yeonwang's trust yet. Park Yeonwang still had no idea about the relationship between the Savior Guild and the First Light Guild. Once he started digging for information, both Lee Se-chun and the leaders of the Sword and Bow Guilds would start paying attention to him. Park Yeonwang didn't know that I had deliberately injured myself, setting myself up for some hardship. While Lee Se-chun and Park Yeonwang were still strategizing, I would focus on increasing my strength. At that moment, Park Yeonwang was in the car on his way back, giving orders to his subordinates over the phone. Despite the First Light Guild being quite large, it had no sponsors. That meant only one thing: they were selling items abroad. I need to investigate the black markets outside Japan immediately. I'll find the merchants who trade with them. I have a feeling those guys and I are of the same kind. I'll find the merchants who trade with them. I have a feeling those guys and I are of the same kind. Kim Gu-jin quickly left the hospital, eagerly awaiting a phone call. The phone suddenly rang, and he quickly answered it. As soon as the voice on the other end started speaking, he had already heard the story. So, do you want to trade with us? He quickly thought, maybe this is OCE-chan. That's correct. I need to find more dungeons, he promptly replied. The voice on the other end responded decisively, deal. Let me check your abilities first. Kim Gu-jin hesitated, emphasizing that it was about his abilities. Huh? OCE-chan quickly offered, I'll text you the details later, and hung up. After shutting off the phone, he slowly affirmed that what Park Yeonwang had said was correct. So the rumor that he chooses his customers is true. Reading the message he sent me, I quickly affirmed. Even though it's just a C+ level dungeon with only one floor, I didn't expect him to use a whole dungeon for testing. If I can make a deal with him, it will be very beneficial for me. At this point, OCE-chan's subordinates also voiced their curiosity. Who's this unlucky guy this time, boss? One of them asked. He responded with satisfaction, as usual, a client comes from Park Yeonwang's referral. The subordinate felt extremely puzzled, but since the last incident wasn't long ago, if he's someone sent to deal with me, then what? OCE-chan said confidently, I don't care. Even if we load up the truck with them, it's useless. But the subordinate still expressed concern and wasn't quite reassured. When he works for Mr. Park Yeonwang, he smiled confidently and asserted, if he really works for Park Yeonwang, he would have contacted me directly. If he couldn't pass the test, it wouldn't matter. As long as he's capable, if he wants to kill me, it's no big deal, because if he's strong enough, then we can wipe out the dungeon completely and finish the game. We need to eliminate people like him. The subordinate then teased, why say that, boss? Isn't he the one we've been looking for right here? You guys are still very inexperienced, huh? So what, boss? You can't even solo a dungeon. Anyway, you've already let that guy into the Kobo dungeon to see if there's anything interesting. The subordinate felt that Kim Gu-jin would have a hard time passing this test and was curious about his boss's choice. Isn't Kobo a bit too much? OCE-chan smiled contentedly. You think I'm forcing him? If it's too difficult, he can just skip it. Are you a little disappointed? He didn't think much about what to do next. I forgot that you have a strong metabolism exchange. Why are you starving to death now? And you're frowning again. You just called wanting to finish a bunch of food, and now you're saying you're hungry. Meanwhile, very quickly, Kim Gu-jin had also driven to the dungeon that OCE-chan had mentioned earlier. Kim Gu-jin stood observing for a moment, wondering why they would present such a difficult challenge, a Kobo dungeon. Is he not intending to make money or something? He wouldn't have resorted to using a dungeon like this. It's too difficult for ordinary players like this. But it's only difficult for those who don't know how to deal with Kobo. At this moment, Lee's secretary was using binoculars to observe, contacting through the security system. He's standing near the Kobo Insan dungeon. Kim Gu-jin is approaching the dungeon. Start the timer, she said. OCE-chan felt very surprised about this customer's capabilities. He's already there? He's indeed in a hurry. So what has he prepared? The secretary quickly responded, it seems like he doesn't have anything special with him. OCE-chan continued, I don't know if to call him brave or foolish anymore. Our subordinate doesn't hesitate to show disdain. Isn't he just a crazy guy in the end? But who knows, maybe he doesn't need to prepare anything because he's too confident. OCE-chan nodded slightly, that could be the case. But if that confidence isn't just bluster and we still haven't grasped the situation by now, it seems the rescue guild is just that. Isn't it? Hey, don't say that. Stay calm. Kim Chae-hun appeared at this moment in front of them, the leader of the sword and bow guilds. He continued his analysis. I also know what might happen in such a difficult dungeon because there are too many chaotic factors. Returning. Empty-handed still feels somewhat pitiful, but at least there weren't too many losses. The leader of the Sword Guild seemed quite annoyed at Kim Chae-hun's statement. Not many losses? 5 of my disciples died. And you're saying there weren't many losses? That's not what I meant, Kim Chae-hun tried to explain, but before he could, the leader of the Sword Guild cut him off. Lee Se-chun probably already knows about our relationship with the head guild. That's why when it comes to A+ dungeons, he assigns tasks to us first and foremost. Suddenly realizing his mistake, Kim Chae-hun paused, unsure of how to continue explaining. But the leader of the Bow Guild continued speaking. Of course, we can't predict what will happen in the dungeon, but do you expect us to believe that orc killing our people is something to overlook? This matter cannot be easily dismissed. Seeing the anger of the 2 guild leaders, Kim Chae-hun quickly bowed his head in apology. I'm deeply sorry. I should have thought more carefully before uttering such nonsense. Please give me some more time. I will definitely investigate thoroughly. The leader of the Sword Guild shook his head, refusing the offer. It's not necessary anymore. We've already started our own investigation. Don't be tense. Have a drink or something. Unable to refuse their offer, Kim Chae-hun quickly accepted the glass they offered. As the leader poured wine into his glass, he continued, despite everything, we are still allies of the Rescue Guild. I just want you to understand how offended we feel. Kim Chae-hun trembled with fear at those words. As comrades in arms, if there's a dispute, they can simply sit down and have a few drinks together to resolve it. Right, of course. If we're still comrades in arms. Kim Chae-hun's face was sweaty and his mind raced. Yes, that's right. Within him, a thought emerged. He had become too complacent. Faced with the leaders of the Bow and Sword Guilds, he had to come up with a plan immediately. At this moment, the leader of the Bow Guild received a phone call, inquiring eagerly if everything had been handled. I know, he responded, and the 2 leaders quickly got into the car, continuing their discussion. Is it as we suspected? One asked. It's not due to any of the known assassins, the other replied. It means the next target will be the Phoenix Guild. They're the only ones left. If the culprit isn't on the hit list, then they belong to a faction we don't know about, intentionally hiding their strength for some purpose. Meanwhile, near the Kobo dungeon at the Bodong and San line, 2 individuals sat on the top floor observing the dungeon. One confidently remarked, if players enter the dungeon today, we'll have a few days of peace, won't we? The leader, hearing this, exclaimed, what are you talking about? He's going in there alone, and I haven't seen any player stay sober. That guy will die soon, and the gate will open early, maybe even sooner than expected. As he finished speaking, a strange phenomenon occurred at the dungeon gate. The subordinate quickly exclaimed, I predict correctly. The boss is confused, saying, that can't be right. That's when the dungeon has been conquered. What did you say? The leader couldn't believe his eyes, quickly checking through the telescope. That dungeon can't be completed, even with the maximum number of people. As his subordinate tried to explain something, he received a scolding. What are you doing? Find out where that guy who completed it is. No, I think I've found him. Look over there. The leader pointed in the direction where they saw Kim Gu-jin driving away swiftly. The leader, startled, called OCE-chan to report. What? You said you lost him? He took the money and now he's just going to leave? Taking my money and doing nothing? Seeing OCE-chan's harsh reaction, the secretary knew the 2 had failed their mission and quickly called to report the good news. But their boss was too angry to listen. The secretary continued, I haven't paid them yet. Didn't you say they were your fellow villagers? Surprised by this information, he asked, they came here only to help us? Hearing this, OCE-chan suddenly brightened. Really? She nodded again. Instead, you said I should treat them to a drink. Upon hearing this, their boss immediately changed his tune. What a shame. Starting today, I won't indulge anymore. Seeing their boss's demeanor, the secretary felt a chill. She couldn't sit with those 2 anymore and decided to leave. If it's Kim Gu-jin, you don't have to worry. I'm leaving now. The white car quickly asked. Where are you going, Secretary Lee? She quickly replied, if he intends to work with us, he'll contact us soon. OCE-chan turned to look at Secretary Lee, disappointed by her coldness, remembering the images of those early days. She reappeared in his mind, the poor girl with a dirty face, carrying a backpack and unsure where to go. Just as he was thinking. Just as he was smiling, the gang member interrupted. Boss, what's wrong with Secretary Lee? She said she had something to eat and then left me hanging. OCE-chan sighed wearily. Forget about it. Maybe she had somewhere to go today. And Kim Gu-jin has finished handling the dungeon by now. It only took him half a day. He's promising. Suddenly, there was the sound of something falling to the ground. OCE-chan looked up to see the gang member struggling to carry a pile of food. OCE-chan angrily scolded him. How much did you spend at that convenience store? You're so wasteful. The gang member quickly defended himself. Come on, boss, don't look at me like that. You want to die? Give me back my money. The stubborn gang member continued. Don't be stingy with food, boss. At that moment, waiting at a red light, Kim Gu-jin slowly remembered his time in the dungeon. After conquering the dungeon, he was unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, he noticed a walkie-talkie appearing there. He approached it, picked it up, and observed it. Holding the walkie-talkie, he debated whether to continue playing or take a break. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to take the walkie-talkie with him in the car. As he was about to turn it on, he noticed a message written on a piece of paper. Along with it was a reminder to contact them using the walkie-talkie if he returned from the dungeon. Work hours were at 9 a.m. sharp. Finding this intriguing, he smiled, thinking this person was quite clever. Meanwhile, Kim Chae-hun was driving on the road, stopping at a traffic light intersection. He rested his head on the steering wheel, contemplating. He couldn't just go back and face the leader like that. He really needed Yang Jaiho's help. Suddenly, his phone started ringing incessantly. He answered with a weary voice. This is Kim Chae-hun. What's up? The information provided to him made him sit up straight, realizing that it was very important. Kim Chae-hun, surprised, asked again about the Hoi Do Lao, a group or organization. Oh, I see. I'll head there right away, he said, then quickly turned the car and drove off. Inside a quiet and luxurious restaurant, Park Yeon-nag was conversing with someone. He chuckled mysteriously, preferring to solve problems in silence, as usual. I don't need to explain the reasons, do I? He said. The other person, familiar with Park Yeon-wang's ways, replied, I understand. Have you spoken to the person I need to protect? Not yet, Park Yeon-wang replied. But we've discussed it, and it will be done soon. The other person agreed. Then I will also explain the situation to the subordinates. The conversation went smoothly, with Park Yeon-wang agreeing. After all, as long as he stays alive and gets out, it's fine. I'll take care of the rest. Kim Chae-hun, who had been standing on the high floor, suddenly appeared. He had witnessed the entire conversation from afar, his face filled with annoyance. What calculations is Park Yeon-wang making? He wondered. He didn't know how much Park Yeon-wang knew about the Hoi Do Lao. While pondering, another person approached him from behind and began conversing with Kim Chae-hun. I'm also curious about this, the person said. Park Yeon-wang may have extensive connections, but knowing about the Hoi Do Lao seems unusual. He used the excuse of needing information about the Hoi Do Lao for convenience. However, he said some strange things. He recounted a previous conversation between himself and Park Yeon-wang. Even if you're Park Yeon-wang, it's a bit difficult for me to share information about the Hoi Do Lao, he had said. Park Yeon-wang had replied cautiously, you should be more careful. So, if I were to say that I know the secret about the Hoi Do Lao members who died in the A dungeon, what would Park Yeon-wang's reaction be? The person spoke, a sinister smile forming on his face. When Kim Chae-hun heard this, he was surprised and asked again. He said that? Kim Chae-hun thought to himself. If that's true, then this is no longer a problem I can solve on my own. I'll get into trouble if I report this to the leader. Then I'll have trouble too. After asking, he turned to the man talking to Park Yeon-wang and inquired about his identity. The man replied, Chung Hun Zion. He has done many business deals with Park Yeon-wang. He's a freelance player, not affiliated with any guild, and he'll take on any job as long as the reward is worth it. Kim Chae-hun thanked him for the information and expressed his gratitude for collaborating with the Salvation Group and sharing this information. Nevertheless, Kim Chae-hun furrowed his brows, observing Chung Han-zion for a while before deciding to approach him. We need to talk, Kim Chae-hun said to him seriously as he sat down and looked directly into his eyes. Chung Han-zion, noticing Kim Chae-hun's approach, eyed him with suspicion and caution. He recognized Kim Chae-hun as part of the Salvation Group. Why don't you tell me what this is about? Chung Han-zion asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Kim Chae-hun leaned forward and said, I don't know what you heard from Park Yeonwang, but I have a proposition for you, a job related to cooperating with the Salvation Group. Chung Han-zion smirked at the proposition. So, what exactly are you talking about? Can you simplify it a bit? I'm talking about a highly profitable business opportunity for you, Kim Chae-hun replied with a serious tone. And you still don't understand? Well, that'll take some time. Meanwhile, the woman sitting in the car was updating Park Yeonwang on the situation outside. I've secured a public dungeon as you instructed, but it seems like your approach this time is different from usual. Things might get more complicated if you personally intervene, Kim Gu-jin said as he drove and talked on the phone. Park Yeonwang, sitting in the car, was focused on his phone. He chuckled and said, the head guild must take action because of stirred things up, and it might become chaotic and disorganized. Now the location and supporting cast are all set. Let's set the stage for the main actor. He paused as his phone screen displayed a call to Kim Gu-jin. Meanwhile, at the luxurious restaurant, Kim Chae-hun was nervously biting his nails, lost in thought. He couldn't understand Park Yeonwang's intentions and calculations. Seeing the tension, Chung Han-chung spoke up. He has requested 5 people, including me, to protect that person. He seems extremely important. Kim Chae-hun took his phone to check the list. He silently pondered if Kim Gu-jin's name was on it. Though Kim Gu-jin was involved in the public dungeon, he doubted if he could face the guild veterans alone. Kim Gu-jin, driving and conversing through the headset, asked, I've passed the test, right? The response on the other end confirmed it, even faster than he expected. Kim Gu-jin speculated about hiding his true abilities, but dismissed it as mere curiosity. He expressed his abilities because of the request. On the other end, the response was curt, that's enough. Anyway, you said you wanted to buy a dungeon, right? I've prepared a list of dungeons in Locker 19 at ILS Station. Feel free to drop by, and if you need anything, just contact me, Kim Gu-jin replied. But I have a few things to take care of at the moment, so I'll get back to you in a few days, he added. Lee Se-chun on the other end agreed to wait for Gu-jin's call. Lee Jina, his subordinate, who had been witnessing the conversation, spoke up. Boss, are you really planning to do business with him? The man smiled confidently and replied, your intuition has always been right. And being a broker isn't just about taking risks, is it? Kim Gu-jin, having met Park Yeonwang, sat in his room contemplating his words before responding. Mr. Park Yeonwang, I find this a bit dangerous. Are you suggesting I become bait? Park Yeonwang chuckled, you understand correctly. I don't know how our conversations turn into rumors, but rumors reaching the ears of the head guild is just a matter of time. He glanced at Gu-jin, pondering, seems like the kid is starting to get scared, but I don't care. He continued, enticingly, are you just planning to sit there and wait for death? I've personally hired a skilled team for you. So trust me and the dungeon with them. Kim Gu-jin resisted, but this is still putting my life at risk. Is there any compelling reason we have to do this? Park Yeonwang explained, I apologize for that, but I still owe them a few favors, and I'm the type who can't rest easy when I owe someone. Kim Gu-jin sighed, I understand. If that's the case, then there's no other way. But I want a raise. Park Yeonwang grinned deviously, pleased internally. But Kim Gu-jin also revealed a mysterious smile. It seems like he knew about this in advance, Park Yeonwang said, immediately agreeing. His female assistant approached and placed something on the table. The boss has prepared something for you, Kim Gu-jin, Park Yeonwang announced. If you're stronger, the survival rate is higher, isn't it? He added as Kim Gu-jin looked at the item on the table with suspicion. With doubts about Park Yanwang's intentions, Kim Gu-jin left, standing at the door, silently contemplating, feeling like he had been fooled. Before I return here, Park Yanwang has met with the Yamato faction and followed the path of a defector. It's a timely decision but also irrelevant. I never expected him to give me this. He's more useful than I thought, Kim Gu-jin thought to himself. Meanwhile, a group of people was walking along a mountain path, one of them complaining loudly, "Why are we so pathetic? It seems like we're just waiting to die. Will we ever pay off our debts?" Another person snapped back, "Shut up and keep moving. How do we even know who we're helping in this dungeon? How much longer do we have to endure?" The leader angrily shouted, "I don't know. Just shut up and kill monsters." The commotion from this group attracted the attention of a lurking creature as the sky began to darken. Meanwhile, Chung Hun Chung's group gathered under a secret bridge, confidently informing the other side over the phone, "I'm ready." "Yes, I'll do as you said," before hanging up. To his surprise, the voice on the other end was Park Yanwang's, while Chung Hun Chung was clandestinely dealing with another party. He chuckled cunningly and said, "In short, I just need to hand Kim Gu-jin over to you guys, right?" The other person quickly agreed, "Exactly, that's all." Chung Hun Chung, with bottomless greed, looked at the suitcase full of money but still wasn't satisfied. "But this amount seems a bit less, doesn't it? Considering that we'll lose an important customer, we should compensate a little more, shouldn't we?" Kim Chae-hun laid down a condition, "If it's about money, once the job is done, you'll receive a considerable sum more. I can also find other clients for you if you want." Chung Hun Chung, with eyes full of ambition, replied, "Instead, I want to make a contract with the Salvation Society. If you can make that happen, I don't think I need any extra payment." However, Kim Chae-hun declined the request. "I can't do that because I can't decide on matters related to the society's interests alone." Feeling unsatisfied with the refusal, Chung Hun Chung hesitated and replied, "Understood. Well, okay then." And finally, they bid farewell to Kim Chae-hun, excited about the amount of money they had collected. One person in the group expressed, "I didn't think there would be people like this in the Salvation Society." Chung Hun Chung laughed, "It's just human nature. Not everyone is Lee Se-chun. But what does that have to do with us? We just need to seize this opportunity and swagger after we receive enough money." Meanwhile, on the other side, there was an announcement that the dungeon had been conquered, and all members of the Firstborn's team survived. A passerby recognized them and seemed startled, asking about the situation of the Phoenix Society members. "This will be a good opportunity, as long as I use the headquarters properly. I've always thought it's a waste of talent if I only operate in Korea. Now, even if the plan doesn't go smoothly and Kim Gu-jin dies, at least I'll have valuable information about the headquarters." He smirked and looked at his watch. "It's time. Everyone has gathered below." When Kim Gu-jin was spotted, someone approached him. "Hey, new recruit here?" He greeted. "My name's Kim Gu-jin." The other introduced himself. "I'm Chung Hun Chung. Let's do our best to complete the dungeon. There should have been another team, but they seem to be late." "Just in time," he remarked as a white car rushed in. "Here they are." The people stepping out of the car were from the headquarters. They marched confidently towards them. Gu-jin eyed them cautiously. "Excuse me, where are the restrooms?" Chung Hun Chung asked in surprise. "I was just about to go there." "Let me guide you," Gu-jin said, stopping the conversation. He asked Gu-jin, "So, you're the one we have to escort?" Gu-jin replied, "Ah, so you guys are the team Park Yanwang mentioned." He chuckled and continued, "It's almost time. Let's walk and talk more carefully. The ones coming after don't know we're on the same side, so let's not let them see. We'll stick together in the dungeon." Gu-jin skeptically asked, "Are you telling me to go alone in the dungeon?" Chung Hun Chung reassured, "Don't worry. We won't be too far from you. There will always be someone secretly following you. Anyway, there's likely to be a trap on the second floor. If we start fighting as soon as we enter, completing the dungeon will be very difficult. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Just trust us and go in." Gu-jin had pondered for a while and eventually agreed with him. "All right, I'll follow your lead," he replied. Chung Hun Chung cheerfully responded, "Great, you go ahead then. If we go in together, it might raise suspicion." Chung Hun Chung watched as Gu Jin walked away, his eyes revealing a sinister intent. Things seemed smoother than he had anticipated. Once everyone had gathered, the system announced that they could proceed to the next floor and eliminate the lurking Groban to avoid encountering the large pack. Chung Hun Chung delegated tasks, suggesting that the first floor leaned more towards exploration and the completion conditions weren't too difficult. He advised them to split up and search on their own. Then, he pointed at Kim Gu Jin, indicating that he would be going alone, so they would assign someone to accompany him. One of his subordinates volunteered, and Chung Hun Chung quickly agreed. "We don't have time to waste. Deal with the Groban quickly and move on to the second floor," he exclaimed. 3 teams of 5 were formed, each heading in different directions. Chung Hun Chung glanced back at Gu Jin, signaling him with his eyes. As Gu Jin walked and contemplated, he realized that the battle would commence on the second floor. The motorcycle-eyed man voiced his complaint. "Why the delay? Gu Jin's always hesitant. What if he dies? That would be a big problem." Kim Chae-hun reassured, "The team I hired will ensure his safety. There won't be any issues." The motorcycle-eyed man questioned him again, interpreting his actions as distrust towards their abilities. Kim Chae-hun responded, "There's no need to be sensitive. That's not what I meant." Internally, Kim Chae-hun thought, "I'm only here to clean up the mess, especially after Chung Hun Chung finishes his business." On this side, Chung Hun Chung was sitting in a corner, questioning his subordinates. "What's the situation? What's Kim Gu Jin up to?" he inquired. One of them responded, "He's hunting orcs. Seems quite skilled at it. He's using poison to capture each one." Chung Hun Chung began to ponder upon hearing this. "Poison, huh? Is there anything else?" Some others interjected. "Why are you worrying so much? Do you think we can't handle one guy?" He responded calmly, "It's because things seem too simple that I'm suspicious. Park Yanwang and Kim Chae-hun aren't the type to spend money so easily." He continued, "Is Jin Gup still following him?" The subordinate asked curiously. "Yes, is he planning to join him?" Chung Hun Chung replied with a cunning smile, "If we go together, he'll trust us more. And when he lets his guard down, we'll capture him." Chung Hun Chung and the others then advanced towards the direction of Kim Gu Jin's team. The subordinates looked around in bewilderment. "He must have just been here. Where could he have gone?" one of them wondered. Chung Hun Chung remarked, "If he ran, there must be traces. Based on the scent of blood, he must be around here." They discovered signs of a scuffle and the corpse of a monster, but Jin Gup was nowhere to be found. Chung Hun Chung sensed that something was amiss. Suddenly, one of the subordinates pointed forward and exclaimed, "Boss, over there." Further ahead, Jin Gup and Kim Gu-jin are lying in a pool of blood. Chung Hun Chung ordered, "Check on Jin Gup first. The rest of you, be cautious and watch around." As Minshik attended to Jin Gup, he noticed Trin Guk coughing up blood. Alarmed, he realized the severity of Trin Guk's neck injury. "He's in bad shape. He's not stopping the bleeding. If you keep talking or struggling, it won't be good," Minshik warned. Jin Gup, despite losing a lot of blood, still strained to raise his arm towards Kim Gu-jin, as if signaling something. However, Kim Minshik snapped, "Whatever it is, we'll deal with it later. Focus on saving your life first, damn it." Chung Hun Chung inquired from behind, "What's going on with Jin Gup, Minshik?" Minshik replied urgently, "It's critical. At this rate, he'll die for real, boss." Chung Hun Chung gritted his teeth, pondering what could have gone wrong. Everyone knew they were on the same side, so it couldn't be an ambush from the other party. Suddenly, he remembered Kim Chae-hun's warning about matters related to the rescue organization. He realized they needed to be cautious and ensure nobody knew about this incident. So, Kim Chae-hun is playing dirty. He's planning to silence us all, Chung Hun Chung concluded silently. Kim Minshik shouted, "Stop hesitating, boss. Jin Gup is losing too much blood. My healing magic isn't enough." As he spoke, a skeletal figure emerged behind Kim Minshik. Without hesitation, it swung its sword, slicing Minshik in half. Everyone gasped in shock, and Chung Hun Chung's anxiety escalated. They're creating wounds like that on Jin Gup because they want to deal with our Heller sooner or later. They're targeting Heller first, meaning they're experienced and know what they're doing, Chung Hun Chung analyzed. I think Kim Chae-hun has deceived us. I should have been more cautious. Their demands were too suspicious, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, multiple skeletal figures appeared, surrounding them. Simultaneously, at Kim Chae-hun's team, they were dealing with spirit wolves. One of them, with blonde hair, arrogantly remarked, "Don't overexert yourself. These are easy, they're just attracted to my handsome looks." OC-chan retorted arrogantly, "You wish. It's more likely they're repelled by your disgusting odor. Next time we enter the dungeon, can you spray some perfume?" OC-chan, upon hearing this suggestion, nonchalantly lifted his armpits to sniff and replied, "Why? What's wrong with my scent? Do you know how much money I spend on cologne?" The blonde-haired individual cursed, "Damn fool, I've told you countless times. These monsters have keen senses. Look over there, your fans are swarming again." OC-chan confidently responded, "As long as I warmly welcome my fans, there shouldn't be a problem." The first spirit wolf monster rushed towards them, only to be torn apart by OC-chan's bare hands. The second one attacked from the left, aiming its sharp claws at him, but OC-chan swiftly punched its head, shattering it. As for the remaining spirit wolf, OC-chan paid it no attention, knowing it would soon be dealt with. Meanwhile, Chung Hun Chung's situation was quite unstable. He gasped and interrogated the despicable traitor, "Why did you betray us?" Kim Gu-jin looked at him and retorted, "Betrayal? You're still lying even at death's door? You people only know how to use brute force, granted power for your own benefit. Your greed has exceeded all limits this time. You once said that the value of each individual is different, right?" Chung Hun Chung was taken aback. "How did you know?" he asked. Actually, Chung Hun Chung and his comrades were discussing the presence of someone from the rescue organization there. They wondered what was so special about Kim Gu-jin that both Park Yeon-won and Kim Chae-hun were interested in him. "He claims he wants to keep Kim Gu-jin alive to ask him something," Chung Hun Chung explained. His comrades agreed, adding that if Kim Gu-jin wasn't killed, their boss wouldn't get to enjoy his pleasure. Chung Hun Chung smirked, pulling down his sleeve to reveal the numerous scars on his arm. "You mean these?" he retorted. "Well, next time we'll have someone worth hunting. No big deal." His comrades were suddenly enthusiastic, remarking on how many they had already killed. "This one's for the three of us," they exclaimed. "Rescuing someone's life last time wasn't bad. The more requests we get like this, the happier we are. Killing just 3 but earning more. Completing a dungeon," Chung Hun Chung commented. "Do you think everyone's life is worth the same? Everything has different values, and we only kill if they pay the right price." To their surprise, Kim Gu-jin had been silently observing them from the nearby table, listening to their entire conversation. With a cold demeanor, he drew his weapon and slashed Chung Hun Chung's watermelon right in front of him, catching him off guard. Later that evening, Kim Gu-jin stood before the succubus, the target of the first floor. "Now we're curious," he said. "How much is your life worth?" With a swift strike, he cut down Chung Hun Chung's watermelon, leaving him speechless. Later, Kim Gu-jin stood in front of the succubus, the target of the first floor, and said, "So now I'm curious. How much is your life worth?" Chung Hun Chung, still shocked by the unexpected turn of events, failed to signal the completion of the first floor. If they had found the succubus, Matsumoto reasoned, it must not have been their plan. The completion of the first floor caught them completely off guard, indicating that the enemy had likely moved ahead to the second floor and was waiting to ambush them. Kim Chae-hun realized, damn it, they figured out our elimination plan. Once betrayed by them, it's true that standing before the second floor, Kim Gu-jin was already there, opening the door to the company building. Park Yeon-won asked the female secretary about the items. Most players buy a lot whenever they prepare to enter the dungeon. "Is there anything unusual?" Secretary Lee replied. "He bought a large number of test tubes, so I found it a bit strange." I know that bodily fluids, skin, and various body parts of many types of monsters are highly valuable, but in the dungeon he came to, there was nothing valuable. So I reported it to you. Park Yanwang pondered about buying equipment for storing ingredients, even though he was risking his life as bait. He wondered what Kim Gu-jin was thinking. Kim Chae-hun's team had already reached the second floor but found no one there. Matsumoto said, "It seems they've arrived at the second floor already. It's highly likely that they are ready to ambush us, so let's be prepared mentally." A team member sarcastically remarked, "Thanks to someone, we finally get to have some fun. We should show a little gratitude, shouldn't we?" Kim Chae-hun, furious, cursed Chung Hun Chung. "He'll pay for making me lose face." While they were all entering the second floor, a creature had awakened beneath the marsh. Matsumoto was puzzled. "I thought they'd attack as soon as I appeared, but it seems not." A team member scornfully said, "Yeah, they're probably scared and hiding." Suddenly, a bunch of arrows flew towards Kim Chae-hun's team. He panicked. "What the heck? Is this blood?" He pointed to the test tubes containing blood. Kim Chae-hun was also puzzled, not understanding anything. It was a perfect ambush opportunity. The team member wrinkled his brow at the strong smell at the moment. Kim Gu-jin stepped out from behind the tree, apologizing for the smell. "I thought it had to be this much to suit you." Kim Chae-hun, annoyed, said, "This bastard is just mocking us." Chung Hun Chung grinned. "Do you think you'll be safe after playing tricks on us like this?" Kim Gu-jin pondered. As predicted, he still thought he was on good terms with Chung Hun Chung. He ignored Kim Chae-hun's question and replied with a smile, "What do you mean by mocking? I know what you're up to. After this, you'll deal with Chung Hun Chung and his gang, but I don't think you'll join us. You're here with the save team, so let's skip that. Now is not the time for banter." There were unusual signs behind the save team's pond. Matsumoto sensed something approaching. A vicious lizard warrior emerged from the water's surface. Before the save team could react, one of their members lost their head to the creature's bite. Matsumoto cursed, "What have you done?" Kim Gu-jin casually explained, "It's the stuff I smeared all over myself. You guys were the target from the first floor, and it's also a snack for the lizard warriors because I took the trouble to smear a bunch of sauce. So, of course, you'll become a sumptuous feast for the lizard warriors." Matsumoto, infuriated, charged at him, swearing to gouge his eyes out and shove them up his behind. Kim Gu-jin remained calm, saying, "Keep yelling all you want. I was a bit surprised to see your sword, recognizing it as the leader of the swordsmanship. Look at the blood gathering on my face. I thought you were just a regular soldier, but I didn't expect you to be the disciple of the swordsmanship leader," Matsumoto exclaimed in astonishment. At the same time, Kim Chae-hun gestured around, looking for the Chung Hun Chung group. "Where are they?" Kim Gu-jin replied calmly, "It's not a problem. With only 4 of us left in our faction, we still have enough strength to complete this dungeon." However, as he was pondering, O-si-chan had to exert himself to fend off attacks and fight a large lizard warrior. He shouted, "What are you doing, Kim Chae-hun? Are you just standing there watching?" Kim Chae-hun furrowed his brows. "If Chung Hun Chung appears at the right time and our faction's forces are scattered like this, our side will be the ones facing death." 2 swords clashed fiercely, creating sparks. Matsumoto asked how he knew, and Kim Gu-jin replied arrogantly, "Just a guess, but it seems I guessed right." Angered, Matsumoto attacked Kim Gu-jin relentlessly. Calmly, Kim Gu-jin defended against Matsumoto's deadly strikes. He thought to himself, "I may not be skilled enough to duel with him anymore, but you're mistaken." Kim Gu-jin dodged Matsumoto's attacks skillfully, maintaining his focus and not letting himself slip for a moment. After evading the strikes, Kim Gu-jin smeared his blood all over Matsumoto's face, infuriating him. "You coward, smearing your blood on my face like that." Suddenly, a notification appeared. "You have been poisoned. Your strength is decreasing continuously." Seeing the notification, Matsumoto became furious. "I have to kill you, you dog," Matsumoto declared, tightening his grip on his sword, preparing to unleash his most powerful move. His eyes glowed red as 6 strands of energy surrounded him, transmitting green energy waves. Kim Gu-jin muttered grimly, recognizing the impending technique. Matsumoto swung his sword, causing a fierce whirlwind to form. Kim Gu-jin recalled images of others who had faced this technique before, realizing its potency. He narrowed his eyes, expertly defending against Matsumoto's attacks, leaving deep gashes in the ground wherever the sword struck. Dust filled the air, obscuring visibility. Matsumoto succumbed to the poison, showing signs of impending collapse. He knew he hadn't mastered the technique thoroughly, and its strain on his body was immense. His hands trembled, barely able to hold onto his sword, which he should have captured alive. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind Matsumoto, launching a surprise attack that caught him off guard. Matsumoto couldn't evade the protagonist's strike, and the full force of the protagonist's fatal blow struck him. Blood flowed from Matsumoto's eyes as he reminisced about his rigorous training days. He had rejoiced when he finally learned the technique his master had taught him, but using it now, he realized its limitations. His master had warned against using it in actual combat, as it could only be used once due to its high lethality. Despite his training, Matsumoto's hands trembled with fatigue from using the technique just once. Reflecting its immense destructive power, it consumes a great deal of physical energy and puts a tremendous strain on the body. If one were to use this technique in actual combat and the opponent were to exploit that weakness, the user would likely meet their end. Matsumoto sighed as he heard his master speak. There would come a time when he would encounter foes who wouldn't die after being struck with such force. All that effort, and when he was exhausted from using the technique, he would be the one to perish. After being struck by Kim Gu-jin's powerful attack, Matsumoto's blood sprayed forth. He gasped, saying, "I've encountered that person, master." Matsumoto's comrades shouted loudly. Due to his lack of attention to the battle, Matsumoto's allies were also struck by a fatal blow from the massive lizard warrior. Kim Chae-hun stood aside, observing. Seeing both men defeated, he became suspicious. They claimed to be disciples of the sword leader, but why were they all so useless? Kim Chae-hun thought. Moreover, none of the Chung members appeared. Our side never gets a chance to think like this. He shouted to Kim Gu-jin, "Let's have a truce. We don't need to fight each other. Let's focus on completing the dungeon. It's better than continuing like this, or we'll all end up as the monster's dinner." Kim Gu-jin, hearing him speak, smirked disdainfully. "No need to worry about me, Kim Chae-hun," he replied. "If you all disappear, I'll have even more free time to clean up this dungeon." Kim Chae-hun was utterly astonished by Kim Gu-jin's words. "What did you say? If you all disappear, then we'll have even more free time to clean up this dungeon?" Kim Chae-hun exclaimed angrily. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Beneath the ground, bones began to emerge, first a forearm, followed by countless dry skeletons surrounding them. Kim Gu-jin only awaited his command to attack. The protagonist remained calm. "And why should we trust you, the one who just declared to kill me?" Kim Chae-hun was astonished. Hemotoxin and now even this magical technique. Why weren't they in the report? He wondered, feeling a sense of dread as he looked behind him to see a massive monster appearing, its mouth gaping wide, revealing sharp, jagged teeth, charging towards him. Quickly, Kim Chae-hun dodged the dangerous attack, but the monster kept on assaulting relentlessly, leaving him no chance to counterattack, only to evade the perilous blows. Suddenly, the monster's tail swung towards him, but luckily, O-si-chan intervened, swinging an axe at the tail, pulling Kim Chae-hun out of harm's way in the nick of time. O-si-chan spat out in disdain, "You watchdog of the Saviors League. You have the nerve to ask for mercy, but don't have the time to help out, huh?" However, before O-si-chan could do more than speak a few words, the monster turned its attention to him, seizing him effortlessly. Compared to the creature, O-si-chan looked like a tiny ant. The monster brought O-si-chan closer to its face, staring intently at him. O-si-chan, with a mocking tone, said, "Your stench is about to make me gag." The monster, infuriated by the insult, immediately tightened its grip on O-si-chan. Though Kim Chae-hun had been rescued, he remained sluggish, watching the giant monster squeezing O-si-chan without making a move to help. "Believe in yourself and hope," Kim Chae-hun thought frantically. How can I escape this situation now? Running is the top priority. Then, pretend to be a hero until they clear the dungeon. Survival is paramount. I can't afford to die here. Just as he was planning his escape route, something brushed past him. Kim Chae-hun was startled as he noticed something swiftly pass by. He looked towards the direction of the monstrous creature and saw a skeletal soldier fiercely attacking the large beast. He was extremely astonished. A skeletal soldier was just a set of bones, so how could it move like that? It was almost on par with an advanced player, and what's more, there were 5 of them, not just one. Kim Chae-hun seemed to realize something. If Kim Gu-jin was this powerful, it meant that he had already dealt with the entire Chung Hun Chung group. That's why they hadn't appeared yet, and the mystery of the deaths of all the members of the long-standing guild in the dungeons was also revealed. While Kim Chae-hun was lost in thought, the skeletal soldiers were aggressively attacking the lizard-like monster. It seemed like victory would belong to the skeletal soldiers, not the large lizard creature. Kim Chae-hun firmly believed that he must escape from this place at all costs to report back. But why did the monster ignore the skeletal soldiers and only chase after him? The lizard-like monster disregarded the attack from the skeletal soldiers and focused solely on attacking Kim Chae-hun, causing him to panic and run for his life. Suddenly, a surge of power struck the lizard-like monster from somewhere, causing it to collapse to the ground with a thud, ceasing its attack on Kim Chae-hun. Kim Chae-hun, who thought he was going to die at the hands of the creature, was now astonished to find himself alive and well, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh! Oh! 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 We got it! But wait, it's not down yet?" Even after falling to the ground for a while, the monster rose again, surprising Kim Chae-hun. Why won't it go down? What's keeping it so resilient? He wondered in amazement. After a short period, the monster ceased its attack and directed its fierce gaze towards Kim Chae-hun, leaving him frustrated as to why it always targeted him instead of the skeletal army. From afar, Kim Gu-jin calmly watched Kim Chae-hun fleeing from the monster and remarked that becoming bait had made the battle easier. In this moment, Kim Gu-jin recalled an event from a past life when an angry girl questioned why they smeared mud on themselves. Her companion explained that lizard warriors had poor vision, hence camouflage was necessary. When Juseo asked Kim Gu-jin about this, he replied calmly, acknowledging that not everything was always correct. Meanwhile, Kim Chae-hun continued trying to escape the monster but couldn't keep running indefinitely. He suspected that the lizard warriors were only targeting the players. Seeing Kim Gu-jin standing leisurely nearby, he decided to propose cooperation to deal with the creature. Kim Gu-jin noticed Kim Chae-hun's action and prepared to respond seriously. The battle intensified as a temporary alliance formed between them in this urgent situation. The protagonist immediately commanded a skeletal soldier to attack and hinder Kim Chae-hun's actions. Seeing the skeletal soldier blocking his path, Kim Chae-hun scorned the dry bones, wondering how they dared to obstruct him. He leapt high to lure the lizard monster towards Kim Gu-jin's direction, simultaneously dodging the skeletal soldier's attack. However, to his surprise, there was another skeletal soldier ahead, ready to fight alongside him and thwart Kim Chae-hun's plan. He was astonished that there was still another one. Kim Chae-hun was taken aback, realizing he couldn't evade the skeletal soldier's attack in time. He took the full force of the blow, blood starting to trickle down his forehead as his mask cracked in half. He collapsed to the ground, disregarding the monster charging at him from behind. As the massive lizard monster rushed towards him, it stumbled upon the ground near Kim Chae-hun, sending him flying far away. Meanwhile, Kim Gu-jin remained silent, observing from a distance. Kim Chae-hun, struggling on the ground, cursed, realizing the severity of his injuries. After retching, he turned to face the monster, witnessing a shocking scene unfold before him. The skeletal soldiers standing atop the lizard monster's carcass, indicating its defeat. With the lizard monster dealt with, Kim Gu-jin began to approach Kim Chae-hun and thanked him for leading the lizard astray. However, Kim Chae-hun became suspicious and asked what Kim Gu-jin meant by cleaning up. Understanding the implication behind Kim Gu-jin's words, Kim Chae-hun panicked and pleaded for negotiation, asking what Kim Gu-jin wanted in return. Kim Gu-jin agreed, saying, "Just help me out of this dungeon." Kim Chae-hun was astonished. "What do you mean?" The protagonist replied calmly, "You must be quite curious why it only targets you. Those eyes function like thermal sensors. Therefore, it naturally has no interest in me." The skeletal soldier, cold and distant, stood nearby. At that moment, the seemingly defeated monster suddenly sprang back to life, its mouth full of sharp teeth lunging toward Kim Chae-hun. Meanwhile, all media outlets were reporting the discovery of the A+2 floor dungeon. People had given up on it, and even the Mir Guild had abandoned the dungeon. The Phoenix Guild had declined participation as well. Lee, the secretary, approached with disbelief. "I can't believe this is happening. Just when you plan to conquer one floor, the sixth floor turns out to be the worst possible timing." Park Yanwang sighed. "What's the use of these complaints from the commoners? We need to focus on that sixth floor now." The media reported that the Savior Guild announced it would need time for preparation. Park Shin-hee emphasized the gravity of the situation and expressed the guild's trust in their preparation. Lee Se-chun watched the news, unable to contain his amazement. Even the Savior Guild has to postpone its participation. Lee China chimed in while eating instant noodles. "Of course. It's not called the Snake of Death for nothing. Europe, America, Japan. It's been 2 years since it first appeared, but there's been no significant information about it. And no player has ever returned alive when deciding to hunt it down. When that thing appears, the dungeon's difficulty level becomes just for fun." Lee Se-chun silently pondered. "And that thing shows up in our country, with no information available about it at all. The public trusts the Savior Guild without any doubt, but is it true? Is the Savior Guild's announcement genuine or is there some hidden motive behind it?" Lee Se-chun suddenly realized something. He exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Could it be?" Suddenly, Lee Se-chun smirked. "Let's see what these poor souls think. What if all the associations postpone participating in this dungeon?" Lee China would instinctively respond, "And then what? The deaf crowd, unafraid of guns, will simply regroup. Yet, there won't be any chance, and soon after, the government will want to quash that dungeon. The sooner, the better. Other countries will also open their dungeons," Lee Se-chun exclaimed. "That's right. Simply put, it will be a widespread dungeon assault. And if someone appears at this moment and destroys that snake," Lee China continued, "oh, then that person will be extremely famous, or thanks to the leadership of the boss." He raised his voice in surprise. "Boss, that's it. Meaning, the group at the World Saving Association deliberately delaying is suspicious," Lee Se-chun replied. "I'm not sure either, but with their expertise, postponing the suppression of that dungeon definitely has a reason." He then showed Lee China the analysis board of the World Saving Association's data and continued. "The longer it stays like this, coupled with people's increasing fear, the number of items in the dungeon will also increase. At that time, whoever can defeat the thorn-tailed snake will not only have wealth but also fame." By now, Kim Gu-jin had finished cleaning up inside the dungeon and earned the title of Lizard Hunter Warrior. He used the Skeleton Warrior to defeat that lizard. The system reported his promotion. The Bloodthirsty skill had been upgraded, the Summoning skill, and the Skeleton Warrior had also been upgraded. The Envoy of Hell had bestowed upon him a portion of its power. Kim Gu-jin couldn't help but marvel at the lizard. It was easier to battle than he thought, he silently mused. However, since he had begun to get entangled with the people from the World Saving Association, he would find it difficult to act freely soon. Kim Gu-jin wielded the sword forged from steel-covered tortoise shell, capable of dealing 109 physical damage, with an additional 11 strength when equipped, and a 20% increase in damage for each strike. He silently thought, wherever it's accounted for, this weapon, once belonging to the sword leader, isn't too bad. Kim Gu-jin handed the sword to a skeleton warrior, saying, "From now on, it's yours." The skeleton warrior held the sword in its hand, revealing a menacing face. Kim Gu-jin then approached Masamoto's corpse lying on the ground and said, "Now, let's have a little chat, shall we?" He activated Anubis' eye to read Masamoto's memories, only to find that the dungeon had been conquered. The manager quickly approached Kim Gu-jin, commending him. Well done. What about the others? Kim Gu-jin replied. They've all perished except for me. The manager, surprised, asked, What do you mean? Can you explain more clearly? Kachin Hup turned and walked away without a word. He said that just writing, the lizard warrior is much stronger than expected, would suffice for him to request permission. The manager called him Kim Gu-jin, but he left without saying anything further. Later, Kim Gu-jin made a phone call and talked to Secretary Lee. Yes, I handled it exactly as you instructed. As predicted by Park Yanwang, one of the targets, I used a unique grade sword that once belonged to the leader of the swordsmen. As you know, the leader of the swordsmen is a core member of the World Saving Association and also the head of the Yamato faction of Japan. Surely, that's the main headquarters of the association. Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin's eyes sharpened as he noticed something unusual in the room. He continued, That's all I could find out for now. But if you give me some more time to investigate further, perhaps there will be more new information. I'll contact you later from the room. Indeed, there had been passive eavesdropping before. Masamoto had said to Kim Min-sik discreetly, You don't trust me, do you? Kim Min-sik replied, Of course not. We have to be especially cautious because you will be in contact with the person the association has their eyes on. I installed it behind the TV. I just wanted to warn you beforehand. Masamoto agreed. All right, got it. After leaving the room, Kim Gu-jin thought, These damn heads are preparing to dig their own graves. At this point, who knows? Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin's phone rang. It was Park Yanwang calling. Kim Gu-jin sighed, feeling as if he had been caught in the act. Park Yanwang spoke up. I've heard the news. So, everyone except you is dead. You're lucky, aren't you? Anything interesting for me? Kim Gu-jin replied. I couldn't find any more important information because I had to focus on staying alive. But perhaps I have found out the main headquarters of the heads. Park Yanwang exclaimed, Not bad. Come to my house tomorrow. I want to hear the details. Kim Gu-jin replied, I'll meet you tomorrow as agreed. Then Kim Gu-jin went to Ga-in-san. He found the wardrobe and thought about wardrobe number 19 at Ga-in-san. He was cautious about OC-chan. Perhaps he also knew that he was a target. Hopefully, this list wouldn't disappoint him. After taking the dungeon list, Kim Gu-jin quickly left. In the car, while reading the dungeon list, Kim Gu-jin marveled. I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Even the World Saving Association considers him an obstacle. He silently thought that both the quantity and quality were excellent. Remembering information from the dungeons he had participated in, he realized how it all fit together. Kim Gu-jin murmured, OC-chan. It's not surprising that he's being hunted. Kim Gu-jin couldn't help but be surprised when he came across information about the white tang lizard egg. He marveled, I didn't expect him to have this as well. There isn't much information about white tang lizard eggs. I haven't even found out their origins. I wonder what information it holds. I'll have to figure it out myself. Saying so, he immediately contacted Lee Se-chun, as only Lee Se-chun would know about these things. It's a lead that brings us closer to the truth. We have to successfully conquer this dungeon at any cost. At that moment, Lee Se-chun's end of the line received a signal from Kim Gu-jin. He spoke up, Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? It's Kim Gu-jin. Lee Se-chun couldn't help but feel triumphant. Kim Gu-jin, finally reaching our first milestone, he thought, while Park Yanwang buried his face in the newspaper. So, summing it up, you're saying, the Chung gang, Hun Chung, and the heads will sort out their own matters. The protagonist responded affirmatively. There's a fairly strong individual among the members of the heads. Based on sword skills and equipment, they must be related to Japan. Park Yanwang mumbled, Japan, huh? There are also several factions in Japan that have significant influence. Once we're done with this dungeon, we'll have to look into this carefully. On the newspaper Park Yanwang was reading earlier, there was a headline. Park Yanwang of the Phoenix Association advances, conquers the 6-tier dungeon. Can the Phoenix Association really conquer the 6-tier dungeon? The Prime Minister had a discussion with Park Yanwang, and then Park Yanwang continued analyzing. Considering that you survived twice while all the other heads perished, they will start paying attention to you. Limit your solo actions until I return. He snapped his fingers and Secretary Kim. Immediately, Secretary Kim approached and reported that the money had been transferred to his account. Park Yanwang directed a smirk towards Kim Gu-jin. See, you heard that? That's your compensation. After we handle this dungeon, I'll get in touch with you. Kim Gu-jin nodded slightly, thanking him. Shortly after, he left the headquarters. Kim Gu-jin smirked as he returned from the dungeon. In his mind, he thought, now those troublemakers know. Park Yanwang has my back. They'll focus their attention on him, not me. While thinking, he got into his car. Let's see Park Yanwang's reaction when he emerges, he thought. Once inside the car, Kim Gu-jin picked up his walkie-talkie. All necessary matters are taken care of now. Screw it, he muttered. I wonder if the warning against acting alone still stands. He observed a house made of a container amidst the snow. Secretary Lee was reporting over the phone. Preparations are complete, sir, but I'm not sure if Kim Gu-jin agrees with this. On the other end of the line, Lee Se-chun interjected, don't worry. If there's any issue, I'll talk to him. Secretary Lee responded, understood, it's clear now. Meanwhile, as Kim Gu-jin approached the small container house, as he reached out to open the door, a voice from inside the room spoke. Comrade, get ready to go. It was Lee Chia speaking. Secretary Lee responded, I told you to call me, sir, in public. And how many times do I have to say that I don't like being called Mr. Lee Chia? It sounds like Ace. What if someone overhears and thinks I'm him? At this moment, Kim Gu-jin stood silently outside the door, hearing Lee Chia's surprising words. Lee Chia of the Phoenix Association. Could it really be him? Kim Gu-jin stepped into the house where Lee Chia was seated, with Secretary Lee standing beside him. Kim Gu-jin immediately became alert. Secretary Lee casually said to him, a supervisor will accompany you because you've chosen a dungeon that doesn't match your level. If you agree, please sign this contract. You can ask me anything if you need clarification. Kim Gu-jin looked directly at the jovial Lee Chia sitting opposite, who was immortal in the game and couldn't be killed. He had escaped from Kim Gu-jin's grasp twice before when he was a hunter for the World Saving Association. The third chance hadn't come yet. Perhaps due to his keen eyes, Lee Chia also noticed the protagonist, but Kim Gu-jin continued to ponder. He hadn't expected Lee Chia to be connected to OC-chan. Finally, Kim Gu-jin spoke up. This is the first time I've heard that I need a supervisor. But overall, I have to go into the dungeon, right? Kim Gu-jin didn't engage with Lee Chia and seemed to have provoked him. Lee Chia spoke up. Hey, did you hear me talking to Secretary Lee? Kim Gu-jin chuckled. Oh, sorry about that. I prefer to be addressed as, sir, you know. Lee Chia got angry and exclaimed, so, you heard that, huh? You dare to disrespect me like this? Kim Gu-jin sighed inwardly, feeling his temper rise as usual. He didn't bother to respond casually and moved past the incident. Can I talk to OC-chan? He asked. Secretary Lee finally spoke up. You can use that walkie-talkie now. Holding up the walkie-talkie, Kim Gu-jin spoke into it. Hello? Can you hear me? OC-chan, is everything all right? OC-chan responded. What's going on? You don't like having a supervisor accompanying you? If the supervisor dies in the dungeon, what then? You can't predict what will happen inside. Lee Chia could clearly hear him and narrowed his eyes. Is this guy threatening me? He thought. On the other end of the line, OC-chan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You don't have to worry about that. He's perfectly capable of protecting himself. You don't need to worry about him. Kim Gu-jin replied. Somewhat puzzled, I understand. He glanced over and realized that Lee Chia had suddenly appeared behind him. Since when? He wondered. Lee Chia snatched the walkie-talkie from Kim Gu-jin's hand and exclaimed loudly, Boss, I think our new client is insane. Can I take care of him if he doesn't meet our expectations in the dungeon? OC-chan on the other end was startled. Is he angry? The heck with your eyebrows and your tangled hair. I told you to eat moderately in the office. Lee Chia disregarded his retort and continued. A bowl of udon won't make me full. I need to consume 10,000 calories per day. OC-chan almost shouted back from the other end. Then buy some cooking oil and shut your mouth, fool. Lee Chia snapped. A liter of cooking oil contains 9,000 kilocalories. Now turn off the walkie-talkie. You've drained the battery. Seeing this, Secretary Lee immediately intervened. All right, it seems like the discussion is over. Let me guide you to the entrance of the dungeon. The protagonist obediently replied, yes, excuse us. As they exited, Li Chia warned Kim Gu-jin, don't try any funny business. We don't tolerate anyone with ill intentions in the dungeon. No one has ever escaped either. Kim Gu-jin remained silent but thought to himself, based on what I know from my previous life, he's not bluffing. Unexpectedly encountering Li Chia the Immortal here, I'm feeling luckier by the day. He'll be extremely useful. Secretary Lee watched them leave and then reported, they're gone, but is everything really okay? If Li Chia doesn't return, we'll also consider him an enemy. The forest glowed dimly as the notification appeared. Pay attention. To proceed to the next level, you must defeat 111 werewolves. Li Chia hadn't finished speaking yet. He pointed at the protagonist. You were enjoying teasing me earlier, weren't you? Now, I'll do my best to ignore those 111 werewolves and see how you handle them on your own. I'll sit here, sip my tea, and wait for the moment you beg for help. He sat down on a rock next to a tree trunk and continued, let's go. Kim Gu-jin frowned at him and didn't want to say anything more. Speaking further would only anger him. Li Chia seemed to enjoy needling him, taking out a pastry from his bag and continued, oh, I can already see how pitiful you'll be. How can you not handle this alone? Taking a bite of the pastry, he continued, anyway, I'm a humble man willing to kneel and beg for your forgiveness. If you want my help, who knows, I might just decide to assist a bit. Kim Gu-jin felt quite bored. He believed that Li Chia must have received the blessing of Styx River. Only those deemed strong warriors, worthy of divine protection, could acquire such legendary skills. Regardless of being beheaded or having their heart torn out, those individuals would remain immortal and unbeatable. Perhaps Li Chia considered himself extremely fortunate to possess an immortal body. However, when one encountered Kim Gu-jin, he immediately summoned a skeleton warrior while Li Chia was munching on his pastry. The summoned warrior made Li Chia turn his attention, and Kim Gu-jin smirked wickedly. I'll show you that it's just a joke. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the mountains, revealing the skeleton warrior ruthlessly slaughtering savage beasts. Li Chia, seated on a boulder, watched the spectacle with excitement and admiration. This guy can really fight, can't he? What's his name? Rib Bones? And Kim Gu-jin over here just watches in astonishment. He continues. I used to wonder before, but now I understand. This is the reason why you can go alone into the dungeon. Kim Gu-jin over here is still listening and still standing motionless, looking at the chaos of dead animals. A mess left behind by the skeletal warrior. The animals killed brutally, blood everywhere. Li Chia's expression betrays disbelief. Even though he's seen it with his own eyes, he still can't believe it. Fear envelops him, as what he thought was just a burden, a pile of bones, can wield a sword like a high-level player. A skeleton warrior, just like that, possesses all the skills of a master. Not only that, but the higher his level, the more bones he can summon. Li China looked towards Kim Gu-jin with a hint of fear. Becoming the enemy of this wretched guy is extremely dangerous, just as the boss predicted. He's not someone ordinary who can just walk out of here. Li China thought about how to report this to the boss, but before he could make a move, Kim Gu-jin had already wiped out all the beasts. Approaching him slowly, Kim Gu-jin spoke with arrogance, noticing Li China's slight jump of fear. What's up, Li China? Looks like you don't need my help after all, he said, pretending to be calm. After I'm done here, I'll report back to you, he added, while O.C. Chan remained nonchalant, resting his legs on his thigh. Li China, sensing the veiled threat in Kim Gu-jin's words, received only indifferent responses. After hearing Kim Gu-jin's indifferent replies, Li China's brows furrowed, and he asked, somewhat suspiciously, did I hear you wrong? You just showed a lack of respect towards me, didn't you? Suddenly, behind Li China, a dark aura appeared reflexively. Li China turned around to look, and as he turned back towards Kim Gu-jin, he found that Kim had already summoned the skeletal warriors, giant skeletal beings surrounding him. Li China felt fear but tried to maintain composure, glancing at the skeletal warriors and complimenting, "These skeletal warriors are quite cute. Seems like suddenly things got a bit tough here, huh? What did you just say?" Li China asked, scanning the surroundings where there were up to 5 skeletal warriors. Kim Gu-jin replied indifferently, his hand still stroking his chin. "What did you just say earlier? You'll sit and watch if I don't beg for help, right?" Li China chuckled and scratched his head as if nothing had happened. "Oh, I was just kidding. Of course, I was only joking earlier. Pretending to yield to let go of the mistake, I even begged. I didn't mean to belittle you." Li China advanced a step and flew straight towards him, as fast as lightning. He didn't forget to threaten, indeed. "I told you it was my fault, you wretch." Kim Gu-jin didn't just let it slide. How could he overlook Li China's actions? Kim Gu-jin chuckled lightly, swiftly grabbing Li China's hand and lifting him off the ground before slamming him down. Li China had no idea what had just happened. After lying on the ground, he was amazed, staring straight up at the sky. He asked, "Kim Gu-jin," looking down at him from the elevated position, attacked directly at the summoner instead of the skeletal warriors trying hard. Li China was scared, as if he had predicted everything. This wretch had been hiding his personal skills until now. Gritting his teeth, he was both surprised and frightened at this moment. As he contemplated inwardly, Li China pondered on the purpose of their approach. Was it for himself or for the boss, O.C. Chan? Despite his fearful demeanor, he continued to speak, sweat dripping down his face, his eyes betraying his fear. "I don't need to know what you want, but you won't get anything from me. I keep secrets very well," Li China said, blocking any attempt to show his loyalty. Kim Gu-jin paid little attention to Li China's words, instead looking at him provocatively. "Oh really? You don't look so sure," he taunted. At the same time, the skeletal warriors fixed their icy gaze on Li China, and then they slowly advanced towards him, surrounding him. Li China, feeling the pressure, began to sweat profusely. The blades from all 8 directions were pointed at him, and he found himself tightly bound by a steel wire, unable to move. Both of Li China's arms were tightly bound and hanging from a tree. Furious, he yelled at Kim Gu-jin standing below, his mouth spewing venom. You filthy dog. Let me down and face me." Li China, suspended from the tree, swung helplessly, hungry and thirsty. He shouted in frustration, questioning Kim Gu-jin's actions. "How long have you been hanging me up here?" Li China's tone dripped with anger, as if he wanted to tear Kim Gu-jin apart. Shouting in desperation, Li China realized he was being deprived of food and water, left to die up there. He looked down at Kim Gu-jin, who seemed to find his plight amusing, like a madman clamoring for food. Kim Gu-jin, with a smirk on his face, approached the rope and cut it decisively with his sword. Li China fell to the ground, feeling the pain of the impact. Chuckling, Kim Gu-jin taunted him, "All right, I'll give you a chance. Get ready." Li China, overwhelmed by curiosity, asked, "What chance?" Kim Gu-jin explained, "I've shown you my ability. Now it's your turn." Li China immediately retorted, "What's the point of all this?" Kim Gu-jin replied, "To act as bait so my skeleton warriors can have some fun chopping. And then I'll let you go." Li China argued back, "I'm not going to just do as you say. I have my own thoughts." Kim Gu-jin menacingly raised the rope and threatened, "If you don't want this, then climb back up and continue playing." Li China, trembling with fear, thought to himself, "This guy is insane." He was torn between fear and compliance. With a shaky voice, Li China reluctantly acquiesced. "Okay, I have no further objections. I'm just a defeated man." Then followed a scene where Li China slaughtered the wild beasts with all his might, one by one. The beasts, fierce and ravenous, wanted to devour their prey alive. Suddenly, 10 more beasts advanced towards Li China, attacking simultaneously. Li China, overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts charging at him, cursed furiously, "What the hell is going on?" Then followed another horrifying scene. Nearly 100 ferocious beasts closed in on him, hungry and relentless. Li China raised his hand, seeking help from Kim Gu-jin, but it was time for the skeleton warriors to intervene. A wolf sensed something behind it and turned around, only to face a skeleton warrior standing firm with a raised sword. With a swift strike, the skeleton warrior decimated several wolves, splattering blood everywhere. The remaining skeleton warriors joined forces, slaughtering the rest of the beasts. Some were thrown into trees, others flung up to 10 meters away. Meanwhile, Li China managed to escape on his own, covered in blood and utterly exhausted from the carnage. He looked at the battlefield, his face grimacing with discomfort, blood dripping down his body. Despite the victory, he felt drained and uneasy. On the other hand, Kim Gu-jin stood atop the tree, witnessing the chaos unfold. Looking down at the scenes unfolding below, Kim Gu-jin felt satisfied. Li China, busy with this and that, made him chuckle with satisfaction. It wasn't as good as the previous life, but it wasn't far off either. He grinned wickedly as he watched Li China below, realizing his upcoming usefulness. Meanwhile, Li China was sprinting at breakneck speed, gasping for air, with the horde of beasts relentlessly chasing him from behind. They seemed relentless, akin to starving creatures. Li China gritted his teeth, groaning. He decided to take a brief rest. As Kim Gu-jin found himself disoriented, the horde of beasts redirected their attention towards him. With a swift kick, he dispatched one beast on the spot, while the skeleton warriors continued their relentless onslaught. Li China, exhausted after the battle, struggled to catch his breath, wiping the sweat rolling down his face. Unknowingly, there was still one ferocious beast left. And it lunged at his leg. Li China, unfazed by the pain, simply remarked softly, "Oh, there's still one left, huh?" Although bitten, he didn't feel the pain. Li China reached down and grabbed the ferocious beast biting him, then flung it far away, right in front of a skeleton warrior. He ordered, "Deal with this one, bonehead." The skeleton warrior promptly killed the beast. With all the ferocious creatures dispatched, the system announced that they had completed the first level of the dungeon. Li China, exhausted and worn out, addressed one of the skeleton warriors. "Hey, you guys are overworked because you met the wrong boss, you know?" He gestured to the skeleton warrior to come closer. "You're too diligent. Ease up a bit." The skeleton warrior, puzzled by what was happening, simply looked at him before turning away. Li China, feeling ignored, became furious. "Just a pile of bones dares to ignore me?" He even considered touching the skeleton warrior's head in frustration. But it dodged away. He became even more furious, twisting back, and retorted, "What? Dodged and still want to do something? Besides glaring at me, what else can you do? Come and try your luck today," he continued. "You and I need to clarify our positions." Meanwhile, Kim Gu-jin leaned against the tree trunk, observing, waiting for his mocking laughter with his misguided hands. He focused on comparing Li China to his past. He was vastly different from what we remembered from before, a powerful figure, engaging in direct combat with the saviors using his immortal body. The story still had no conclusion when Li China continued to spare the skeleton warriors. "You're determined not to let me touch you, right?" He continued to speculate, seeing Li China from the past, one of the strongest individuals we had to acknowledge, fighting cleverly to maximize the use of his immortal body. With a fierce countenance, unafraid of anyone, I also dared not approach him easily because of his self-destructive fighting style. But looking at him now, there's no trace of the cruelty he once exhibited. Clearly, something or someone has caused him to change. I have no memories of OC-chan from the past life, but it seems they were extremely close. Perhaps the death of OC-chan has awakened the Li China of the past, meaning if OC-chan had survived, the possibility is high that the path of the Savior Society would have deviated from the trajectory of the past. After Li China finished arguing with the skeleton warriors, he turned back to look at me cautiously. I still wasn't sure of his intentions, but he always emphasized the exact number, ensuring that even if I were surrounded, I wouldn't die. It was certainly not a coincidence. In the next wave, always arriving at the right moment, just as I had recovered. This isn't just a simple analysis of monsters and dungeons. It's about the insight of someone who understands every detail of every issue. This goes beyond mere capability of a high-level player. His eyes also betray a hint of fear, extreme fear that he doesn't want to admit, like he's superior to me in every aspect. Kim Gu-jin approaches. Well done. Let's move to the second floor. As he's still contemplating, he's startled when I approach again, asking, what's up? He just chuckles. The second floor will be much easier than here. The system announces the transfer to the second floor, and a beam of bright light pierces through. Lee China runs his hand through his hair, sighing, man, I'm so exhausted I thought I was dead. But there's no response. He continues, I've been grinding like crazy all day. At least let me rest a bit. Then suddenly, he retrieves 4 vials of differently colored water from the system. He curiously asks, looking at them, what in the world are these? They don't look like medicine. I respond lightly, comrade, are you confident you can vanish as quickly as a Viet Cong soldier? He doesn't understand what I mean, naturally asking, what are you talking about? Then I toss all the vials to the ground, creating a loud noise. He still doesn't understand what's happening, looking around in confusion. He questions, what's this trickery, Kim Gu-jin? I just chuckle and say, it's best if you put your feet up and start running slowly. It's coming. A strange, ominous roar echoes from a distance. Reflexively, Lee China turns around and sees a gigantic white-tailed lizard, with a long tongue and massive body. When Lee China sees it, he breaks out in a cold sweat. This pot-faced guy. He's already causing trouble before I even have a chance to relax. The scene shifts to a newspaper article discussing how the South Korean government has accepted foreign delegates to participate in the A+ ranked dungeon. O.C. Chan and his assistant Lee are discussing the newspaper article. Despite anticipating this outcome if the Salvation Society retreats, O.C. Chan is concerned about the length of the list of foreign delegations. Lee replies while sipping tea, we have collected the information this morning and are currently comparing and analyzing. O.C. Chan praises the progress but emphasizes the need to be diligent before China returns. He worries if Lee China is in trouble. Meanwhile, a lot is happening with Lee China. He is rushing forward to avoid the attack of the gigantic white-tailed lizard. He's infuriated and can't understand why this white-tailed lizard is only targeting him. Lee China's bones are also swiftly running after him. He's thinking, but it seems this time he just needs to act as bait. He understands the problem and worries as he runs forward. Suddenly, he stops, and the gigantic white-tailed lizard stops too. He grits his teeth, thinking it's still better than being stuck in the first level. You wretched creature, just wait until we're out of here. I'll crush you into dust, he mutters. After saying that, the gigantic white-tailed lizard opens its mouth wide, intending to bite him, but Lee China manages to hold back its jaws with one hand. Kim Gu-jin is still standing on the tree, observing everything, and just hums lightly. Then, there's a loud explosion, smoke billows everywhere, and one of Lee China's legs sinks into the ground and retracts backward. He holds tightly the wide-open mouth of the white-tailed lizard with one hand, his eyes piercing cold. Sweat pours down, and he struggles to catch his breath. He sneers, I won't play nice with you anymore. Suddenly, a skeletal warrior charges forward, intending to attack the white-tailed lizard. Lee China sees this and sneers, the end is here, as the skeletal warrior leaps high, wielding his sword, and plunges it straight into the head of the white-tailed lizard. Blood spurts out, and the system announces, the white-tailed lizard has been affected by the blood toxin. The rest of the skeletal warriors join forces to strike at it, causing it to fall straight down, and Lee China manages to step back in time. After the notification of the maximum effectiveness of the blood toxin skill, a loud noise reverberates. He sees this scene and thinks, these bone soldiers seem to be trained extremely meticulously. If it were someone else, it seems that summoning the skeletal warriors was only used as bait to buy time. The system notifies about the condition of the white-tailed lizard, which has been poisoned. Its vitality continuously decreases after being struck down, yet the lizard remains unfazed. It rises, thrashing its tail wildly, sending debris flying everywhere, its red eyes scanning for a target. The skeletal warriors seem unnoticed by it, which astonishes Lee China. He's perplexed, wondering why it doesn't see the bone soldiers. This explains why it's only focused on chasing him. Then, he looks up at Kim Gu-jin, who stands on a large tree branch. Suddenly, he's surprised. He recalls Kim Gu-jin's words about some kind of magic he used. The comrade started running with his legs up, just as he had planned. Now he understood and cursed that wretched guy. He had orchestrated all of this from the beginning. Before he could regain his senses, suddenly, the tail of the white-tailed lizard struck him, sending him flying far away. He groaned in pain, crashing into a large tree, causing a chaotic mess below with debris and smoke. It seemed like he would be severely injured, but he stood up with a mouth full of blood. The healing skill from the River Steve had been activated, and Li China's body glowed red as he quickly recovered. Gu Jin, witnessing this scene, chuckled knowingly. It was as predicted. He would recover instantly after receiving such severe damage. The white-tailed lizard continued to stare at Li China, its eyes glowing red. Its long tongue protruding menacingly. The splatter of saliva followed suit as Li China gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling the burn of his expended energy. He wanted to explode in anger. His hands began to sprout sharp spikes, ready for battle. He sprinted towards the white-tailed lizard standing there. With his arm blades poised, he punched straight into the creature. It winced in pain and collapsed, with the skeletal warriors seizing the opportunity to join the fray. He was furious at being treated like bait. These wretches saw him as nothing more than bait, just like their master. The two skeletal warriors, like their master, coordinated their attack swiftly, plunging straight into the white-tailed lizard. It was suddenly pierced from both sides, causing its legs to buckle in agony as it screamed out in pain. The system announced the good news. The poison had spread throughout the white-tailed lizard's body. But where did it come from? One of the skeletal warriors continued to soar upward, wielding his sword poised to strike directly at the head of the white-tailed lizard, aiming for the fatal blow. It collapsed to the ground, lifeless, as the system announced the achievement. The white-tailed lizard had been vanquished. Li China stood and felt a sense of relief wash over him as the notification of his level up appeared. Kim Gu-jin descended from the tree branch only after the white-tailed lizard had been slain. He received the accolade of a white-tailed lizard hunter and was rewarded with a set of skills. A series of skills emerged. The poisonous blood skill had leveled up, as well as the summon skeletal warrior skill. The envoy of the underworld was astonished by your calm demeanor. The envoy of the underworld shared a portion of their power with you. After a series of level-up notifications, Li China chuckled lightly, satisfied with the outcomes. The scene transitioned to the appearance of a ferocious badger, its maw gaping wide, relentlessly attacking the skeletal warriors. Both sides engaged in relentless combat. The strange thing here is that while some skeletal warriors were shattered into pieces, one of them managed to grab the ferocious badger and hurl it to the ground. The rest of the warriors fiercely pummeled the ferocious badger. A masked figure stood outside, watching, and cursed at the foolish skeletons. If they kept rushing in like that, they would all end up dead one by one. More reinforcements needed to be called in. At the same time, the system notification announced the defeat of 50 ferocious badgers. Li China leveled up and achieved the Ferocious Badger Hunter title. However, he still failed to garner the attention of the envoy from the underworld. The masked leader, upon hearing this, was surprised and thought to himself that even after personally killing 50 ferocious badgers, he still couldn't catch the attention of the underworld envoy. Who was this guy that even the favored guardian spirits tread lightly around? Meanwhile, Li China and his companions were examining the corpse of the ferocious badger. Li China cursed the masked leader under his breath. This crazy guy. I'm starving to death, and he still wants to pull something off? Then he opened his mouth and asked, Hey, Kim Gu-jin, are we done here, or is there something else left? I remained silent, pondering for a moment before replying, That's right, there's one more important thing. After defeating the giant white salamander, the ruthless Kim Gu-jin approached, his eyes scanning cautiously as he examined its entire body. Meanwhile, Li China stood with folded arms, patiently waiting. After a period of examination, the protagonist paused and remarked, This looks interesting. Then decisively, he made a long cut into the belly of the giant white salamander and expressed satisfaction. Finally got hold of this. Turns out, I found the white salamander egg and completed the dungeon. The body of the giant white salamander belonged to the supersized category, so its egg was gigantic, easily 10 times the size of a goose egg. Looking at the egg, Kim Gu-jin's expression became strangely fascinating. But then he became extremely determined. The Salvation Society was so cautious that they concealed whatever was inside this egg. Now we have the opportunity to find out what it is. Seeing the protagonist staring at the egg for quite some time, Li China suddenly remembered the condition to complete this underground task. Finding a certain item, right? We've been rolling around all day and forgot about it entirely. Moreover, what do you intend to do with that thing? Li China barely finished speaking when Kim Gu-jin immediately stabbed the egg with his sword, leaving him gaping in disbelief. Oh, you brute. You still don't know what it's for, and you've smashed it already. Then, with just one thrust from the protagonist, the egg shattered into pieces, revealing something dazzling. Kim Gu-jin wondered if it was some skills. Why did everything come down to this? Then, he clenched it in his hand, seemingly to vent his frustration. Meanwhile, Li China could only widen his eyes and exclaim, "What the heck is this?" Inside the egg, there's such a damn skill. The skill is described as having the condition that it requires a demon emissary. The level requirement is level 1 or higher, and the effect is the ability to resist all types of toxins. After reading that information, the main character appeared extremely surprised. How could that guy's skill be here? Poison King. Memories from a past life gradually emerged in Kim Gu-jin's mind. Poison King, who played with all kinds of toxins but never suffered any harm himself. Poison, thanks to the power of a buffet, explained one person. He seized what he wanted from others and then used poison to kill them in the most sinister way possible. When his cruelty peaked, the Salvation Society declared they would punish the Poison King. Many members of the Salvation Society, including me, joined the team to punish him, but there were still too many people who didn't believe such a skill could appear in an egg. I have fallen down in that campaign. Even now, I still remember vividly. Each teammate perished due to the poison of that despicable person. The white tang lizard egg. I know nothing more than the fact that the Salvation Society once owned it. I also don't think it's possible to obtain this skill from anywhere else, and certainly, the Poison King couldn't have stolen it. The only remaining answer can only be that the Salvation Society gave it to the Poison King. They gradually turned the Poison King into a villain, only to then become the savior. Lee Se-chun, once again, you have shown me that the sacrifices of my teammates were just stepping stones for you. But now, this belongs to me. The act of stepping on their corpses to ascend will never happen again. After careful consideration, the main character decisively tears apart the skill and has received the power of a buffet. From now on, I can resist any type of poison. Kim Gu-jin declared with steel determination. Lee Se-chun, I will surely tear you apart with these very hands. Kim Gu-jin's terrifyingly angry face made Li China somewhat apprehensive. Why is his mood suddenly like this? He's the one reaping the rewards alone, yet he seems increasingly incomprehensible by the day. While Li China sat there lost in thought, the main character coldly commanded, "Let's get out of here." Back to work. As he opened the door to leave, he suddenly noticed a peculiar paper bag lying on the table. Li China exclaimed in joy, just as expected. Big brother Osi-chan is so considerate, especially when I'm starving to death. Excitedly, he opened the bag, only to be puzzled when he found only 2 bottles of water inside, with no food in sight. Enraged, Li China shouted, "What kind of joke is this, you old man? 2 bottles of mineral water. Why would the old man put them in a paper bag?" Li China muttered to himself, sitting elsewhere. Suddenly, Osi-chan felt an itch in his ear. He wondered who could be speaking ill of him. His ear kept twitching, oblivious to the fact that someone was indeed badmouthing him. Ha ha, but then Osi-chan quickly changed his demeanor and picked up the walkie-talkie, speaking in a calm tone. Well, faster than I thought. You've finished constructing a dungeon, albeit not a very challenging one, in less than 3 days. Anyway, let's see what's happening on the other end. Kim Gu-jin boasted with pride, his tone not too bad. More importantly, what's happening outside? O.C. Chan continued, there's still no new information about Park Yanag's army entering the 6th-level dungeon. However, there's a report that the Great Ancient Society and the Vanguard Front, 2 of the world's 5 largest organizations, have entered. The decision to form an alliance, huh? Also, the Dragon Hunters have caught a Kim Long in a 5-level dungeon. Hearing this, the main character couldn't help but be curious. When the first Kim Long appeared, people were only interested in its skin, which is extremely tough and heat-resistant. They hoped that armor made from Kim Long's skin would open up new possibilities for players. However, it was the Kim Long's essence that changed history, not its skin. Initially, people didn't know its usefulness because who would think that it could do something like that? But thanks to chance, the ability to remove its seals and curses was discovered by Lee Se-chun using the Kim Long essence. Its value exceeded all expectations. It had to be obtained before someone discovered its true potential. Seeing Kim Gu-jin remain silent for quite some time, O.C. Chan asked if there was anything else he needed to know, mentioning that those were just a few big news items in the past few days. The main character quickly replied, that's enough for now. O.C. Chan expressed, all right then, I'll get the details from the supervisor. There's a dedicated phone there for contacting us. It can't be tapped, so it'll be much safer. Lee China prohibited any further interruptions and headed straight to the office. Hearing this, Lee Gina wailed in despair, can I let off some steam, boss? Whose fault is it that I'm treated like some useless guy? O.C. Chan responded firmly, because I'm your boss, I'll treat you to a meal. So get your butt back here right now. Lee China retorted, just good at wagging your fingers, but can't even offer a decent meal. 10 fingers pointing, but only 1 bowl. What a joke. After saying this, Lee China opened the door and left, muttering under his breath, don't think I won't have to deal with that jerk in the near future. The next morning, as soon as he arrived at the office, Lee China complained to O.C. Chan, I haven't even had enough sleep yet, and you're already yelling at me in the morning. What's up with that? Yesterday, I submitted the report, but unexpectedly, the supervisor called me again about that report. I had to speed up the plan. Then, he handed Lee China a document and instructed him to read it, ignoring Lee China's complaints. Lee China couldn't help but be shocked when he looked at the document. Are you kidding me? He exclaimed. You want me to go alone into the A+ Snake Tail dungeon, 2 floors down, to confront him? O.C. Chan interjected. What's all the fuss about? Who said you have to go alone? Of course, you need to go with someone relatively capable. Lee China continued, relatively capable? A dragon hunter? Or a special agent, but not Lee Se-chun, right? His level is too high to enter the 2-floor dungeon. Is there someone else as pro as you say but under level 35? Lee China's confidence prompted O.C. Chan to retort. Why did you forget about Kim Gu-jin? Lee China couldn't believe that Kim Gu-jin would be the one accompanying him. He couldn't help but express his astonishment. Kim Gu-jin? I don't want to go with that lunatic anymore. I said it yesterday. Besides his high skills, he's definitely gone crazy. People need to have some teamwork spirit, but he has personality issues. He even used me as bait for monsters. If I have to cooperate with him again, I'll go on a hunger strike. O.C. Chan continued to taunt Lee China, you'll be very grateful if you can go on a hunger strike. As he finished speaking, O.C. Chan took out a recording device from his pocket, and the sound from it played. The type of teammate you need is someone who won't hinder you during battles. I don't care about personality. If a monster attacks, personal issues don't matter. Ability is the most important thing. These words hit Lee China squarely in the face and made him feel ashamed. Hold on, boss. Despite the sound from the recording device continuing to play, if someone is like that, just bring him here. But there's no way he's stronger than me. Ha ha, O.C. Chan chuckled arrogantly. Do you recognize him, Lee China? Lee China couldn't help but cover his face in embarrassment. He couldn't believe O.C. Chan had been recording all this time. What a dirty trick. Anyway, O.C. Chan had probably made up his mind a long time ago. In the end, he'll do whatever he wants. The names of the 2 guys are already registered. They're quite big baits. Li China was surprised to hear that. He asked O.C. Chan what he meant by baits. O.C. Chan just chuckled smugly without answering. Meanwhile, in a desolate area on the outskirts of Seoul, Kim Gu-jin was sharpening his sword in an abandoned house that had been empty for a long time. He examined the broken blade of the sword and realized he needed to find a proper forge. Before that, he also noticed an abandoned suitcase. Kim Gu-jin opened the suitcase and examined its contents. Surprisingly, there were items of aesthetic value inside. He didn't expect O.C. Chan to own such things. It was the perfect time for him to deal with those troublesome leaders. He had to test them right away. Meanwhile, at Lee Se-chun's company, one of his subordinates was talking to him. He mentioned that there was still space available in the team to go snake-tailed dungeon hunting. He informed Lee Se-chun that the government allowed foreign associations to participate, but Lee Se-chun reassured him. He mentioned that they had already prepared everything with Secretary Lee, but finding space for both him and Kim Gu-jin wouldn't be easy. Lee Se-chun realized this trip would cost quite a bit, and he couldn't afford to spend money unnecessarily. At that moment, Secretary Lee, who had been eavesdropping, gently pushed the door open and informed Lee Se-chun that the Moscow Society from Russia had finished their auction. I've also transferred the items you prepared for Kim Gu-jin. I've purchased the masks you requested as well. At this moment, newspapers everywhere had begun reporting on the snake-tailed dungeon in Russia, at the Moscow Society meeting room. Kim Gu-jin, disguised as a rock, was sitting with Li Jina, watching as he tried on the masks. Li Jina complained about the low-quality masks, saying they made eating uncomfortable. Li China, still frustrated, continued to inquire, Kim Gu-jin, aren't you feeling nervous? Kim Gu-jin replied sarcastically, pretending to be cheerful while his mind raced with anticipation. Despite his attempt to hide his true feelings, Li China could sense his nervousness and tried to cover it up by asking about the excitement of the moment. However, his trembling legs betrayed him, and he struggled to maintain composure. Li China tried to emphasize that he had never been nervous, but his hesitant thoughts revealed otherwise. Before Kim Gu-jin's confident question, Li China couldn't help but wonder why this guy seemed so calm when no one had ever returned from the snake-tailed dungeon alive. He continued to speak, questioning Kim Gu-jin's authenticity while Jack boldly admitted his fear. Li China couldn't help but laugh at Jack's confession. Kim Gu-jin silently pondered, attributing his own nervousness to the situation. He hadn't expected to encounter something like this. Li China jokingly reminded him not to forget to buy meat for their celebration afterward, emphasizing the need for maximum cooperation in the dungeon. Despite Li China's remarks, Kim Gu-jin chose to ignore his words. As he was still busy checking the information about the newly acquired legendary item, the legendary mask, which belonged to the category of legendary items of level 1 or above, could be equipped. Its functionalities included the ability to control and connect with immortal creatures, increasing one's magical power by 10%, and boosting self-healing magical power by 10% after being equipped. Lee Se-chun couldn't believe he had obtained this item, feeling joyful upon discovering the true abilities of the death mask. Suddenly, Kim Gu-jin recalled a call from O.C. Chan while he was in the outskirts of Seoul, where O.C. Chan had praised his excellent performance and invited him to consider joining the snake-tailed dungeon. Kim Gu-jin, displaying modesty, admitted he hadn't thought about it yet, as merely entering was already very dangerous. O.C. Chan continued to provoke, indicating his anticipation of Kim Gu-jin's reluctance to jump into murky waters. I understand. You control the skeleton warriors very well, don't you? I've prepared something extremely suitable for you, a legendary great item. Just as he hung up the phone, Kim Gu-jin began to ponder about the item he possessed. Even John Gel, the immortal king, coveted this item to the point of madness, but couldn't obtain it. Yet now, it lay right before his eyes. He had never seen anyone use it before, so he wasn't sure of its effectiveness. However, Li China suddenly interjected loudly, reminding Kim Gu-jin about a rock. He rambled on for a while, but in the end, Kim Gu-jin was unfazed, still deeply engrossed in thought. Thanks to this item, the plan to dismantle the Salvation Society would accelerate significantly. At that moment, someone from the organizing committee quickly entered and announced, "Players of the Matexkova Guild, please prepare yourselves." At this moment, Li China and Kim Gu-jin quickly stood up and left. In their minds, they both thought they needed to test the mask on the first floor right away. As all the players entered the dungeon, the system began to announce, "Attention, survive for 5 days to proceed to the next level." Players started to panic and discuss the survival mission. "What's going on? Survival mission? Damn, this is the toughest challenge ever," they muttered. Li China and Kim Gu-jin had already finished equipping themselves as they approached the dungeon door. Suddenly, Li China remarked about the survival mission. It sounded easy at first. Just avoid getting killed within the specified time. But surviving alone was a different story. As Li China was talking, he suddenly paused and turned to Kim Gu-jin, saying, "Who knows how many monsters are lurking out there? What should we do?" Kim Gu-jin observed for a moment and calmly replied, "First, let's test the waters. Let's not jump to conclusions." Li China, in a state of agitation, recalled his previous struggles when he had to face a group of beasts alone, trembling with fear. He adamantly expressed his reluctance to engage in such a scenario again. However, Kim Gu-jin quickly explained, "I just received a new item. Obviously, we need to test its effectiveness. Isn't that right, Li China?" Li China, relieved to hear this explanation, responded enthusiastically, "Ah, so the new item needs to be tested first." Kim Gu-jin glanced around, speaking in a low voice, "Let's find a quiet place." Together, they found a secluded spot where Li China eagerly summoned his skeleton warriors. Li China seemed delighted, exclaiming, "I'm so glad to meet you again. And you even have new armor." However, the skeleton warriors appeared indifferent to his excitement. Li China became even more excited, eager to tease and provoke, wondering why Kim Gu-jin was avoiding him. He joked about having plenty of time this time around. Kim Gu-jin swiftly utilized the death mask item, explaining its functions again. The system quickly confirmed his ownership of the death mask achievement. Kim Gu-jin began to experience the increased magical power, feeling satisfied with the results. He was surprised to see a white thread connected to a skeleton warrior, resembling a puppet. Curious about how to control it, he tried moving his hand, feeling a surge of electricity running through his arm. The system confirmed his connection with the skeleton warrior, emitting a magical light. He was directly linked with the skeleton warrior, able to perceive its vision and effectiveness surprisingly well. Kim Gu-jin felt completely unified with the skeleton warrior, but Li China, still unaware of what was happening, continued to playfully tease the skeleton warrior, using his foot to push its head and jokingly claiming victory over it. The skeleton warrior responded sharply, demanding Li China to stop. Li China was taken aback by the sudden reaction, realizing that the skeleton warrior could communicate. However, the skeleton warrior's movements were still somewhat rigid and lacking flexibility. As it attempted to move, Li China mocked its awkwardness, causing the skeleton warrior to stumble and fall to the ground amid Li China's laughter. Li China then kicked the skeleton warrior's head, much to Kim Gu-jin's discomfort, who quickly intervened to stop him. Kim Gu-jin clarified that the skeleton warrior wasn't moving on its own but was being controlled by him. But things don't seem as easy as he thought. Controlling a skeleton warrior is even harder. I thought another group was also coming up with a battle plan. So what's the plan, Young Jun? Should we stay here or scout the surrounding area? And Young Jun, belonging to the Zodiac team, ponders for a moment before responding. We still don't know what kind of monsters will appear, so it's best not to rush. First, let's stay here and observe the situation. It seems like most of the other players are gathered here too. If there are any changes, we can pool our resources, and our chances of survival will be higher. One person in the group looks around at the others with some curiosity, wondering if they all share the same thoughts. And Young Jun quietly celebrates in his heart. After all, no one seems to have a significant influence. It's like a salvation society here. With this situation, the more, the merrier. We need to persuade the others, so that our faction can have some free time to go hunting. It's also at this moment when Kim Gu-jin's location seems to be the calmest that a monster appears. Li China is very excited, charging into battle. He raises his fist, not forgetting to taunt the creature with the nobility of his punch. The monster, struck by Li China's fist, falls down, boosting his confidence even more. What's this? I thought the survival mission would be challenging, but it seems like it's just a bunch of weaklings or I'm just too strong, he laughs. However, before long, Li China notices that the skeleton warrior has already taken down several monsters swiftly and more agilely than before. He looks at Kim Gu-jin in surprise, thinking, that pot guy is the real monster. He's fallen so many times before, but look at him now, going at it with those summoned skeletons like a wild beast. Li China suddenly remembers something. As Kim Gu-jin is influencing them, but he can also freely control them, it's like there's a game bug allowing him to do so. It seems unfair that while others have to risk their lives, he just puts on his mask and stands back, directing the show. Suddenly, a giant skeleton appears, startling him. How can he summon more bones while in that state? He wonders. After trying, he summons another giant skeleton, and Kim Gu-jin is quite satisfied. I can still summon, even while connected to another skeleton warrior, but it will cost triple the mana, and blood reading probably won't work. The skeleton warrior connected by Kim Gu-jin can speak, asking Li China, how are you doing? Li China responds cheekily, at least show some manners. Minimum courtesy is to look at someone when talking. Chatting with a bone doesn't do much for the brain. Don't tell me you need a noble punch to learn manners, Kim Gu-jin quips before he was even finished complaining. He was far away, just connecting his bones, but now they appear right behind Li China. Li China looks at him seriously and says, is this acceptable? As he touches Li China's back, making him jump and exclaim, oh my, you scared me. Kim Gu-jin smiles, so, how's your condition? Li China continues nonchalantly, well, you see for yourself. I feel much better after teaching some ill-mannered fellows a bit of etiquette. It's not like I'm saying you lack manners. They're just monsters, you know? Kim Gu-jin firmly holds the mask in his hand and says, from now on, let's go all out, shall we? Li China looks at him in surprise. What's with the sudden outburst? We haven't even started fighting yet. Home, is that enough? What's the point of using all our power here? And what about those OCs? Kim Ji-Jin continued to wear the mask, saying fiercely, that's just a warm-up, a warm-up. Li Jin-ah stopped growing, then deflated, appearing like she had no strength left. Slowly, as I spoke, I suddenly felt unwell. His eyes wandered. After thinking for a while, he found the reason. Ah, I have that. You know, anemia. I'm a little anemic. Huh. Why am I suddenly so dizzy? He sat down on the ground, trying to find a way to escape when he discovered a sword pointing in his direction. He panicked when he realized that Warrior Haikot was intentionally threatening him, so he shouted loudly. What are you doing? You said you were anemic, so why don't we supplement your iron? Li Jin-ah was upset at the Haikot warrior's naive answer. Iron? That's called an iron trick, Dad. Iron will still get into your body, so that's okay, right? Your mother, can you hear me saying that? Kim Ji-Jin witnessed the conversation, crossed his arms and smirked. The person who has recovered like that seems to still be healthy. In my opinion, there are many things to prepare. Knowing she couldn't hide anymore, Li Jin-ah was content on the outside, but inside she was filled with resentment. Damn this crazy killing guy. How can I be so weak that he's angry? The quiet atmosphere suddenly became noisy due to the sound of a large tree being felled. Li Jin-ah stood dumbfounded and looked at Kim Ji-Jin without asking. What the hell was he thinking? So far, I've only been cutting down trees and haven't encountered any monsters? The second day's battle for survival has begun. Players fought together, everyone's screams shook the whole area. Putting them in the middle, the teams quickly destroyed many monsters. The war finally reached its third day, but today everything was unusually quiet, with fewer monsters appearing. Players have free time to chat. Why are you so bored? The survival mission shouldn't have been like this. It's too strange, the number of monsters is too small, and Zhang Jun can't help but be suspicious. This is an A+ dungeon survival quest. It's okay to not run away, but this is too leisurely. This is not good, we need to take risks and explore a larger area. The wooden fence is about to be built, and Kim Ji-Jin suddenly receives a notification that you have leveled up. The messenger of hell becomes more and more interested in your personality. You will receive a skill jellyfish as a reward. Kim Ji-Jin happily exclaimed. Ah, this is... He quickly read the content inside the notebook. The master of controlling the Seabone warrior. Conditions, messenger of hell. Usage requirement is level 20 or higher. The effect enhances the skills of sea skeleton warriors and increases the number of warriors that can endure healing. Efficiency will increase if skills level up and the system quickly reconfirms them. You have received it, the control master of the sea skeleton warrior. Kim Ji-Jin looked in Lee Jin-Ah's direction and called out, "Let's go." He replied plainly, "Yes, why have you already left?" Lee Jin-Ah knocked hard on the wooden fence and said, "This thing is still in good use. Why did it have to go? It took all day yesterday to finish this." Kim Ji-Jin was still determined to leave. As the situation changed, the plan also had to change. Lee Jin-Ah showed an exhausted look, wondering, what's the situation? Has the number of monsters increased? Kim Ji-Jin smiled slightly without answering, holding the mask in his hand to look at it. The system continuously announced that the Seabone warrior had been returned, and the Seabone warrior had been returned. Lee Jin-Ah looked surprised, looking at the many Seabone warriors surrounding her. How can that be? Before you could only summon 5 skeletons. Kim Ji-Jin's voice was full of confidence. It was true before, but now it's different. Outside, the search team is also expanding the search scope. And Jong Jun suddenly discovered something ahead and shouted for the whole team to come closer. Everyone come here and look at this, standing among many monsters lying on the ground, exclaiming in surprise. As OCE people, how many bodies are there here? And Jong Jun was extremely wondering. This place looks more like a massacre than a battle. Who could do this? I thought I had gathered all the qualified people. Had he missed someone? His teammates were equally surprised. Jong Jun, come over here and see, there's more on this side. And Jong Jun immediately ran over. He said, what's the point? As soon as they arrived, in front of them were fences made of tree trunks in the forest. And Jong Jun studied for a moment and spoke frankly. This is a maze. The whole team quickly rushed to observe, surprised to see there were many corpses of OCE inside. In Jong Jun's heart, he soon discovered the purpose of the person who created this thing, a wooden maze, to trap monsters and then use them. There were already many corpses outside, but it was nothing compared to the number inside this maze. What kind of person is he that can carry out such an elaborate plan like this? I've never seen a survival mission happen like that. So, this was the reason why we were able to leisurely wander around even though it was a survival mission. I misjudged the situation. I need to gather all the remaining people immediately. At this time, Lee Jin-Ah also agreed to listen to Kim Woo-jin's opinion. I don't really like this style of using traps to catch monsters, but let's just join the family as usual. Besides, why do I have to run around like that? It took so much effort to build that. Don't say come out here and build another one. Kim Woo-jin dismissed. Don't worry, we don't need that anymore. He turned to pat the sea skeleton warrior's head and continued. My manpower has increased a lot now. Mazes and traps are just a waste of time. Hunting by yourself will be much faster. At this moment, Lee Jin-Ah seemed to breathe a sigh of relief because she understood Kim Woo-jin's intentions. Oh, that's it. It's my time to shine. Han's heart suddenly jumped when he saw a Seabone warrior looking at him, raising his hands, eagerly responding. Someone, why are you suddenly targeting me? I'm no longer anemic. Kim Woo-jin smirked, because I will take the lead. Lee Jin-Ah was still immersed in her excitement. Ha ha, now I'll show off everything I've got. I don't care about anything else, but if someone wants to compete with me for the tanker spot, that's no good. But with just a word of mouth, it didn't take long for him to follow Kim Woo-jin into the tired Seabone warriors. Hey, wait a minute, let me rest and get some breath. The sea skeleton warrior didn't seem to care much, making him angry. You brat, ignore your father, dare to make fun of him, come here and see. Lee Jin-ah bitterly thought in her heart, damn it. Does this bastard Kim Woo-jin have unlimited stamina or something? No, it's not like that, it's because his fighting style is completely different from mine. Because I always use my limbs and compare strength with monsters, my stamina drops too quickly. While he can attack first to destroy monsters and immediately switch to a new target, that is the most optimal fighting plan, truly inhibiting. But I really want to learn how to play that way. Kim Woo-jin turned to see Lee Jin-ah standing there breathing haphazardly, smiling provocatively. What's wrong? Just now he said he would shine. His face was red. Damn. Why do you remember so much? Lee Jin-ah quickly wiped the sweat from her forehead, trying to regain her composure. Getting ready this morning. Seeing the group of monsters standing in front of him, he quickly rushed over, thinking to himself. Okay, I have to try. Even if I die a few times, it's okay. Actually, Kim Woo-jin also wanted to challenge him. He already had a plan in his heart. If he was the Lee Jin-ah I know, he would definitely learn from what I showed him. No one had been able to guide him before, so he could only rely on his immortal body and rush into fights with monsters. This plan was extremely ineffective. Just as he predicted, Lee Jin-ah really took a new step away from his previous way of fighting. But he changed his mind immediately. No, forcing him would definitely help. So the battle for survival has entered day 5. After taking down another beast, knowing that this battle for survival would end in just 24 hours, Lee Jin-ah appeared quite dissatisfied with Kim Woo-jin's tactics. Why would he go to this extent, when his mission is to survive? Even announcing that you had leveled up in the system did not make him appease Kim Woo-jin. Did the monsters steal something important from him? After the level up announcement as a reward announcement, the Hell Messenger is quite pleased with your quick nature. You receive a skill list as a reward. Unable to bear it anymore, Lee Jin-ah responded. Hey, Kim Woo-jin, this is torture, not torture anymore. I've been stabbed for 8 hours straight, you're not naughty yet. Then take a break. Hearing Kim Woo-jin's words, Lee Jin-ah was happy. Really, where to sit and take a break? Having said that, he sat down on the ground, happily taking the food he had brought with him and munching continuously. Suddenly seeing a sea skeleton warrior approaching, Lee Jin-ah held out a chocolate candy bar, inviting. Why do you want to have a piece? Come on, give me your hand. The Seabone warrior gently brought his hand closer, making him very excited. Oh, you finally open up to me, huh? Lee Jin-ah quickly turned around and said proudly, Hey, what do you see, Kim Ji-yu-chin? This is comradeship. His tone suddenly sobbed. So touching, comradeship is something that cannot be expressed in words. Are you hungry, Ji-yu-chin? While planning to ask questions, she saw the image of the sea skeleton warrior lovingly giving Kim Ji-yu-chin a chocolate bar. Suddenly realizing that she had been tricked, Lee Jin-ah shouted in frustration. Hey, so you've been controlling it all this time? Damn it, do you like teasing people like that? Kim Ji-yu-chin replied. I also want to try. What does this comradeship taste like? If you're so mean, how much will you pay to ask like Big Brother Se-chan? Kim Ji-yu-chin suddenly caught his attention, so he asked. This is the first time I've heard about Oh Se-chan's identity. Suddenly the two saw a strange phenomenon appearing in the sky. Lee Jin-ah had already realized that it was a signal for help. The deadline was not much longer, he proudly said loudly. We've slaughtered so many monsters, and those guys still can't survive? Kim Ji-yu-chin quickly explained. It's not a signal for help. What is it? Ji-yu-chin leisurely explained Lee Jin-ah's question. Because our survival time is about to expire, we are about to be moved to the second floor, and they are gathering to decide the order to fight the monster. Snake. Lee Jin-ah laughed and continued. Geez, teaming up doesn't guarantee we'll win. But now the rest are planning to split up and fight one after another. I can't believe it. They're too arrogant, Lee Jin-ah smirked. What, again? Kim Ji-yu-chin quickly urged. Let's check the reward list and then go over there. He slowly opened it. A sparkling image was so eye-catching that it made Lee Jin-ah exclaim. That's a real piece of gold. Kim Ji-yu-chin took a look and discovered. This is the main skill Zonagale often uses. It is the exploding sea of corpses, conditions, fake land of hell, requirements, level 30 or higher. Effectively, if mana is transferred to a monster's corpse, that corpse can explode at any time. At that time, and Zhang Jun gathered the remaining surviving players and took command. Attention everyone, almost all the survivors have gathered, so I would like to declare. In a short time, the survival mission will be completed and we will be moved to the second floor. Lin Quan, including the T-Hill group, will organize a spiny snake hunt first. Does anyone object? Just at that moment Kim Ji-Yu-Chin and Li Jin-Ah were also present. Li Jin-Ah sneered and said, "It's just like you said. These guys are crazy. Are you really going to take turns?" And Zhang Jun looked around and boldly declared, "Since no one objects, I'll say it first so everyone can be careful. Remember, don't interfere with our hunt. If you intentionally interfere, we will execute you on the spot." Li Jin-Ah turned to look at Kim Ji-Yu-Chin, threatening the door. "What do we do now? You have a plan, right?" Seeing Li Jin-Ah making noise, a guy standing next to him pushed hard on him, his face fierce, and said, "Do you understand what he said?" Li Jin-Ah turned around and shouted, "Is this guy crazy? Can't he speak Korean?" He was about to rush in and fight back when Kim Ji-Yu-Chin stopped him. He raised his hands to show concession. "Okay, good luck, good." After that fierce guy turned away, Li Jin-Ah angrily asked, "Why did you stop me?" "He's a little old," Kim Ji-Yu-Chin whispered softly. "Are you planning to fight against all of them alone, all of them?" Li Jin-Ah exclaimed in surprise, following Kim Ji-Yu-Chin's pointing direction. "Look at the red powder bandage on his hand. That's to identify them as the same team. And you should look around." Li Jin-Ah quickly covered it up. "Ah, I noticed it too, hee." He couldn't help but feel lucky, when he realized that was the reason why no one objected. No one doesn't wear red tape. Wait, does that mean we can't fight them? Kim Ji-Yu-Chin smiled. "Do you really think so?" The system quickly announced, "You have completed the survival mission," teleporting to the second floor. On the second floor, a large red-tailed snake quickly appeared. The huge red snake's body makes some people tremble and want to surrender. The snake quickly shed its sharp spines. The group led by Zhang Jun was hiding behind trees waiting for orders. Very quickly, the command was given and fire was opened. The group quickly joined forces to attack. Loud explosions echoed throughout the forest. On this side, Li Jin-Ah couldn't help but feel feverish when she saw Kim Ji-Yu-Chin just standing silently. "Are you really going to stand and watch the show? Maybe they can actually eat it like this?" Kim Ji-Yu-Chin replied fiercely, "No, it's far from that." Kim Ji-Yu-Chin narrowed his eyes, bowed his head and said coldly, "No, that won't happen for a long time." Li Jin-Ah frowned and asked, "Why? With so many people, why can't you make it?" Kim Ji-Yu-Chin looked at him and asked, "When you meet a new monster, what's the first thing you do?" Li Jin-Ah stood with her arms crossed and thought for a moment, then replied, "First thing, let's just throw in a few punches first. Because we don't know what it will do anyway. If it's from the beginning, if you use all your strength, you won't be able to react in time to unexpected situations." Kim Ji-Yu-Chin heard him say that and nonchalantly pointed behind him. "That's right. What about that bunch over there? Are you planning on punching a few times?" Behind Kim Ji-Yu-Chin was a large spiny red snake struggling because its head had exploded. Li Jin-Ah looked at it with a bit of embarrassment and unconsciously exclaimed, "Ah," to make up for his embarrassment. He tried to speak harshly in another way. "Well, that's right. It wouldn't be easier to use the quantity to crush it from the beginning." Kim Ji-Yu-Chin looked down and calmly said, "Of course that would be the ideal situation. But if it's so easy, why hasn't anyone been able to kill it until now?" Kim Ji-Yu-Chin looked at everyone at the foot of the mountain who was trying their best to destroy the thorny snake and continued, "Lack of firepower? The times when they surrounded and killed officials, they probably lacked more firepower than that bunch of trash." Star? Zhang Jun worriedly looked at the spiny snake drooling in the dark smoke. Then he stopped growing, and everyone continued to pour fire. Suddenly, the spiny snake launched its body and rushed out of the black smoke, passing through the crowd of people below and quickly leaving. One of the people in there was in a hurry. He was about to run away. Zhang Jun quietly thought, "If we continue with this plan, Sooner or later we will catch it, and I will be the first player to kill the spiny snake. The running snake suddenly opened its eyes wide in surprise when it saw large, sharp rocks rising from the ground in the middle of the road. The system that reports the owner's skills to the ultimate source of knowledge has been activated. Because the spiny snake could not avoid the newly grown rocks in time, it rushed headlong into it, causing the rock to crumble and at the same time successfully blocking the snake's progress. Kim Ji-Jin and Lee Jin-a stood still on the other side of the mountain and saw this scene. Lee Jin-a started sweating even more and stared ahead. It seemed like they were prepared. I guess the snake will try to run away. Kim Ji-Jin calmly spoke. Ready to start. Hearing him say that, Lee Jin-a glanced over in surprise. It's just the beginning. No matter how it looks like it's about to end. Kim Ji-Jin's whole face became colder and replied, You're wrong. Didn't you notice that the snake never actually attacked once? Furthermore, things that looked like sharp thorns grew all over its body. Inside the battle, Zhang Jun shouted loudly, continuing to attack, focusing on the first part. From behind the spiny snake, hundreds of thousands of arrows were fired, all aimed at its thorny head, causing it to scream in pain. The thorny snake stretched out its long tail. A person was aiming and shooting when he discovered that a large shadow appeared behind him, obscuring his vision, so he was afraid and looked in the direction of the large shadow. As soon as I looked up, I saw the snake's tail waving strongly right next to where I stood. Well, the spiny snake quickly moved away. Suddenly it turned its head and looked slowly at the place it had just passed, its eyes bright and red. The man was still trying to shield himself from the smoke and dust created by the fast-moving snake when he heard a shout. He immediately stood up and had to continue attacking. He tried to defend himself amidst the smoke and dust while replying, We have been assigned to defend this place. When the smoke and dust dissipated, he discovered a light shining from behind, so he opened his eyes and glanced over. Zhang Jun looked up and saw that the snake's head continued to explode and stopped growing. It began to slow down, and the melee team moved up. The group of people rushed out, wanting to take advantage of the time the snake was still busy fending off the smoke and fire to attack it. The thorny snake's eyes lit up behind a curtain of dust. It raised its full tail high. His spikes up. The sharp spikes released by the snake stuck firmly into the ground one after another. The big snake's body is now filled with large and small holes, and all the sharp girls have been released by it into Zhang Jun's group. Although Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin-ah stood quite far away to observe the situation, they still could not help but be frightened by the snake's power when it counterattacked. Kim Woo-jin looked closely at the snake. I thought those thorns were poisonous, but I didn't expect they were simply thorns. Lee Jin-ah widened her eyes in surprise. The damage was really wide. The big snake circled around the forest. It raised its head and looked down with bright eyes. He looked ahead in surprise. What was going on? That was all. He thought it must have some terrible trick. Seeing everyone now slowly standing up from the smoke and dust, I thought, but just a large-scale attack like this isn't anything terrible. Behind him, there was a group of people still trying to get up. A man held onto the sharp thorn that the snake spit out to stand up. As soon as he touched the thorn, it was broken into many pieces. He used his hand to gently pull out a small fragment and thought, this is the number of spikes shooting out from the snake's body. Zhang Jun looked up at the snake roaring above and loudly said, Good, it doesn't have thorns anymore. He turned his head to look at everyone giving orders. Everyone attacked before it could recover. They picked up their weapons and quickly continued to start a new attack. Zhang Jun gently pushed down his glasses and smiled smugly. What is this? Killing the last worm or all the remaining things? In the end it's not difficult at all. Because victory was almost certain in their hands, everyone was very eager to fight. They shouted loudly, charged and ran forward. Hey, you idiot, you're still sitting there in boiling water, he scolded and ran up, scolding your ass and moving away. Who would have thought that the man on his knees coughed up blood and fell down without moving? Before he could understand what was happening, his whole body became stiff and could not move. The bearded man was surprised to discover that his body was also changing. Yeah, what the heck? His whole body was sweating from fear. blood began to rush up his throat and wanted to spit out. The system informs you that you have been poisoned by a spiny snake. All tankers running in front suddenly stopped and could not move. At this moment, someone looked back and shouted loudly, "Hey, Zhang Jun, the situation is not good. Most of the players have collapsed." Zhang Jun exclaimed in horror, "Is it poisonous?" He couldn't believe it and thought, how could this be? When did they get poisoned? He glanced at the large thorns on the ground and gritted his teeth in anger. Don't tell me those thorns are poisonous, even the tanker would collapse. Looking at everyone running away in panic, his entire body trembled and he immediately concluded that the poison was extremely strong. On a high tree branch, a white skeleton lay aimlessly looking down. Because it was connected to Kim Ji-Yu-jin, its eye sockets lit up, hearing and seeing the entire battle situation on this side. The sound of people screaming in fear, "Aha! Get away from me! Ah! Someone please help! Kim Ji-Yu-jin squinted his eyes and observed the movement on the other side, thinking to himself, it was terrible. Lizina stood next to him and asked impatiently, "Hello, can you hear me? How is the situation over there?" Kim Ji-Yu-jin did not look at him but calmly replied that due to the venom of the thorny snake, he was defeated. They are trying to run away. Lizina was so surprised. Poison? How the hell is it poisonous? I only saw the snake shoot out its spines, only then did the poison come out of its head. Thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, maybe its thorns were poisonous from the beginning. Kim Ji-Yu-jin looked up at him and replied, no, its attack hit the main damage unit behind it. If the spikes were poisonous, the main damage players would have to go down first. Why would the players abandon the tankers? Lizina heard him say that and became even more confused. So what the hell happened? When did they get poisoned? Kim Ji-Yu-jin recalls the moment when the snake, after releasing all its spikes, raised its head high in the middle of the forest and roared. Lizina next to her was thinking angrily, damn, things are going so wrong that I'm caught off guard. It's true that it's not called the death snake for nothing, damn it. Lizina saw Kim Ji-Yu-jin remaining silent so she asked, so what should I do now, go down and join them? Kim Ji-Yu-jin stood up on his knees and calmly replied, no, now we have seen through the snake's trump card. He narrowed his eyes as Lizina curled her mouth and said, let's kill her. Lizina exclaimed in surprise, what are you planning to do, kill the snake? Kim Ji-Yu-jin didn't pay attention to him and turned around to get closer to the sea skeleton warriors, who were still engrossed in collecting the bodies of the demons. Kim Ji-Yu-jin said as he walked, I'll go to him alone, the people staying here will prepare to go. Lizina glared at him and shouted, startled, but hey, that's not what I meant. Hey dog, this guy is not a coolie that people can easily manipulate. Kim Ji-Yu-jin glanced at him and smiled teasingly, so come down to the snake with me, beg. Lizina's attitude immediately changed when she heard him suggest that. She shook her head and quickly said, wait, my brother misunderstood. I mean, I decided to stay here and wait for my brother's signal. At the place where the snake was stopping, Kim Ji-Yu-jin was slowly approaching it. He hid behind a large tree trunk and silently monitored the situation. After observing it for a while, he came to a conclusion. Colorless and odorless, the skin was this invisible poison that caught them off guard. Now I understand why no one has been able to kill it until now. By the time they realized I was poisoned, it was too late. At the foot of the place where Kim Ji-Yu-jin hid was full of corpses of previous players. Kim Ji-Yu-jin was surprised to hear the announcement, then smiled happily. Thanks to a Fohid's power, his blood poison skill was enhanced. It was convenient both ways. Kim Ji-Yu-jin looked down at the spear of a dead person thrown on the ground. He approached, Tiger. He sat down and quickly opened the system. Darling, with a body like that, its skin must be very thick. While thinking, he pulled his hand up and down, looking for a suitable weapon. Slashing it seemed to have no effect. After a while, Kim Ji-Yu-jin slightly curled his mouth and looked at the system screen happily saying, playing this way is more reasonable. It was all my fault. He himself was standing panting trying to ask, how many people escaped? A man crawling on the ground tiredly replied, I don't know. When I started running there were about 30 people left, but now everyone's gone. Another person heard that and quickly said, Zhang Jun should go back and look for them. Maybe there are still survivors. Zhang Jun leaned against the tree trunk and stood panting. No, just stay here and gather the survivors first. He gently pushed off his glasses, glanced at everyone, and said coldly that those who were left behind were definitely dead. The man was so angry when he heard him say that. There was no point in concentrating. Now our army is no longer defeated. Zhang Jun's eyes squinted behind his glasses. He stepped forward and replied, turning back to look for someone would only lead to more death. Now it makes sense to consolidate our forces and attack them again. But winning is impossible. Going back there would mean committing suicide. The man opened his eyes and saw Zhang Jun's serious expression and reasonable analysis, then slapped his head hard and scolded him, bastard. The whole person felt like they were about to collapse, kneeling down and saying helplessly, no matter what, there would still be survivors. Could it be that you just abandoned your teammates like that? It would be better to kill me? Zhang Jun's whole body trembled. Even if he consolidated his forces and returned to fight, the result would be obvious. Fighting without a tanker is like going into battle shirtless. At times like these, you have to really calm down. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky, attracting everyone to look up at the sky in surprise. This sound makes one scared. Don't tell me it chased me this way. Zhang Jun was in a hurry to quickly locate the snake. Immediately, a scout player jumped up to a high tree branch to observe the situation. He stared straight ahead. Everyone standing below kept asking, how's it going? Where is the snake? Revived by the sudden questioning, he suddenly shouted, that is, believe it or not. But now he was fighting with a player. Zhang Jun widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, the man standing next to him is so angry, are you kidding me? Let's be more specific. The scout stood on a high tree branch and trembled, pointing in the other direction. I'll just say whatever I say, someone is fighting a snake. If you don't believe me, come up here and see. Zhang Jun was both surprised and angry and thought, is it impossible for anyone to breathe in that hellish place? At this moment, the other two also seemed extremely surprised, really. He suddenly realized something. Wait, if so, could it be that the poison has disappeared by now? If not, then why? Right now but everyone is exhausted. Thinking about this, he is extremely nervous. Then Zhang Jun sternly ordered his teammates, let's go in there. The blonde sweat dropped after hearing this. Why did he go back there? You said earlier that doing so would be suicide. And Zhang Jun replied viciously, reporting that somehow, Niddle Snake's poison had disappeared. At the same time, he thought to himself, this is a great opportunity to make up for his previous mistake. On this side, the snake was still extremely agitated, when suddenly two iron beams attacked towards it. It turned out to be an attack from the two guys below, which were two robots. Kim Ji-Yu-Chin smiled with satisfaction. As expected, arrows and spears could not penetrate its thick skin. But there is an easy way to avoid touching its skin and poisoning it, he thought as he rushed straight towards the snake. After that, he continued to attack its body. The snake was now extremely painful. The two robots below are focusing on observing its every door and every move. Suddenly the snake rushed to attack the two of them. Kim Ji-Yu-Chin continued to chase behind. He kept his eyes open and prepared to finish it off. The two swords immediately stabbed straight down on the snake's body with extremely strong force. The snake turned around in pain and looked towards Kim Ji-Yu-Chin. He said confidently, the thorns disappeared and these holes appeared. I will put a spear full of poisonous blood down here. If you think about it in terms of humans, it can be called pores. It must be very painful, right? Kim Ji-Yu-Chin said sarcastically to the snake. At this moment, he could only drool and couldn't speak. The snake now madly rushed towards Kim Ji-Yu-Chin. He calmly thought, the players who were tricked by it were probably nowhere in their dreams. Those ordinary thorns disappeared, leaving only these holes. The truth is that there was a lot of toxic gas being sprayed out. After saying that, he pointed his weapon straight at the snake. It glared, realizing it was about to be attacked, but because it was crawling forward, it couldn't dodge. The spear immediately pierced one of the snake's eyes. It hurts and screams loudly. At this time, Kim Ji-yu-chin was quickly moving away to avoid contagion. He even looked back and sarcastically said, compared to his figure, he looks heavy. How do you feel about being poisoned? The scene changes to another area. The corpses of green giants are scattered at the feet of the orange-haired man. Lizzie Na looked at the surrounding scene and said, tell me not to do anything that stands out. But you're making a mess of it yourself, tight. He continued dissatisfiedly, even forcing someone to move the monster's body here. Why would he treat a talented person like him so badly? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Eat this, ripped off Lizzie Na's words and stuck out 2 middle fingers. As soon as I woke up, someone came and said, report the situation. Lizzie Na was startled and quickly withdrew her hand. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Since when are you here? The other person asked, have you finished preparing what I asked for? Of course, just stay here and we'll be done. Ha ha. But is it true that the snake will go this way? How do we know it's going this way? The other person urged. There's no time to explain. Let's end it quickly. No, hey, you're trying to catch me like a dog and there's no explanation. Before I finished speaking, the system was disconnected. Returning to Kim Guk-jin's side, he thought to himself, once that side is ready, let's start. At this moment he was rushing forward quickly. On this side, a guy is frantically attacking the snake. Suddenly he felt something strange and turned back. The system informed that he had connected, and he was surprised to put down his weapon. Behind him are spears stuck in the ground waiting for him to use. The skull immediately picked one that was stained with fresh blood. Then he quickly left. He hurried towards the snake's location. Now unable to walk anymore, the skull jumped up. He used all his strength to quickly reach the snake's place. In just a moment he arrived and immediately inserted 2 spears into the snake's body. It let out an ear-splitting scream in pain, and the system announced that the Niddle snake had been poisoned by their blood. The snake angrily looked towards the skull. The system responded again, disconnected. The skull looked seriously at the snake's actions. It shouted loudly and rushed straight towards the opponent, intending to swallow the skull in one breath. On this side, his teammates came to support. Another guy continued to stick his spear into the snake's body. His teammates also took the opportunity to attack its face. At this time, Kim Ji-yu-chin smiled evilly and said, for you to be suitable for the name, Niddle Snake, I will help you with a little makeup. The wooden stick was stuck firmly into the hole in the snake's body, causing the poison to splash. All the Seabone warriors aimed at those holes and stabbed madly into them. The system indicates that the spiny snake has been poisoned. The indicators of spiny snakes decreased. The big snake opened its mouth wide and screamed, its whole body struggling non-stop. The white skeleton stood between the spears and stared at it intently, its eye sockets lit up. It was so big that the poison absorbed slower than I thought. Link open notification system. Another Seabone warrior, linked by Kim Ji-yu-chin, controlled the snake's strong foot into the snake's body, and the bone soldier ran quickly from the tail to the body. Borrowing the force to create momentum, he jumped up to catch the spear he had just launched, turned around and firmly inserted the spear into the hole near the snake's head. The system continuously reports that the spiny snake has been poisoned. The indicators of spiny snakes decreased. The resistance of the spiny snake decreases. The spiny snake opened its mouth wide and screamed wildly as it raised its body and saw the Seabone warriors along with spears, all of which were inserted into holes in the snake's body. The snake struggled so hard, it wanted to knock these white bones out of its body. The Seabone warrior was thrown away and quickly clung to a nearby high tree branch. The snake's reaction was predicted by Kim Ji-yu-chin. The poison began to seep in, so it ran away with smoke. Kim Ji-yu-chin grinned happily while the big snake frantically ran away in another direction. But on its way to escape, it encountered a pile of OCE corpses that Lee Jin-ah and Kim Ji-yu-chin had destroyed in the past 5 days. Its bright eyes stared at the corpses of the goblins. The snake struggled in the middle of the huge fire. Its bright eyes stared at the white skeleton standing below for a moment, then quickly chose another direction and left. The Seabone warrior saw it leave and silently sarcastically said, changing direction won't help, honey. Unfortunately for it, All directions were filled with goblin corpses by Kim Ji-yu-chin and Lee Jin-ah. As soon as it rushed forward, the Hell Messenger's skill notification system was activated. As soon as the snake opened its eyes, there was a startling explosion. In the outside world, the newspapers were all publishing news with big headlines like Doomsday. The raid on the 4-story dungeon of the Phoenix system had completely failed. Lee Se-chun looked down at these newspapers with a disdainful mouth and said, "The elite squad that Park Jong-won worked so hard to train is ruined. It's starting to be fun. This way he still has face. Why bother licking a 6th-floor dungeon?" Having said that, he leisurely placed his hands on the back of the chair and said, "Secretary Lee, now go rent a nice car and wait in front of the Thorny Snake dungeon." Secretary Lee was sitting in front of the computer screen looking up at him. Lee Se-chun was a little excited and said, "Once this guy invests, he will never lose anything. I told him to just show off as much as he wants, not to be afraid of anyone else's father or son." Secretary Lee tilted his head and looked at him coldly and said, "Well, if that's the case then it wouldn't be very reasonable to randomly rent a car at the junkyard like usual, right? By the way, they're disguising themselves as Russian idiots, right?" Having said that, she slammed the table hard and stood up and decided that she had to use a quality car to transport the diplomatic delegation so that she could quickly pick them up. When Lee Se-chun heard her say that, he immediately became worried. The diplomatic car made his kidneys hurt. Lee Se-chun saw her looking at him like that and shyly scratched his head and asked in a low voice, "Do any ambassadors usually drive minicars?" She didn't even look at Lee Se-chun and slammed the door shut. No way. Returning to the spiny snake dungeon, Lee Jin-ah stood near the snake and observed all of Kim Woo-chil's actions. The monster, he not only predicted the snake's running direction but also deliberately arranged explosions to drive the snake here. At this moment, his whole face was sweating profusely from fear mixed with admiration. Kim Woo-chil and the sea skeleton warrior slowly approached the snake. Crawling and crawling was already tiring. The snake's head was filled with black smoke. It opened its mouth and exhaled smoke. On the body there are countless sharp thorns interspersed with spears stuck into it. The poison alarm system has spread throughout the spiny snake's body. Kim Woo-chil looked up at it and curled his mouth, starting to feel scared. "Honey." But it was already too late. A white bone guy gently hit the snake's body. The snake fiercely turned its head around, but at this opportunity a set of white mist shot at it. The red snake opened its mouth wide to attack, but was hit by an arrow and could only struggle endlessly in pain. Kim Woo-chil curled his mouth and said, "There's no need to dodge anymore. The poison has spread all over your body. Your vitality will slowly run out. Just accept the outcome and you'll save yourself the pain." In the forest, and Jong-jun led the group of people quickly running forward. "Damn, what is that horrible howl I heard just now? I've definitely recruited most of the players in the dungeon." He gritted his teeth in anger. What kind of guy is that? At this time, the spiny snake alarm system has been destroyed. Everyone saw the notification screen of the crane system and cursed, "Who killed the snake? Everyone started talking nonsense, so now I can get out of this dungeon alive." Another person was so angry that he gritted his teeth and scolded, "You're so stupid. If you hurry now we can come and rob that snakeskin." As for Jong-jun, he stood there staring at the screen. No way, did he really kill the snake? A man loudly called out, and Jong-jun, "Over here, hurry up." Hearing the loud call, he seemed to come to his senses and quickly run with everyone. "That's right, I can't leave here empty-handed. At least see his face. Kim Ji-yu-chin's system notifies you that you have received the trophy for being the first person to defeat a spiny snake. The messenger of hell wants to share some of his power with you." Kim Ji-yu-chin smirked and looked at the notice board on the screen. Along with other notifications that continuously appear, the poison blood skill is upgraded. You receive a C skill stone. The space gate opened behind Kim Ji-yu-chin. The system informed you that you had been promoted. A new mission notification appears on the screen. The mission to find the Golden Dragon's secret gem from the body of a spiny snake. Kim Ji-yu-chin and the sea skeleton warriors stood before the corpse of the big snake and sighed softly, feeling tired. When Jong-jun's men were almost running, they were stopped halfway by Li Jin-na. He shouted loudly in English, "Stopped." Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Ah, why is there a guy blocking the way?" And Zhang Jun quickly explained, "Our friend didn't come to bother you." Another person turned his head and looked behind him, asking, "He doesn't know how to speak Korean. Does anyone here speak English?" And Zhang Jun looked at him and lowered his voice, "Hey brother, we're just taking a quick look. We're not bad people, Before he could finish explaining his sentence, and Zhang Jun had to look up in fear at the huge shadow of Li Jin-na along with the other Seabone warriors and exclaim in terror, "Bone soldiers!" Looking at these sea skeleton warriors, and Zhang Jun understood that since the skeleton soldiers were not affected by poison gas, using them to deal with the snake was reasonable, but something was still not quite right. How on earth could these skeletons be able to finish off the snake? How many players have organized attacks on it with all sorts of tactics and are still stuck? He thought about this, gritting his teeth in anger. There was definitely still a secret behind this. I know, I need to go to the snake's body immediately. At this moment, the sky suddenly shook, causing birds to fly everywhere. Everyone looked up in horror. What was that? Li Jin-na also raised her eyes and turned her head to look. Everyone saw with their own eyes the large skeleton of the snake stretching out and moving. And Zhang Jun mumbled in horror, "Oh, is it a spiny snake?" In his heart, he thought with fear, "Don't tell me that someone is willing to turn a thorny snake into a bone soldier." Thinking so, he rushed forward with only one thought in mind, at least to see his face clearly. And Zhang Jun wanted to take the opportunity of Li Jin-na still looking up at the sky to quickly run away. Just before he could get through, Li Jin-na blocked him with an arm hook. With just this one blow, Li Jin-na gently knocked Zhang Jun to the ground, even causing him to be thrown several meters away. He raised his head and scolded, "Are you crazy?" Li Jin-na looked at Zhang Jun slowly and spoke in English, "I told you not to have any strong motives." Everyone looked at Li Jin-na in horror, knowing they could not go further to see the battle situation. And Zhang Jun was lying on the ground all loud and bad. "Let's get out of the dungeon." Everyone remember his face. At Kim Ji-Jin's side, he slowly looked up at the snake. Right near the snake's skull when it escaped its body, a bright gem appeared. Kim Ji-Jin curled his mouth and said happily, "Good. This way I don't have to waste time searching for mushrooms." Its lower body is still continuing to emerge from its body, but the system reports failure to recover bone soldiers, and the skill level is too low to turn the spiny snake into a bone soldier. Immediately the separated skeleton broke apart and fell to the ground. From the thick smoke and dust, Kim Ji-Jin looked at the bright pearl in his hand. The screen displays information about this gem. The gem's name is Hoang Long Bai Nok. The quality is legendary. The conditions for use are above level 1. Hoang Long's precious gem. It holds a huge amount of magic. Giant. The effect is mana plus 50, mana conversion speed increased by 200%. Outside, there was a car parked waiting. Inside the car, a man was looking at an article on the computer with the title, "The Spiny Snake Raid Failed." He sighed and said, "We've been here for a week and there's been no movement." The fat man sitting opposite yawned and replied, "So what? From the beginning, no one believed that this raid would be successful." The man holding the computer nodded, "Well, if they succeed this time, it will be big news." Hearing that, the chubby man turned around and planned to take another nap. "Mom, hurry up and let me ask. If I just sit here and wait, who knows how long? Maybe being a journalist isn't right for me." At this time, there was a loud shout from outside. The dungeon raid had been successful. The two people in the car quickly opened the door to look outside. "Is it true?" They looked at the group of reporters at the scene who had gathered. Everyone was talking loudly. Who was in charge of managing this dungeon? There had to be someone watching. Turning to this side, there was another group of people wearing yellow shirts shouting loudly, "Where is the logistics team of the Piedmont Association?" They were surprised and stuttered. "Here." A man in a yellow shirt frowned and said loudly, "Russians. Stop the Russians. They killed the spiny snake. Don't let them leave here." As in Zhang Jun, he intended to attract Kim Ji-Jin's group. As soon as he got out of the dungeon, he started looking around. When he discovered the silhouettes of Kim Ji-yu-chin and Lee Jin-na from afar, he quickly pointed out to his accomplices, there, they were there. Kim Ji-yu-chin and Lee Jin-na calmly walked among the crowded people. The lights kept flashing and questions were constantly being asked even though there were no answers. But Kim Ji-yu-chin and Lee Jin-na successfully escaped from this crowd of reporters who outnumbered the cursed army. Just as they were about to get on the bus, the yellow-shirted men from the Pixio Association chased them from within the crowd. Get out. You guys get out of my way. Get out of the way. Are you all gone, because they can't get in the way? He was with other reporters so he was late. When he arrived, the car was already running. Yes, I only had time to see that the license plate had 6 non-round numbers and exclaimed in surprise. Huh, damn. Diplomatic cars are no joke. Sitting in the car, Lee Jin-na happily whistled and said, Wow. Mr. Lee Jin-na also took off her mask and asked, Hey, what is the item you just got? I also contributed to defeating the snake, so it must be a fake. Lee Jin-na sat next to her with her arms crossed and said that she was complaining. After spending so much effort, she should at least know what it was for. While he was still feeling down, Kim Ji-yu-chin took out his phone and dialed a number. It's Kim Ji-yu-chin. Lee Jin-na heard him on the phone and immediately looked over with tears in her eyes. All broken. Lee Se-chun quickly replied, The news is in a panic because of you. At this time, newspapers were printed with big headlines like, Dungeon, Spiny Snake have been completed. Or the highlight of the day, Who is Isaac Ivanov? Isaac Ivanov is a necromancer, breaking news with headlines like a new branch of skill appearing. Lee Se-chun continued to ask, But now, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to throw away so much fame? If you skillfully take advantage of the name Isaac Ivanov, you will be able to access more lucrative deals. How do you feel? Lee Se-chun cleverly made his suggestion, If it feels good we will continue to cooperate. Kim Ji-yu-chin on the other end of the phone also thought carefully. It was true that that status would be very useful in gaining the right to enter large dungeons. I was about to suggest it, but luckily he suggested it first. Thinking so, he quickly responded. Okay, happy cooperation. Lee Se-chun sat in the office and received a stack of documents brought by Secretary Lee, smiling happily and saying, Very good. By the way, I also informed that while you were in the dungeon, a stressful incident occurred. Do you know Jin Jaime, Park Jong-wan's bodyguard? Jin Jaime led the raid team into a 4-floor dungeon and no one carried them out. It's not uncommon for players to die in the dungeon, so this seems to be a very normal thing. However, I analyzed it myself. Figures. Lee Se-chun stared at the documents in front of him for a moment and then spoke. It seemed that Jin Jaime's raid team had spies from the Skull Society. I have information on the players that Yamato is secretly sponsoring and as expected, the Skull Guild has made a rather dangerous move. Kim Ji-yu-chin frowned in suspicion and said, Why are you telling me this? From inside the phone Lee Se-chun's pleasant voice rang out. What was the point in hiding it anymore? I also know your connection with Park Jong-wan and the Skull Club. Kim Ji-yu-chin remembered when he had discovered the eavesdropping device before. It seemed like that eavesdropping device was also a good one. Anyway, Ho-se-chan is just like I thought. This person is not simple. When the car stopped at a gas station, Kim Ji-yu-chin opened the door, glanced at Lee Jin-na, who had taken off her makeup, and said, Let's get down. Lee Jin-na asked in bewilderment, Wait, Luan-a? When he got out of the car, he happily said, Are you Mr. Se-chun planning to push us a meal of spirit food after a dark day? He happily looked in the direction Kim Ji-yu-chin walked and continued to say, If he hadn't pushed, I'd been craving udon noodles and bean paste for a while now. What are you doing down here? Kim Ji-yu-chin walked around to his old car that was already parked, patted it and replied, Let's switch to this car. Lee Jin-na opened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, What? Sit inside the car. Because it's a minicar, the seat is a bit tight so he can't straighten his legs. Lee Jin-na frowned loudly and complained loudly, Sorry, that's it. You're not stingy. You say you let people sit in luxury cars. But then I pulled out a terrible car, a junkyard car that's even better than this one. Damn, any car is so dirty that I can't stand it. I don't understand what kind of driver would want to drive this car. Kim Ji-Jin heard him jump again, just glanced at him and said softly, "It's my car." Kim Ji-Jin glanced at him and said coldly, "That reminds me, there's spending money and a bottom in the trunk. If you're hungry, just use it to buy food." Hearing that, Lee Jin-na quickly opened the cabinet. Her bright eyes stared at the envelope in her hand. Really, there was pocket money. The sun was already rising in the west. After he finished speaking, he took down the envelope and only a few sun coins fell out, a total of about 50,000. Looking at this odd coin, Lee Jin-na's whole body broke out in sweat. Sadly looking at life's resentment, old bald O.C. Chan. Today's newspapers simultaneously published about the character Isaac Ivanov with sensational headlines like "The First Spiny Snake Hunter, Isaac Ivanov." In addition, online media is posting a special news interview with Mr. Anjong Jun, a player who participated in hunting spiny snakes. A series of comments from netizens are discussing this news. Most people feel angry and strongly condemn it. Just like that, the Russians were forced to lose the A-level dungeon. They assaulted him. They were truly barbarians. Why do they let foreigners go into the dungeon? I don't understand. I know, our players are only good at crowing, and their business is not systematic at all. Wouldn't it be nice to let the Salvation Army handle it? Secretary Lee glanced at the negative comments online and calmly spoke up. In particular, and Jong Jun's interview gave rise to even more mixed opinions. So now I will implement the next step in the plan. Lee Se-chun sat across from her, looking at her happily and replied, "Yes, I shouldn't be silent anymore." A while later, extremely hot information appeared online such as an exclusive interview with Isaac Ivanov. Isaac Ivanov: "I am a big fan of the Redeemer." There's even a flyer that puts pictures of Isaac Ivanov and Lee Se-chun side by side with the same headline. Isaac Ivanov said, "Lee Se-chun is my ideal model. I have always wished to achieve unbelievable feats like the Messiah." After these posts, public opinion has become more positive about Isaac Ivanov. There are even people who don't hesitate to defend him. This Isaac Ivanov also has a good eye for people. He idolizes Lee Se-chun. It's true that we have to hear other people's side of the story too. I support you, Isaac. Lee Se-chun is truly a model welder. You're great too, Isaac. Reward this comrade with chocolate cake right away. Kim Woo-chil picked up his phone and scrolled through this news while quietly thinking. "Oh, Se-chan, nice move, bro. This is not simply to shape public opinion, but through these statements, the Salvation Army can no longer remain inactive. They will try to recruit me or at least initiate contact with me. I'm still thinking about how to lure the Salvation Army out by using public opinion." Kim Woo-chil stood in the warehouse, looked at the large and small swords of all kinds in front of him and thought to himself to see what their next move would be. But they need to prepare carefully before they approach it. Suddenly he stared at the phone in surprise. A message appeared on the phone screen announcing the breaking news that Park Jong-won had conquered the 6th-floor dungeon. Kim Woo-chil smirked and finally appeared. An elegant man wearing a luxurious black suit stood in front of the press, bright lights continuously panning towards him. Park Jong-won friendly waved his hand to everyone with a confident smile. At this time, his secretary panicked and quickly ran up, calling out in a low voice, "Yes sir, there is something to report." His face did not change, just bowed slightly and whispered a rebuke. "I'm a bit busy, I'll report if I'm not in a hurry, whatever." She leaned over and whispered to Park Jong-won that it was urgent. Jin Hyemi's team had been completely destroyed when they entered the dungeon. As soon as he heard this news, his eyes tightened and murderous intent appeared. But he still quickly regained his composure. Park Jong-won turned to the other side and waved his hand to call the bodyguard. Park Jong-won stood behind the bodyguards, smiling slightly while waving goodbye. After getting in the car to leave the press conference, he gritted his teeth in anger, got in the car and reported the details to me. While the bodyguards were still busy explaining to the reporters, the Phoenix Association would arrange and issue a press release later. In the luxury car, the secretary glanced at him and calmly spoke up a few days ago when an anonymous source sent the settlement report to the office. Park Jong-won stared at the tablet and gritted his teeth. "Can you trust him with an unknown source?" The secretary sadly replied, "I don't know what their purpose is, but it doesn't seem completely untrue." She remembered seeing the images of players lying dead in the dungeon and was afraid to speak up. According to the investigation team's report, most of the team members died due to stabbings, so it is highly unlikely that they were killed by monsters. Jin Hyemi's team was the only team to enter that dungeon, so it wasn't like another guild attacked. So at this point, Park Jong-wan's whole body was burning with anger, his eyes flashed brightly, as clear as from hell, which means there is a spy in our bodyguard team. So angry that he broke the tablet in his hand, gritted his teeth and said, "Those bastards have played tricks on me." Right now at the Salvation Army, everyone is sitting at a round table. What to do next with Park Jong-wan? Uncle Shin Hai spoke coldly, just leave him to public opinion. By the way, you're acting a bit carelessly here, Suka H newspaper. Jia Ken also raised his eyes and calmly continued, currently I'm cooperating with the Skull Association to deal with the new chaos. Even my beloved ally Kim Chae-hun probably has no life left now, mocking her while glancing at Kim Chae-hun's empty chair, intending to tear apart our relationship with the guild. It takes a long time to go all over the world to be satisfied. I don't intend to interfere with the way you do things, but this is going beyond the limit. Jang Ji-ho turned his head to look at that empty chair and said with anger, that bastard Kim Chae-hun. His talent is nowhere to be seen but he's always talking about everything, he's really foxy. Sukahar Jakin newspaper heard her say that and angrily slapped the table and shouted, "It won't be long. The guild leader isn't even here, we can't just listen to you like that." Park Shin-hee didn't pay any attention to him and just said, "It seems you don't understand." She drummed her hands on the table, facing the Sukahar Jakin newspaper, slowly and challengingly said, "This is the guild master's order." Sukahar Jakin squinted his eyes and looked at her slowly. Noza Heijizo, who had been sitting silently, now also glanced at her. After the meeting ended, Sukahar Jakin and Noza Heijizo walked home together. He turned around, slightly raised his head and looked up, then continued to say, "That's enough, isn't it?" Noza Heijizo gently squeezed the fan in his hand. Yes, now was probably the right time to go his own way. At Park Jong-wan's office building, Kim Chin-ji-yu stood in the middle of his office and spoke up in surprise. Jin Hyemi's team was very strong. I didn't expect such a thing could happen. Park Jong-wan frowned angrily and said, "Honestly, I have a business deal to do with those bloody bastards. But now it's different, it's better to beat them to pieces." As soon as he said this, the whole office fell into a heavy silence. Only then did Kim Chin-ji-yu ask. So, in his heart he clearly understood. Park Jong-wan. This sinister man's ambition was bigger than anyone's. In the next few years he will sell everything to Japan and go into hiding. Those who do not know the truth will curse Park Jong-wan as a traitor, but the real purpose of his going to Japan is because he is worried that the career he has worked so hard to build will be completely usurped by the Salvation Society. A person is willing to turn his back on the fatherland just to protect his own life and property, so it's clear that he won't let the skulls go in this case. Kim Ji-yu-chin looked at him seriously and suggested, "Let me be your bodyguard." He stood in front of Park Jong-wan and frankly stated his thoughts. "It seems like you're planning on using me to hunt them down. But this guy doesn't intend to be a canvas and then throw away his head." Park Jong-wan was stunned when he heard him say that. Well, he himself didn't think he would make the suggestion but was a bit surprised. The bodyguard, this guy. Park Jong-wan lowered his head slightly. Tapping his fingers on the table and thinking seriously, he did not expect that Kim Ji-yu-chin would refuse to suggest this. I had planned to attract him to my side at all costs, but this was beyond my expectations. It doesn't matter what his purpose is, as long as I can wipe out the skulls for me. In his heart, he had made up his mind, so he slapped the table hard in response. Very interesting, I mean. He stood up and reached out to Kim Ji-yu-chin and asked, "You will hunt down the skulls in exchange for my patronage?" Kim Ji-yu-chin looked at him indifferently and replied, "Yes, that is the condition for me to act. Coincidentally, I have private affairs that need to be dealt with." Park Jong-wan observed him carefully. After hearing this answer, he chewed his teeth and smiled happily. Wonderful, exactly what I wanted. It was getting dark. Kim Chin-ji-yu walked out of Park Jong-wan's office and thought to himself, from now on, the responsibility for all my actions will be yours, Park Jong-won. So he turned around and looked up at the office building and smiled complacently. The next morning, he returned to the Phoenix Society building. The lawyer sitting across from him was enthusiastically saying, "The terms of the contract will be revised to your best advantage." After hearing this, Kim Ji-Chin did not want to get involved and immediately stood up and said, "I understand, then happy cooperation." Then quickly turned around and left, regardless of what these two men were thinking. The door slammed shut. The man standing next to the lawyer asked, "How did that Kim Ji-Chin become Park Jong-wan's bodyguard? He's only been in the guild for half a year, right?" The man continued gloomily, "Since joining the group until now, I have completed all my tasks excellently, but joining the guard sounds so wonderful." The lawyer sitting on the table quietly replied, "I agree, there must be some shady deal going on. Park Jong-won is not the type to act without thinking." He was moving down to the 6th floor. Everyone standing inside was discussing excitedly, "Have you heard anything? That traitor, I heard he became Park Jong-wan's bodyguard." "Yeah, I heard. How did that type of person get into the guard team?" Kim Ji-Chin was also in the elevator. He heard people talking about him. "Someone said that I was also lucky enough to get a rare item, but I still feel a little jealous of him, bastard." The elevator door opened and everyone quickly walked out. As we walked, we continued to gossip, jealous of what to do with that class. The kind that only knows how to flatter their ass and get promoted. Kim Ji-Chin didn't get angry when he heard people say bad things about him like that. On the contrary, he agreed and thought, "I'm really lucky." But never mind, he opened his phone. From now on the hunt officially began. The phone vibrated and the caller's name appeared on the screen, Kim Ji-Chin. Lee Se-chun quickly picked up the phone and happily replied, "Who is calling this number? Is it the famous Mr. Isaac?" He chewed his teeth and teased. "The gentleman was so busy making appearances that he still had time to call me." It hadn't been long before his eyes widened in surprise and he said, "Huh, fake ID?" Lee Jin-na sat opposite and sighed. "Hey, that eel guy is planning something again. Big brother, monkey father." Lee Se-chun did not answer him but focused on his phone. "Okay, that's fine, but to bypass the guild and dungeon managers is quite a feat." After a moment's pause, I heard him continue, "Okay, let me prepare." After hanging up the phone, Lee Se-chun frowned and said seriously, "He wants to use a fake identity to enter the dungeon. Wait a moment and everything will be clear." Lee Jin-na scratched her head and continued to yawn, "But big brother, he keeps saying things but you still help. Don't tell me you completely trust him." Lee Se-chun grinned at him a little excitedly and replied, "Ha, I don't trust anyone. I just want to see who he's targeting. Only by understanding his goal can one determine whether one is a friend or an enemy." He always believes that human desires do not lie. A white car was speeding on the main road. A sound was heard inside, so it meant that Kim Ji-Chin was hunting for a group of skulls. The man sitting next to him nodded in response. That's highly likely. With his own eyes he saw Park Jong-won discussing with his close subordinates. It seemed like Park Jong-won was planning to live comfortably with the skulls. Most of the members of the Skull Guild are currently in the dungeon, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Park Jong-won and Kim Jin-Ji-yu. The man with a long scar on his face stretching across his mouth was gritting his teeth angrily saying, "Anything is fine, as long as he dares to enter the dungeon." On Chanjiang Island, on foot, in a deserted warehouse, the man saw Kim Jin-Ji-yu walking towards him and quickly asked, "What is your name?" He calmly replied, "I'm Lee Ji-hun." The man sitting in front of the table said coldly, "Are you here alone? Please sign here." He pointed at the paper on the table and continued, "We don't have a dungeon survey report, so please read this for now. The number of floors is 2, the difficulty level is D, the dungeon capacity is 61 people, the participation conditions are below level 40, the conditions are to complete defeating the two-headed dog." Whether the reward was completed or not, Kim Jin-Ji-yu read the paper enough to understand. The management of this place also seemed to be careless. It already smelled gloomy. Entering the car, Kim Jin-Ji-yu continued to stare at the paper and continued to think, "Just as I thought. This was clearly a trap to lure me out. Suddenly there was a car light shining on me. Made him look at him a lot. Lee Se-chun raised his head in surprise and looked up. Ah, Jang Ji-ho. Why did he go there? Secretary Lee quickly replied. I checked the list and he did enter the dungeon under the name Jang of Hood. Hearing that, Lee Se-chun eagerly said, so it's the same dungeon as Kim Jin Ji-yu on Cheondong Island? Lee Jin-ah was sitting on the chair when she heard a familiar name and raised her eyes and said, Who is Jang Ji-ho? Lee Se-chun held his head and scowled and replied, He's one of the most famous among new recruits under level 50, and he's also a member of the Round Table Knights. He already has a headache. Kim Jin Ji-yu looked at the tall, muscular man with a long scar across his mouth and thought, Jang Ji-ho. I didn't expect the saviors to send Jang Ji-ho so early. He narrowed his eyes and stared at this man with a supportive appearance. He was also a member of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table are a group of players who possess legendary items related to the European king, including their subordinates. The Knights of the Round Table always use the name of the previous government to protect the weak, like the Savior Society. Over time, the Knights Guild quickly declined, and the remaining remnants became Park Shin-hee's bodyguards. The person who held Lin's wand and from then on became part of the Savior Society. It wasn't until later that I discovered that everything was their plot. The person who caused the decline of the Knights Guild was none other than the cruel king, whose hands were stained with the blood of the Knights of the Round Table. The Ga Quan necklace that Jang Ji-ho currently owns was definitely stolen from his predecessor, who was also a member of the Round Table. This is exactly the behavior of those bastards, penetrating and seducing. Kim Chin Ji-yu opened the system and the screen displayed information about an item, C skill stone, untradeable, unknown effects. Raising the skill level from D to C. Looking at the screen, he thought, no matter who Ga Won's necklace is in, it's still a dangerous weapon. I don't need to hide it from anyone anymore. The system notifies you to use skill stone C to level up and strengthen bone soldiers. The screen displays information about bone soldier enhancement, F rank, enhancing the skeleton soldier's stats and increasing the number of bone soldiers that can be used. Endure. The higher the skill level, the stronger these stats increase. The effect increases the bone soldier's stats by 20%, and can withstand 5 additional bone soldiers. At this time, there was an announcement outside, preparing to enter the dungeon. Everyone was preparing to go. Kim Chin Ji-yu heard that and quickly got out of the car. At this time, the system notifies participants to destroy 3,000 monsters to advance to the next floor. The man now accompanying Jang Ji-ho glanced at him and said, 3,000 monsters, it's not very dangerous. It's just a waste of time. Jang Ji-ho stood next to him and glanced around. Ah, that's better. The more chaotic the fight, the easier it is to eliminate Kim Chin Ji-yu and disguise it as an accident. He slammed the sword into the ground and said viciously, now don't waste any more time, go find him. That man pointed behind him, the captain, them, and Jang Ji-ho looked around and looked at the people gathered behind to discuss and scolded silently. These guys dare to dress so openly and come in here. I don't even know what kind of situation they are in. He looked at the group of people wearing skull masks who were gesticulating non-stop and showed disgust. Patriarchs, these useless guys, don't do anything themselves but always sabotage others. In Jang Ji-ho's mind, he thought of 2 people, Sukahara Gakken and Nozoharijo, and clenched his fists. I warned them not to stick their noses in this mission. If they dare to disobey the president's orders, I have to kill them when I get out of here. Jang Ji-ho put the sword on his shoulder and walked away with an annoyed look on his face. Leave the skulls alone and focus on the main mission. He ordered everyone, at any cost, we must eliminate Kim Ji-yu Chin ourselves. Jang Ji-ho stabbed the sword firmly into the ground, his whole body filled with a strong aura as he spoke. Anyone else who gets in the way will be killed directly and I will take responsibility. At this time, somewhere else in the forest, a man with curly hair was running away quickly, not expecting to encounter a group of skulls right from the first floor. That bastard Kim Ji-yu Chin was forced to let him die in pain. He quickly hid behind a large tree trunk and looked back to observe. Did Park Jong-wan's bodyguard enter this dungeon? He suddenly exclaimed with wide eyes. Skeletal soldiers. He saw the skeleton soldiers attacking the people in the Skull Guild. At this moment, a figure appeared, causing him to glance over in fear. He fell back, his body sliding down the tree trunk slowly, fear evident in his voice as he spoke. Why did you stop suddenly like that? It's all just a misunderstanding. I'm not a member of the Skull Society. Kim Gu-jin, point up there. There's no connection, right? The figure above responded, asserting the necessity of the action. Surprised, he looked up, only to realize the person from the Skull Society he had feared was none other than Masumoto, the one who had warned him before. He couldn't possibly reveal the truth clearly, even in the face of danger. Even if the group was in peril, he couldn't intervene at any cost. He had to report the situation back to the leader for careful consideration. The mission was more crucial than our lives, the man with curly hair angrily exclaimed, quickly denying any involvement, claiming he had never met him. Kim Gu-jin, without many words, swiftly dispatched him, leaving him to die with his final words expressing genuine ignorance. Kim Gu-jin's eyes gleamed as he coldly remarked, death is more trustworthy than you. Anrubet's eye system has revealed the truth. As he stared at the dead body before him, having scrutinized his memories 6 times and found no information related to the Skull Society or Yang Ji-ho, he realized the group's presence here wasn't orchestrated by the Salvation Society as he had thought. Retrieving Anrubet's eye, he observed the dead bodies of Skull Society members, whom the core soldiers had eliminated. Suspecting internal conflict, they gathered around the campfire, discussing their next moves as night fell. I thought there would be 3,000 monsters and cats coming. Who knew it'd be this easy? Haven't even broken a sweat yet. Someone reminded us to stay focused though, even if it's easy. We're still dealing with a 2-story dungeon, so we can't let our guard down. Let's conserve our strength and move to the next level, said the man who always followed beside Yang Ji-ho. Yang Ji-ho, worried, asked, don't you find it strange that Kim Gu-jin hasn't shown up at all? Could it be he sensed danger and ran? Hearing this, Yang Ji-ho became even more disdainful. If that Kim Gu-jin guy is really hiding, then he's even easier to deal with. What's worrying now is where the Skull Society is. We don't know what they're plotting, so the sooner we find them, the better. The next morning, Yang Ji-ho quickly led the way, but someone behind spoke up. That scoundrel Kim Gu-jin. He's also on the 2nd floor. Why haven't we seen him yet? Don't tell me he's planning to escape until the dungeon is complete. Suddenly, Yang Ji-ho startled as a sword came flying towards him. He swiftly dodged to the side, and the sword continued its path towards those behind him, who quickly drew their own swords to defend against the attack, cursing Kim Gu-jin for wasting their time. They mocked, seems like he's got a necromancer on his side. Look at those skeletons. Ha ha ha. Kim Gu-jin emerged from behind a large tree trunk, catching Yang Ji-ho's attention. Yang Ji-ho quickly glanced at his computer, preparing to deal with the player. Kim Gu-jin grinned mischievously, lightly patting the head of the nearby white skeleton before turning to face them. Yang Ji-ho smirked excitedly. Go ahead, keep hiding. Does it lessen your suffering? Yang Ji-ho drew his sword, and the skeleton soldiers quickly rushed forward. He gripped his sword tightly and struck at the skeleton soldiers, but they all dodged his blows with remarkable agility. Yang Ji-ho, seeing that they could evade all his moves, gritted his teeth in frustration. So these skeleton soldiers can dodge all my attacks, he muttered angrily. He followed them as they ran, surprised to see their agility for the first time. At that moment, Kim Gu-jin leapt forward aggressively. Yang Ji-ho looked down, but just as he did, Kim Gu-jin looked up, and their eyes met with hostility. Kim Gu-jin tightened his grip on his sword and swung, but Yang Ji-ho easily blocked it, even overpowering him slightly. Yang Ji-ho was aware of Kim Gu-jin's strength, but he didn't expect him to be this fast and strong. The clash of their swords created sparks as Kim Gu-jin unleashed a fiery strike, which Yang Ji-ho effortlessly deflected with his large sword. Kim Gu-jin scoffed, "Are you kidding me? Making me wait just for this mediocre performance?" His eyes glowed with anger as he stomped his foot, ready to push Kim Gu-jin away. Kim Gu-jin lowered his head, realizing that this challenge might be tougher than he thought. He wasn't dealing with an opponent he could easily outwit. The Immortal Warrior system showed interest in this battle, exciting Yang Ji-ho. "We have an audience now," he said enthusiastically. Kim Gu-jin glanced at him, and the system indicated that the Hell Ambassador was also interested in the fight. Yang Ji-ho chuckled as he lowered his sword to the ground. "Only when facing a worthy opponent do I receive notifications like this. So, it seems you also have the favor of the higher-ups," Yang Ji-ho remarked excitedly. "This fight will be enjoyable. I'll kill you quickly to claim the reward," Kim Gu-jin retorted, his eyes narrowed. "If he keeps this up, it'll be annoying," Lee Se-chun hurriedly interjected. "I know I advised you to eat slowly, but there's no time for that now," Lee China added casually, munching on a piece of cake. "Why are you groaning like that?" Lee Se-chun snapped angrily. "What's wrong?" Lee China sat comfortably, eating and speaking at the same time. "Are you doubting Kim Gu-jin's skills?" Lee Se-chun looked somewhat helpless but patient. "Are you really that clueless or just pretending?" he asked. "He's definitely way stronger than you," Lee China joked, irritated. "What kind of cruel brothers are we?" he exclaimed, tossing his half-eaten cake aside. "If you're sad, why did you buy the cakes? Why bother buying them for me?" Lee Se-chun pushed the boxes of cakes under the table, mocking him. "Yeah, you swallowed 5 of them before feeling sad, huh?" Lee China's embarrassment turned into anger as he yelled loudly, "If you bought them yourself, what's the problem? You even bought some for me." Seeing him so angry, Lee Se-chun didn't care, just waved his hand patiently, saying, Yeah. "So, what do you think of Kim Gu-jin's character?" Lee China suddenly sat up straight, serious. "I've never seen a player more cunning than him," Lee Se-chun replied, surprised. "Cunning?" Lee China bowed his head thoughtfully. "What I mean is he'll never fight unless he's sure he'll win. If there's no chance of winning, he won't show up." Lee China looked intently at Lee Se-chun, solemnly adding, "Definitely never, even in the dungeon." Blood-splattered Yang Ji-ho's eyes widened in astonishment. "Skeleton soldiers have been summoned," Kim Gu-jin thought. "Even if it's a bit early, I have to summon all of them." The number of summoned skeleton soldiers outnumbered all, surrounding Yang Ji-ho's group. He sneered at them condescendingly. "So, these skeleton soldiers aren't summoned by your allies, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. Quite a lot, huh? Seems like you've been hiding your skills all along." Kim Gu-jin stood amidst the skeleton soldiers, swiftly charging towards them. Yang Ji-ho stomped his foot on the ground, feeling his blood boil. They had just started fighting when the skeleton soldiers immediately attacked as well. Yang Ji-ho gritted his teeth, finding the white skeletons more interesting now. They were all coming at him, but he was ready to take them all on. However, he was mistaken. The skeleton soldiers didn't aim for him but jumped over him as he continued running. Yang Ji-ho was surprised and turned to look behind him. They weren't targeting him. Shouts came from behind. Yang Ji-ho gritted his teeth, watching the skeleton soldiers quickly dispatching those with him. "Our leader is overwhelmed. We need your help. There are too many skeleton soldiers." Yang Ji-ho looked at Kim Gu-jin standing before him, filled with rage at his uselessness. He shouted, "You coward." Kim Gu-jin retorted, "What's cowardly about it? You're still so naive. You still haven't realized the problem." Yang Ji-ho was furious. "You've underestimated the wrong person," he growled. Kim Gu-jin's face lit up with a sinister aura as he stared intently at Yang Ji-ho. Then he activated Ga-won's necklace, invoking the sun's blessing skill. The necklace around his neck began to glow. The golden glow of power shimmered as Yang Ji-ho lowered his sword to the ground, smirking triumphantly at Kim Gu-jin. "You've underestimated me from the start," he remarked. The ghostly creatures summoned by Kim Gu-jin surrounded him, trying to attack surreptitiously. Yang Ji-ho gritted his teeth and swung his sword fiercely at 2 of the ghostly creatures, shattering them into pieces. Observing this, Kim Gu-jin furrowed his brow. The Ga-won necklace around his neck, a sacred item of the Knights of the Round Table, had truly formidable internal skills. If he had activated it, then it was time for Kim Gu-jin to move on to the next step. He loudly ordered a retreat, prompting Yang Ji-ho to turn and glare at him with disdain. Running away together, huh? He sneered as the monsters slowly closed in around them, while Kim Gu-jin quickly found his escape route. Seeing this, Yang Ji-ho gritted his teeth, suspecting that the wretched man was planning to flee again or perhaps realized he couldn't win. He had to deal with him quickly before the remaining monsters completed the dungeon. Turning back to those remaining, he declared, "I'll chase after him. You guys stay and deal with the skeleton soldiers." The remaining ones were bewildered as the wind tore past them. Yang Ji-ho muttered to himself, "Just as I knew about you, you're someone who neglects your subordinates, too confident in your own strength, and yet you hold the Ga-1 necklace, so it's understandable. It's an item that boosts a player's stats in an outrageous manner, but with that bullheaded attitude of yours, you can't fully unleash its power. How pitifully arrogant, like a golden sword falling into the hands of a mere cook." Yang Ji-ho quickly closed in from behind. Kim Gu-jin glanced back, calculating, but the significant difference in their stats posed quite a challenge. Yang Ji-ho was smug, silently thinking, "Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape my grasp once I've activated the sun's blessing. You thought you could outrun me, but you can't." The young man, thinking he had caught up in time, didn't pay attention. Below, something reacted under the necklace, activating the skill of the Envoy of Hell, and then he too was engulfed in a golden light. A loud explosion erupted from where he had just stood, thick black smoke shrouding the area. It was evident that the explosion had caused extensive damage. His subordinates halted all actions and turned towards the explosion, one of them asking what had happened. Another snapped back sharply, "Don't worry, that's not enough to take down the captain. Focus on wiping out the remaining skeleton soldiers." Before he could finish, he was shot. The remaining three quickly retreated upon seeing this, as a message informed them they had been poisoned. Then they reacted and moved forward to support him. He stood up, wielding his sword to strike down the archer who had just shot him. "Good riddance, but dealing with this isn't going to be easy," he muttered calmly to stabilize the formation and instruct the remaining soldiers to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Yang Ji-ho, after the explosion, began cursing loudly at the cowardly dog who thought he could escape. Despite the chaos after the explosion, he started yelling and cursing loudly. Kim Gu-jin, hiding behind a tree trunk, began to step forward, taunting him with a smirk. "Even if I seem hesitant, if we were to face off directly, how do you think I would fare?" With deliberate movements, Kim Gu-jin goaded him further, challenging Yang Ji-ho to catch him if he could. After finishing speaking, he dashed away. Kim Gu-jin saw him slip out of reach and cursed angrily, "Wait until I catch you, then you'll see what hell is like." The chase continued, with one running and the other pursuing, both activating their immortal warrior skills for speed. Soon, he caught up, swinging his sword towards him. However, as he glanced back, he saw the man behind him. With a fierce determination, he used all his strength, causing the ground beneath the man to collapse suddenly. He fell into a crack, surprised to find himself surrounded by the corpses of demons. The necklace around his neck also reacted, causing another explosion. The area where the explosion occurred vanished completely, and he stood there, blocking his path. He became so angry that his veins bulged, shouting furiously, "You've really pissed me off." From above, the man looked down and teased, "It seems like you're still pretty clueless about tactical warfare, huh? Do you think I got bored and invited you to play tag for fun?" The man suspected that he was still being deceived by something he said. The other remained calm, explaining, outlining tactics based on the opponent's weaknesses, considering the terrain, and anticipating all possible scenarios are fundamentals in combat. Those brute force types like you, who only rely on intimidation, are just incompetent leaders who harm their teammates. Hearing these words, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. "Wait, why does this sound familiar?" he thought. "Not long ago, someone said something similar. Isn't that Captain Yang Ji-ho, the renowned leader of the Salvation Society? And how many times has he left the dungeon alone? Every time you follow him, you end up in a mess." Then, he got angry and shouted angrily, "Whoever said nonsense, come out." Suzuki stepped out without fear, replying, "If you've got something to say it to my face, so I know what's going on before I give you a beating." He taunted, "You're lucky your underlings died quickly. Otherwise, you wouldn't shed a tear or show any mercy." Suzuki's mocking demeanor seemed to provoke him, evident in his angry retort, "Attacking me in a warned danger zone repeatedly is the best evidence of your true nature." This was the essence of his character. Whenever someone mocked him, he immediately retaliated. He lunged towards Suzuki, intending to strike him, but Suzuki observed his movements and easily evaded. Then, Suzuki tripped him up, causing him to fall face first to the ground. As he struggled to get up, he offered excuses for his failures, blaming his weak subordinates. However, Suzuki didn't buy it and reminded Yang Ji-ho that everyone knew he was responsible for their deaths. Yang Ji-ho was startled by Suzuki's words, realizing that he was indeed an incompetent leader causing harm to his teammates. He was deeply affected by this revelation, as it reminded him of Kim Gu-jin's tactics, which were strangely similar to Suzuki's. This realization fueled his anger even more towards both Kim Gu-jin and Suzuki. Meanwhile, Kim Gu-jin, sensing Yang Ji-ho's silence, asked if everything was settled now. Yang Ji-ho, lowering his sword to the ground, prepared to stand up, responded by holding up a finger in front of him and explained, "Let me enlighten you. My undead warriors don't need verbal commands. So, technically, I didn't need to announce my retreat earlier. Yet, I did it anyway. Care to guess why?" And intentionally provoked further anger from him, making him realize that he was falling into his trap. Yang Ji-ho eventually understood and looked foolish, as Kim Gu-jin continued speaking. "And according to my estimation, the sun's blessing is about to expire. Am I right?" Yang Ji-ho couldn't believe that Kim Gu-jin knew even this detail. He questioned, "How does this bastard know the timing?" Realizing that his skill was about to expire, Yang Ji-ho began to doubt everything, including Kim Gu-jin's identity. Kim Gu-jin took advantage of the situation, taunting him further. "You're too curious, aren't you? I guess you'll have to wait to find out who I am. But before I tell you, let me remind you that the sun's blessing is about to end." As the time limit of the sun's blessing approached its end, the necklace quickly vanished, and the temporary effects of Ga-won's collar faded away. Kim Gu-jin gloated, "Looks like the skill's effect has ended. Luckily, there's always one fool who falls for my trick till the end." Yang Ji-ho could do nothing but curse him in frustration. Amidst his rage, Kim Gu-jin explained that they were close to where he had clashed with Yang Ji-ho's forces earlier. Therefore, his undead warriors could swiftly join the fray after wiping out Yang Ji-ho's subordinates. Satisfied with his plan, Kim Gu-jin patted one of his undead soldiers on the head, sending a warning signal to Yang Ji-ho about the imminent danger. Yang Ji-ho trembled with fury, realizing that his minions were all gone, and he had been outwitted. Yang Ji-ho's anger fueled his fighting spirit as he activated his Undying Warrior skill, moving at incredible speed to attack Kim Gu-jin. However, as predicted, he noticed something unusual. A tall undead soldier appeared behind Kim Gu-jin, swiftly defending him. Kim Gu-jin remained calm, advising Yang Ji-ho not to rush as the battle had just begun. Meanwhile, in a car on the road, Li China sat with a bored expression, complaining about being tasked with running errands. He remarked cynically about the importance of worrying about someone as cunning as Yang Ji-ho. Next to him, Lee Se-chun suggested that they should observe the situation before taking any action. Li China seemed disinterested, believing that Yang Ji-ho would survive regardless. However, Lee Se-chun argued that they needed to verify if Yang Ji-ho truly lost to Kim Gu-jin, as it would impact their future plans. He speculated that Kim Gu-jin might also be curious about their objectives, such as the purpose of creating fake identities like Isaac Ivanhoe or the connection between Park Yanwang and Gui. Moreover, he questioned why they continued to assist Kim Gu-jin after realizing he opposed the Savior Society. Lee Se-chun concluded by suggesting that this might be just a small step in a larger plan. In the long-term plan to undermine the Salvation Society, even if Kim Gu-jin were to kill Yang Ji-ho, finding his true purpose would still be very difficult. Therefore, at the very least, they need to confirm whether Kim Gu-jin is cooperating with them or not. Returning to the Dark Knight, on the highway, Yang Ji-ho was battling exhaustively with numerous skeletons. He felt uncomfortable as his body no longer reacted as swiftly as before due to the poison slowing him down. It seemed like every skeleton around him was attacking, causing him to struggle with multiple injuries and loss of sensation in his legs. Despite being exhausted, he continued to fight on. Eventually, after defeating 10 skeletons, he was left with only 2. Watching from a distance, Kim Gu-jin felt satisfied that his plan had succeeded, leaving Yang Ji-ho in a state of exhaustion. Meanwhile, Yang Ji-ho persisted in resisting and even shouted out in his exhausted state, refusing to surrender. This demonstrates his resilience and perseverance in the midst of this fierce battle. Due to exerting too much effort, yet still persisting with his strong sense of responsibility, he managed to defeat him. Even when he was completely exhausted and had to lie on the ground, he still trembled and crawled towards him, muttering, "I can still fight, can't I?" Then, he lay motionless on the ground. The envoy of hell smirked at his easy victory, having shared some power with him. The skeleton warrior's skills had been upgraded. Approaching him, he opened the notification panel. He had obtained Ga-won's necklace. Introducing Ga-won's necklace. A legendary item with conditions for use. Level 22 or higher. This was Ga-won's equipment, one of the Knights of the Round Table, containing the blessings of the sun. Effects when equipped. Plus 40 strength. Plus 40 vitality. Plus 40 magical power. 10% increase in attack power. 10% increase in defense. 10% increase in magic resistance. Can use the sun's blessing skill once a day. Looking at the necklace he had just obtained, he felt a sense of accomplishment. It was the first time he had obtained an item from a Knight of the Round Table. However, because it belonged to Yang Ji-ho, he was sure he would find information about him. Looking at Yang Ji-ho's body on the ground, he activated Anubis' eye, and images of the past began to appear. One familiar figure was Suzuki, talking to Yang Ji-ho. With that temperament, climbing up here must have been tough. This position is not easy to come by. I pity your subordinates, Suzuki said casually as he passed by Yang Ji-ho. Yang Ji-ho, on the other hand, didn't care and mocked. Let the hunting dog bark as much as it wants. I have to go meet the guild leader. Next time we meet, I'll shut your filthy mouth. Get lost. Suzuki smirked wickedly and taunted, "Oi, you seem terrified," before they arrived at the assembly hall. Yang Ji-ho bowed as he introduced himself. I am a new member of the Round Table Society. Yang Ji-ho genuinely felt honored to meet the world's greatest hero. Lee Se-chun sat there, observing him, the hero he was referring to. Kim Gu-jin gritted his teeth. There's your smug face, Lee Se-chun. If the Savior Society finds out that Yang Ji-ho is dead, they won't easily overlook it. Anyone who supports Lee Se-chun's ambitions and turns their back on justice will be eliminated. At the same time, the birds hiding behind the tree suddenly cursed. How long do we have to wait? Kim Min-sik said, shut your mouth. We can't catch this two-faced dog in a hurry. We have to wait until it takes the bait, and then we all jump on it together to minimize casualties. Suddenly, there was an announcement that the two-faced dog had been defeated along with the gang. Surprisingly, the underground construction was completed. Kim Gu-jin walked to the parking lot, recognizing Lee China waving at him. So, what brings you here? Kim Gu-jin asked. Lee China replied, I was just running some errands with Grab and saw the commotion, so I came to check it out. Oh, and there's this, pointing to Cho. We need to put Cho in the car and talk inside, Lee China explained. Inside the car, Lee China continued, the boss wants us to enter a new dungeon together. So, what happened to Jang Ji-ho? Kim Gu-jin thought to himself that they probably already knew. In Yang Ji-ho's memory, he entered the dungeon under a fake name and identity, so Si-chan must know the reason. Did you have a scuffle with him in the dungeon? Lee China asked further. Is he strong? Kim Gu-jin admitted, definitely stronger than you. Lee China, provoked, retorted sharply, you're talking big, aren't you? And at this late hour too? The blind shouldn't try to show off. Does the young master need to prove his true abilities to impress someone? Kim Gu-jin replied. Yang Ji-ho was surrounded and attacked by 12 skeletons, and he could handle 10 of them by himself. If you want to prove you're stronger than him, it's simple, I can arrange it for you. Li China, feeling intimidated, reconsidered. A true strongman should be humble, not boastful. Let's get back to the main topic. Kim Gu-jin looked at the paper and said, it's about the one-horned dungeon in Betrayal. There have been 12 raids, all resulting in failure. Once you've read it, there's no need for me to explain it again. Li China asked. This time, we'll act publicly and continue to use Oroc's identity. You know the reason why. What do you think? Kim Gu-jin thought to himself. Why did I go to the one-horned dungeon right after defeating Yang Ji-ho? There's only one reason. He replied, I agree. After Kim Gu-jin left, Li China called someone who was with Kim Gu-jin. Didn't I tell you not to worry? He'll never willingly walk into danger. Did he agree to our proposal? The voice on the other end replied, yes, he's on board with everything, and he's already researching information about the dungeon. Li China expressed satisfaction. That's good, China. From now on, you have to stay focused and vigilant because Kim Gu-jin has agreed to our proposal. This move cannot be reversed. He suspected he couldn't completely trust Kim Gu-jin yet, but if he wanted to oppose the Savior Society. So we'll have to take a risk, there's still plenty of time. At most, it's only 2 or 3 more years. If during that time no organization emerges strong enough to counter the Savior Society, then we won't hesitate to reveal our true faces. Returning to Kim Gu-jin, he was reminiscing about when he completed the one-horned dungeon. The female bodyguard had said, I observed your performance in the dungeon. You seem stronger than the rumors. Do you want to join the Savior Society? Kim Gu-jin bluntly replied, if you want to recruit me, it has to be the president himself who comes forward. Stepping out of the car, a voice accompanied the figure, I like you already. We need your strength to save this world. Become my ally. And that was the first time Kim Gu-jin met Lee Se-chun. A message was sent to Kim Gu-jin approving his participation in the raid on the one-horned dungeon in the next 2 days. Show your talents, Kim Gu-jin thought with a smile. Surely this time, the Savior Society will be waiting. Well, I'll be the brightest star that day, or rather Isaac Ivanhoe will be. I'll need to prepare a lot for this performance, but anyway, I've already done it before. This will be the perfect stage for me to shine. At Betrayal Sports Stadium, the referee's voice came through the speakers. Attention, players, it's almost time to enter the dungeon. Isaac Ivanhoe asked if everyone was ready, and China, stretching his shoulders, replied confidently from within the egg. I've conquered the Thorned Serpent dungeon, a task everyone thought was impossible. This type of dungeon is as easy as pie. Immediately after, he corrected his statement. Oh, but this pie is frozen and tough on the teeth. The judges announced the rules of the competition. Use your Korean War costumes, especially the mages and frail priests. Heighten your awareness and self-defense. If left behind, it's best to fend for yourself. No one has the time to protect others. Try not to become a burden. Isaac Ivanhoe stood to the side, silently assessing. She seems to have a lot of experience. Sometimes the environment around here poses more danger than the monsters themselves. China shivered, holding himself tightly. Even someone as tough as me feels cold here. What's the temperature now? Isaac Ivanhoe turned to him. Let's keep moving, China. No need to rush. Both then ran to another location. China still held onto the person in front of him to keep warm. Isn't it more reasonable to stick together with the Savior Society in this harsh weather rather than splitting up? China asked anxiously. Isaac Ivanhoe chuckled. Too cold to do anything? Is that why? Don't provoke China. He's mouthy when stimulated, Isaac Ivanhoe teased. My Siberian brown bear aura makes this temperature feel like a breeze, he continued, seemingly unaffected. Look at me. Do I look like I'm shivering from the cold? Isaac Ivanhoe asked, satisfied with himself. Good. That'll teach you. This dungeon is even more brutal than the Thorned Serpent dungeon, he added. Is it colder than the Thorned Serpent one? China asked, concerned. Try it and find out, Isaac Ivanhoe replied. He then equipped Akira Chan's necklace. Feeling the winter chill? Equip the death mask. You can link your spirit with summoned monsters, he explained. Moving on. Let's warm up, Cho. It'll make the freezing cold more bearable. China sighed. Alright, but this time remember to treat me to something good. How are you planning to approach this time? China asked. This is a survival mission. Are you planning to build a defensive line like last time? No need for China to respond. Well, that's good, less work for me, China suddenly said, summoning skeletons, surprising China. What the? Are they going to a masquerade? Why are these skull guys all dressed up so menacingly? Rich people and their weird tastes, China muttered. Instead of just giving them leather armor, he's dressing each skeleton up. Must be new to the game, China thought to himself. Isaac Ivanov chuckled. I already submitted the paperwork to the office, he replied. China grunted. That smug old man deserves a punch in the face. Meanwhile, Kang Young-ji noticed two individuals had separated from the group, the Russians. Hey, has anyone seen Isaac Ivanov and his gang? She asked loudly. No one? Well, then someone needs to apologize to me because I'm busy setting up camp here, Kang Young-ji said, annoyed. Forgot orders from higher-ups, huh? She thought to herself. Finishing the dungeon is secondary. What's more important is seeing if we can cooperate with that Russian guy, Isaac Ivanov, Kang Young-ji said. Before I leave, the camp needs to be set up, and be cautious, she added. Why doesn't she send a scout? Why'd I have to? Kang Young-ji frowned. If anything happens, remember to blow the whistle. I need to test their strength myself, she said. Watching from behind a tree, Kang Young-ji witnessed skeletons fighting alongside wild wolves. Those are skeletons, aren't they? They're at a much higher level than the ones we've encountered before, a nearby youth whispered nervously. What should the captain do now? Should we go help? Another asked. Kang Young-ji replied irritably, can't you see? This place has become their hunting ground. Isaac Ivanov shook his head. No. Now, if they go out to help, it'll just make things worse, she muttered. These guys have exceeded my expectations. They truly live up to their reputation as players who have completed the Serpent Dungeon, she thought, clenching her fist tightly, thinking she had to report that they must recruit him at all costs. A whistle sounded, signaling an emergency. There's trouble at the camp. Kang Young-ji frowned deeply. This is an urgent distress signal. Something's happening at the camp, she said. Isaac Ivanov noticed something strange at the campsite. Everyone's in a panic with the wild wolves. They've breached the defense line, he exclaimed. Where did they come from? There are so many, he said, trying to hold out until the team leader returned. Kang Young-ji returned with a bang, stunning everyone. What's with the shocked faces? These are just first-level monsters, she said sternly. Shut your mouths and head back. The defensive formation is broken. Let's retreat to the camp. Those injured, fall back, she ordered. The lead wolf howled, and moments later, the ground trembled violently. Those perched on trees watched in astonishment. That's the beast tide, someone said. A massive wave of giant monsters was heading their way. Kang Young-ji, worried but composed, decided to retreat. The team's defense has already collapsed. Yet, there's still a larger wave of attacks coming, she said. China and Isaac Ivanov stood above, observing. If we leave them be, they'll all die anyway, China remarked. Hey, don't tell me we have to go down there now, Isaac Ivanov said. Memories of old experiences resurfacing in Iraq's mind. On the other end of the line, Iraq replied, I was a bit startled too when you wanted to find those skill scrolls again. Luckily, I managed to buy one. Have you received it yet? Kim Gu-jin responded. Yes, I have it. Thanks. Oh, as he learned the skill, Force Field. A skill that releases a force field with the effects of boosting teammates' strength or cursing opponents, with the radius increasing with skill level. Kang Young-ji exclaimed. Damn it. Now I understand why the previous 12 raid teams all failed. I underestimated this first-level dungeon too much. A sudden explosion erupted from the wolves, stunning everyone. Kang Young-ji denied. Is it because I was too cold to think? I've become complacent. Why would there be AI in this dungeon besides us, unless it's Isaac Ivanov manipulating the skeleton soldiers to fight? The skeleton soldiers activated their combat skills, including the Hell Envoy's eruption skill, the Sun's Blessing. Mana consumption increased rapidly as the skeleton soldiers formed a circle, using their linked power to attack the ferocious wolves. The skeleton soldiers linked with Kim Gu-jin, greatly enhancing their strength, and their eyes shone brightly, astonishing the players around. Li China observed as the other skeleton soldiers began to change, advancing towards them. What are these skeleton soldiers doing? Did that god give them too much power to play with? He wondered, watching the warrior skeletons attacking the wolves like they were possessed. He thought, that Kim Gu-jin, he has good stuff but won't share with me, while standing on the main south wall, seemingly detached from what was happening below. He believed there was nothing worth gaping at. This was just basic combat tactics in battle. Instead of focusing on individual targets, using the linked power to spread blessings from the sun would be much more effective. At this moment, in his hand was the head of the lead wolf battalion of skeleton soldiers were fighting against the tide of beastly creatures. Kim Gu-jin threw the wolf carcass down, creating a massive explosion that formed walls blocking the advancing tide. Kong Young-ji thought to herself, this is the true power of the thorned serpent hunter. How clever. She then rallied everyone. Their attack rhythm has become chaotic. Now is the time. Everyone, charge in real life. In the office, we'll move to rescue the Alliance at the last minute. The secretary, Li, asked, and what if they call themselves heroes? Will they dare to turn against their benefactor? Moreover, under media pressure, they will have to show gratitude. This is like hitting two birds with one stone. Listening, the assistant was surprised. You're betting everything on him? Do you really rate him that highly? The boss replied confidently, absolutely. Based on his recent performance, his speed of progression, strength, and skills, I'm ready to bet all in this time. The assistant was astonished. To bet everything on him, you must really hold him in high regard. In the midst of the action, as Kim Gu-jin and China were still in the dungeon, they needed to protect their identities at all costs. The enemy outside was dangerous indeed. Back in the game, a sword pierced through the summoned wolf, ending the encounter. Finally, someone spoke up, if not for the Russians' help, we would all be doomed. Sincere thanks to the leader of the alliance. Thanks to you all, our team managed to survive. If they couldn't speak Korean, that would be fine too. At that moment, Kim Gu-jin purposely spoke with a stutter before turning and leaving. Suddenly, the female team leader spoke up, wait a minute. China, why are you just going along with him like this? What about our plan? Hearing this, Kim Gu-jin replied, we've just defeated the largest pack. The rest are not worth worrying about. Staying here with them will only make it easier for us to be exposed. Now that they've seen our strength, they won't dare to be so brazen. Let's not consider this dungeon as belonging to the Alliance anymore. What are we waiting for? Let's seize the opportunity. He continued walking, ignoring China's call to wait. China urged, don't act like you did last time. Don't just leave without saying anything. Kim Gu-jin chuckled but didn't respond. Seeing his attitude, China muttered, damn it. Crazy guy. She turned to follow him reluctantly. The two stopped at the side of the mountain, surrounded by a skeletal army ready for orders. Kim Gu-jin had reached level 35, achieving his set goal. The system announced, the Ambassador of Hell has used special privileges to grant you energy. Blood poison skill upgraded by 1 level. Blood poison skill upgraded to S level. Effect. Turn blood into poison. You can use mana to refine the toxin and create blood essence. Kim Gu-jin thought to himself that reaching blood poison skill level S and blood essence would make his plan progress more smoothly. Seeing Kim Gu-jin's serious expression, China couldn't help but ask, why so serious? Can't digest your food? He replied casually, no, nothing like that. But before we move on to the second floor, there's something extremely important we need to do again. China, confused, asked, what exactly is your plan? Kim Gu-jin simply replied, just have dinner together. This is your piece of meat. Li China, known for his gluttony, was eating when suddenly a fully cooked rabbit fell toward the main character. The protagonist said, I've always wondered, even with an immortal body, can you still feel pain? Would you faint during a battle because of it? Lee China, upon hearing this, responded, What's this about? Who do you think I am? He took a bite of the meat and continued, The great noble Lee China fainting in the middle of a battle? The main character joked half-heartedly. All right, then. In case a single horned fox pierces your gut, how long can you hold it? The thigh in his hand fell to the ground, and his expression changed. Lee China felt puzzled and asked, What's going on? What did I do to you? The protagonist replied, Whatever it is, we'll settle it later, like tuning a guitar string. In the second level of the dungeon, players from the Salvation Guild were being continuously knocked back. The single-horned fox was moving incredibly fast. Someone said, What kind of monster are we fighting now? Suddenly, something approached him, and a group of people was thrown away. The female captain gritted her teeth, At this rate, we'll all die. I give up. Let's just die. She said to Lee China, facing them, The only option is suicide. He pretended not to hear and continued toward the fox. The fox agilely swiped at him, scratching his abdomen. Only then did Lee China realize the seriousness of the situation. While its damage wasn't high, it was incredibly fast, and he had already been hit several times by the fox. Damn it, now I can only defend myself. There's no opening for a counterattack. Suddenly, he slipped and realized it was the perfect moment to slip. He thought to himself, The single-horned wolf is jumping high, and its horn pierces through Lee China's abdomen. He vaguely remembered that the fox's attack speed was the real headache, not its power. Meanwhile, Kim Gu-jin was assessing the skeletal warriors. If they got hit, they'd be instantly destroyed, so they weren't usable. Setting traps would take too long. Lee China heard this and said straightforwardly, Just tell me to hold it. How come things suddenly turned out well, and you're stopping for a meal break? The main character didn't seem bothered. He said, You might be overestimating yourself a bit there. The wolf won't give you too much time to chat. It's attacking Lee China continuously. He quickly activated the Blessings of the Stit River skill. Damn, it hurts, he sighed, but I've got you now, you old fox. The fox's horn was still piercing through him, but the fox had been held back. The horrifying female captain standing outside shivered. She was holding the fox by extending her body like a sandbag, but she couldn't keep it up forever. If no one landed a finishing blow, holding it back would be pointless. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the air towards the fox's horn. It could only widen its eyes as it watched the arrow rush towards it. The one who shot it was none other than our main character. At the same time, the squad of skeletal warriors rushed to attack the target. The captain couldn't believe her eyes. Were both of them really below level 40? Surrounded by the skeletal warriors from all sides, she felt a cold sweat. Compared to these two monsters, they were nothing. The difference in class was apparent. Outside the square, many reporters were already waiting to interview. Everyone was clamoring to find out who had completed the task, whether it was Kong Young-ji from the Salvation Guild or Isaac. They all needed to be interviewed to confirm. One person concluded. Suddenly, a black car approached. Why is there a diplomatic vehicle here? It's Isaz's car. Everyone erupted in the car. Inside, Gu-jin was holding the fox's horn and said to the person on the other end, OC-chan, I want to issue a press release. OC-chan responded, You finished summarizing sooner than I thought. But why issue a press release? Gu-jin explained, Just inform the media that if the Salvation Guild truly needs it, we are ready to donate the fox's horn. One horn for them. Sitting beside him, Lee China was boiling with anger. It hasn't been long since we achieved results. I've been busting my head all day, and now you want to give it away? What's going on? OC-chan replied, It's a subtle hint, you know? It's a good move. Lee China's voice echoed over the phone. Hey, why bother giving it to them if they don't need it? These people are crazy. The main character didn't care. That crazy guy next to us is causing trouble, huh? And also, emphasize the part about, if the Salvation Guild truly needs it. Got it done here. OC-chan spoke and hung up. The car disappeared into the night. One News reported, Isaac Ivanhoe is willing to donate the fox's horn if the Salvation Guild truly needs it. Daily Kong Young-ji of the Salvation Guild said, Without Isaac Ivanhoe, completing the dungeon would be impossible. In a luxurious warehouse, the main character watched the news. These people are also getting their jobs done. The news is spreading fast. Suddenly, Park Yanwang called him. At the luxurious mansion, the TV switched to the news, and a series of speculations were raised regarding the identity of Isaac Ivanhoe. Park Yanwang said, "Isaac Ivanhoe has been appearing in various news lately, but well, he's been more effective than I thought. Those troublemakers seem to have ended all activities in Korea and moved to Japan." He seemed quite pleased. "Part of me wants to pursue and eliminate them, but for now, this result is satisfying because the deal has been completed. So, you also deserve a reward." After speaking, he gestured towards the secretary. She brought a paper and handed it to Gu Jin. He continued, "Don't get complacent. Keep striving, and you will be rewarded again." Gu Jin looked at the blood pact. The requirement for a level above 40 is a Hell Ambassador profession. "As a member of my close guard team, you must strive to contribute," he added. The main character replied, "I understand, sir." Meanwhile, breaking news was broadcast on TV. The Salvation Guild officially expressed their appreciation for Isaz's intentions but stated they only accepted heartfelt gestures. Instead, they wanted to send a small gift to repay the members' lives saved. Hearing this, Park Yanwang complained, "These fools are clinging to their cheap reputation. Only thinking about their own interests. Isn't that so?" The main character remained silent. He returned home to continue watching the news. If he stayed silent, they would surely use the media to pressure him to hand over the horn. However, that trick only worked on those perceived as enemies of the Salvation Guild. By not only saving their members but also showing goodwill by wanting to give them gifts, he ensured they couldn't tarnish his reputation. It was all to protect that heroic image. If they really need the horn of the one-horned wolf, they will have to pay a huge price. As for how much they lose, that depends on their intentions. Looking at the note Park gave to Kim Gu Jin, requesting a level 40 skill scroll, it meant they wanted him to grind for it. He remembered their conversation earlier, asking if Mr. Park could find suitable dungeons for him to level up. Mr. Park Yanwang replied, "Dungeons, huh? Small matter. Contact some brokers and send me the bill. Don't worry about the rest." Gu Jin expressed his gratitude for the benefit received. Meanwhile, Li China was eating dinner and watching the news on his phone when a breaking news segment aired about the Salvation Guild's official statement. They expressed their desire to send Isaac Ivanhoe a gift as a token of appreciation. Li China couldn't help but curse Gu Jin, suspecting he deliberately posted that statement knowing it would turn out like this. He felt like Gu Jin had hit the jackpot, not only keeping the horn but also receiving additional gifts from the Salvation Guild. He was curious about what they would give. When Li Se-chun mentioned the golf lem summoning skill, Li China was surprised, asking how he knew. Li Se-chun explained that they had already discussed it and only announced it to the media later. He emphasized that money talks, and if someone offers a skill like golf lem summoning, there's no reason to refuse it. Li China then wondered about his own share, thinking he had also shed blood, sweat, and tears. So, why shouldn't he get a piece of the pie too? Certainly, the spoils of war should be divided among us. Hearing that, the elder pushed forward 4 large boxes of cake. "Here's your share, lad," he said with a grin. "I know you love to eat, so I brought back a whole bunch of cakes for you." China seemed to go mad hearing this. "These are gifts from others, thinking I'm the Russian Guild's representative office. Not something you bought cheaply to play tricks," he exclaimed. "Where are my skills and equipment?" The elder sweated profusely under the scolding, but after a while, China seemed to accept the truth. He started enjoying the cakes. "What were you so focused on just now?" he asked the elder. The elder replied, "It was an order to buy a dungeon from Park Yanwang." China was surprised. "I thought you were done dealing with him. You even called him a petty person, only caring about his own pocket. Why are you doing business with him now? I heard he had the Phoenix Guild in the palm of his hand." "But why would he need a dungeon broker?" China asked. Li explained, he said he wanted to acquire a few dungeons to train new loyalists. Seems like he's quite interested in the lower ranks. "New loyalists? Who's his new best buddy?" China asked. "It's Kim Gu Jin, Li said. Upon hearing this, both men exchanged glances, seemingly plotting to expose Park Yanwang's deceit. Li Se-chun, angered by the accusation of deceit, retorted, knowing how to do business is just that, mate. One day, let's ask Kim Gu-jin to teach us a thing or two about this. Afterward, he pushed a paper towards China, saying, "This seems fine." China picked it up and read the survival mission details. Red Dungeon. The sole objective is survival, which is rare enough. This can fetch quite a sum of money. Information about Dungeon 240. Difficulty level B, capacity 25 participants. Requirement for entry under level 40. Requirement for completion surviving on level 2 for 7 days. Reward: survival. Stone C level skill for surviving players. Survive 7 days in B level dungeon. This is the perfect place to level up by selling lives. The old man didn't reach out to take it and asked back, "What are you giving me?" He didn't understand the old man's meaning. "What do you mean by that?" "You participate in everything." The old man said, "You only reap what you sow." Li China listened as if struck by lightning. "Wait, big brother, let me think again. This is not the most appropriate thing, there's also." Before he finished speaking, the old man said, "Finally, you're starting to appreciate the Crimson Dungeon. All right, go ahead." At the dungeon, Li China looked dejected, having to accompany this lunatic again, adding another dungeon, as rumored. The main character seemed not to notice his friend's discontent and said, "First, let's take a stroll to cool off, shall we?" At Hansung Corporation, the #1 financial conglomerate in Korea, they became the most influential company in the world by sponsoring the Salvation Society. In Park Shin-hee's office, he and his subordinates were talking. "Yang Ji-ho is dead, huh?" she asked immediately, and the subordinate answered affirmatively. He went into a dungeon, saying he was going to capture Kim Gu-jin and not return. She immediately blamed him. Why does he always do things no one else would? And Ga-won's necklace, that subordinate said, was lost. We must retrieve it at all costs. Park Shin-hee sank into thought. Finding someone in the society to replace Yang Ji-ho was not difficult, but Ga-won's necklace was truly important. The series of early failures of the society initially seemed insignificant, but now they had become a headache, causing tension between us and the great swordsman, the grand archer on the rise. The alliance seemed perfect, but now cracks have appeared, and the source of all troubles is Park Yanwang. If that wretch had known things would turn out like this, I would have eliminated him long ago. Now he has become too powerful, and we must gradually erode his forces. She turned to speak to her subordinates, the newest member of Park Yanwang's close guard. What about him? The subordinate replied, You mean Gu-jin? We are doing our best to handle him, but Park Yanwang is actively protecting him, and we can't get close. Not only that, he's also investing heavily in acquiring skills and equipment to train Kim Gu-jin. Park Shin-hee raised her hand to interrupt him. Stop with the excuses. I just want to know if you have a plan to eliminate him yet. That's it, the subordinate said defensively. We've sent a team to capture Kim Gu-jin. She immediately asked who was leading the team, and he replied, Suzuki, ma'am. Hearing this, Park Shin-hee silently evaluated Suzuki Achi as someone who wore the Lancelot's ring and could be trusted. She then asked the other subordinate where they were now. He replied that they were waiting for orders in the city of Kaesong. On Kim Gu-jin's side, the system broadcasted a message. You have leveled up. You have reached level 40. The demon ambassador is very impressed with your progress. You receive an additional 8 slots in your level 40 equipment inventory. The main character laughed. Finally, I can use the gift they gave me. Li China almost collapsed. He thought the more he followed Kim Gu-jin, the more he felt Kim Gu-jin was becoming perverse. Maybe only he could level up quickly and leisurely. So, that's it. Setting traps while analyzing the terrain seemed simple but was extremely effective. He not only understood the types of monsters and their numbers in each dungeon but also knew their exact locations and the most effective ways to hunt them. He knew everything, as if he had experienced it all before. The main character looked at his achievements and said with satisfaction, Now, even if we fall into a tiger's den, we can escape with our lives intact. The system notification informed him that he had learned the Golflem summoning skill and the blood ritual skill. Lee China said, "We've achieved our goal, so let's just complete the dungeon step by step. But remember, I disagree. Now that we have new skills, we should sell our lives even more. That's the only way we can accurately estimate our combat power." He felt annoyed and said, "Enough, I swear, my goodness." Then both of them walked through the space gate. Lee's secretary, who was waiting, rushed over and asked, "Are you okay, Lee China? You seem exhausted." He replied weakly, "I'm fine," unable to speak clearly. The secretary held him up and asked where he was injured. He replied casually, "It's nothing. Kim Gu-jin needs me now." Hearing this, the secretary let go of him and said, "Okay, Comrade China. You've exhausted yourself, losing your strength." Then, he collapsed to the ground, groaning. But nobody cared about him needing food. The secretary said to the main character, "You can contact him with this," handing him a phone. When the phone rang, he answered, "Hello." The secretary continued, "It's me, Lee. Kim Gu-jin is on the line." The main character thought to himself that he was probably in Kaesong at the moment. He then said into the phone, "This is Lee Se-chun. Why Kaesong? What is he planning?" The voice of the guide spoke up, explaining that after the appearance of the gates, North Korea, which had been isolated from the outside world, had to open its doors for help. That place was the city of Kaesong. The place has unlimited entrances, and if you have the ability to complete the dungeon, you can do whatever you want. Therefore, Kaesong's special zone has become a den for players with criminal records. The whole city quickly became engulfed in greed. The scene shifts to a bus on its way to Kaesong. A man is sitting there, trembling as if in fear. In front of him sits another man who looks like a gangster. He speaks loudly, "Hey kid, this is the first time I've seen you. Just started carrying bags, huh?" The man with the backpack responds nervously, Yeah, something like that. Just following someone to bring back loot from the dungeon, you know, like a scavenger." Before the man could finish his sentence, the gangster laughs and says, "No need to deny it. Everyone here knows. You don't look like the type to beat anyone up, so you must be a con artist, right? No need to hide it. We're all in the same boat here." Then he turns to the young man, whose eyes are now fixed on the shadows ahead of the bus where some dangerous-looking figures are visible. He warns him, "But you seem a bit green. Almost everyone here is either a murderer or a rapist. These guys are outside the law just because they have the player label. It's quite convenient, isn't it? With this status, as long as you make money, you have a chance to survive. Being a player is really addictive." With a sarcastic grin, he concludes his explanation and then turns to the young man, prompting him to speak. When asked why he ended up here, the man responded in a slightly trembling voice, "I'm afraid I've been betrayed by the person I trusted the most." The gangster continued to smirk, his face twisted in a mocking grin. "Betrayed, huh? Don't know who that backstabber is, but you must be pretty sore about it," he taunted. Without waiting for a response, the gangster turned and left, leaving behind a parting message, "Well, if you need anything, just give me a call." The young man remained silent, his face buried in his hands on the floor of the bus. He adjusted his glasses and thought to himself, "That's the price of betrayal. I'll make sure he pays for it, even if it costs me everything." As he contemplated, he couldn't help but think of the face of Lee Se-chun. Meanwhile, an unknown figure, mouth curled into a satisfied grin, tapped away at their phone. The message exchange between the two unfolded on the screen, with the unnamed individual asking about the backpack situation and the other responding that there was no cause for suspicion. The bus suddenly jerked to a stop, its wheels screeching loudly. They had arrived at the border somewhere. Several people shouted excitedly outside the bus, eager to disembark. In that moment, Lee China was sitting in his office, illuminated by the bright electric lights as the night fell. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Kaesong is in North Korea, huh?" He began to mutter to himself, "So it's true. That crazy guy, always doing insane things." He continued, "Oh, that's where all the scumbags gather, huh? What does he expect to find in that lawless place?" At that moment, Lee Se-chun's whole body trembled, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He muttered to himself, "That lunatic," before suddenly shouting at China, You're the one behind this, aren't you? Coming here just in time for dinner?" China remained eerily calm and responded, "Oh, do you remember what Kim Gu-jin mentioned? About dividing the snake's skin and bones?" Se-chun seemed to have a moment of enlightenment, asking, "Wait, why did Kim Gu-jin go to Kaesong? Since when?" China sensed something unusual in Se-chun's tone and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Oh, that old crook probably just decided to change the topic." Se-chun was drenched in sweat, as if he was being interrogated by China's scrutiny. Why would he go to Kaesong at this time? It's really inconvenient, he thought to himself. China, still suspicious, asked who that person was. Se-chun replied, "There's a monster even scarier than Kim Gu-jin now. He's probably already at level 50. At that level, nobody can rival him." Se-chun rubbed his chin in contemplation, hoping he was wrong. "It's not good for those two to meet at this point," he mumbled, visibly discontent. China retorted, "Oh, that's nothing. We have someone even more twisted than Kim Gu-jin. If he were involved, you would already know his name." Se-chun replied, sounding drained, "I've heard of him before. Suzuki Achi, the Hound of Salvation." Switching scenes to the gangster on the bus, now walking leisurely, he held his phone to his ear as he spoke softly, "I'll prepare immediately." A crowd of people surrounded him, looking up to him with reverence. One asked, "Is there a problem, boss?" The gangster replied, "Our next target needs to be taken care of. Kim Gu-jin." Another expressed surprise, "Kim Gu-jin? That sounds unfamiliar." At the same time, the young man stepped off the bus, observing the commotion around the gangsters' group. He noted the tension and the warnings from the gangsters' associates, realizing that Kim Gu-jin was not to be trifled with. The gangster boss disagreed, saying, "No need for consensus. If there's an order, just carry it out." He then declared, "The assassination order has been issued, so we must quickly handle this dungeon and then proceed to investigate him." Concerning the backpackers, one of his subordinates replied, "The overseer says there's no problem. We just need to follow the plan." Another added, "Let's prepare and proceed accordingly." The young man looked at the gangster and thought to himself, "Suzuki, didn't expect to run into you in this situation. If it were me from a few days ago, I would have avoided you like the plague." In his mind, he saw images. A woman bowing before someone resembling director So Kan, and scenes of Se-chun looking protective. His inner voice resonated, "This is the truth I discovered later. If not for that reason, that scumbag wouldn't have come out and recruited me directly." Underestimating Suzuki is truly foolish. He realized the potential danger of letting things continue as they were. If it persisted, Suzuki might become an unstoppable monster. Determined to prevent that, his eyes narrowed like the barrel of a sniper rifle, focused on the target. "I have to stop this while I still can," he thought, before letting out a loud shout and charging into the dungeon. From the gangster boss's henchmen, who were now standing in the dungeon, a notification board appeared. "Defeat the Red OC to advance to the next level." Suddenly, a streak of blood oozed from within the team, catching everyone's attention. A member shouted loudly, "What the heck is going on?" Another, who seemed to be the leader, examined the fallen backpacker's body. Then, one of the gang's members exclaimed, "What should we do now, Captain? Should we chase after him?" It turned out the team captain was the gang leader himself. After inspecting the body, he concluded that the perpetrator was not inexperienced in killing. He swiftly and accurately struck at the vital point. He turned the body over and pondered further, realizing that the killer was no amateur. He ordered a temporary halt to all plans and instructed to deal with the remaining backpackers. The gang members acknowledged and swiftly began to carry out the orders, intimidating the backpackers by surrounding them. One of the backpackers exclaimed, "What are you guys planning to do? We didn't even bring weapons." But before he could finish, a sword sliced through his body, abruptly ending his sentence and his life. Witnessing the gruesome outcome, the other backpackers shuddered in fear. One of them screamed, "Run for your lives." However, they found nowhere to escape as swords flew indiscriminately. Moments later, blood splattered everywhere, and the bodies of the backpackers piled up. A gang member announced, "We've dealt with them all. Now, let's spread out and search for him." The leader muttered, fleeing after only killing one person. That means he wants to implement guerrilla tactics. He's alone, but he'll surely pick us off one by one. If we let him continue his plan so clearly, do we want to be dragged along? The boss lowered his voice. First of all, we need to gather more information about him. But then, suddenly the wind rustled in bursts, heard clearly in every gust. The boss was surprised when a gold lem stood arrogantly behind the crowd. It was 100 times larger than the people below. They exclaimed, "Gold lem." The sound of wood crashing as a huge gold lem appeared in front of the boss's crowd. The boss murmured, "So his constellation is the envoy of hell. Without a sacrifice, he won't be able to summon minions. So this gold lem is likely just a decoy, used to distract us." Then the boss ordered a change of plan. "We'll pursue him, but first, we must deal with this gold lem." The system displayed a notification. Activate the skills of the Guardian of the Spring, the intellect detainment. A member raised their hand. 10 elastic ropes like rubber, summoned to bind around the arms, legs, and neck of the gold lem. Another shouted, "Gold lem has a high resistance to physical damage, so switch to heavy weapons." Then they all pulled out sledgehammers and charged at the gold lem. Meanwhile, someone was carefully watching the battle and commenting, knowing how to adapt weapon forms to the situation. With excellent coordination skills, they also had a clear understanding of the target's position to attack. As the commentator finished speaking, it seemed like the battle was about to fall. The gold lem's legs were pierced by a large circular hole. Unable to stand firm, the gold lem was vulnerable. The commanding member of the team raised himself high, wielding an oversized hammer, and struck the gold lem's head with a powerful blow. A loud explosion rocked the surroundings, sending dust and stones flying in the air. Before the dust settled, a very faint sound passed by the ear of one of the team members. He wondered what that sound was. Then a beam of light shot straight like a sword into the face of that team member. He jerked back, raising his hand to block the sudden attack, only to realize it was the captain's sword strike, used to save him. A moment later, half of an arrow fell to the ground. The team member's face pale, uttered, "I'm sorry, Captain." The boss responded with a reminder, "Don't be complacent just because he's alone." The captain thought to himself. He aimed directly at the healer while the team was dealing with the gold lem. Not only familiar with this fighting style, he was also extremely skilled, capable of long-range attacks and summoning. "Who is this guy?" While the boss was still contemplating, another team member shouted as another wave of attacks came. The boss startled, looking back at the direction of the shout, only to see a group charging toward them like a herd of buffalo. A concerned team member asked, "What's that? Where did these players come from? Isn't this dungeon supposed to be just us?" The team member holding a bow shouted loudly, "Hold them off. Set up the formation quickly." They swiftly arranged themselves, arrows ready to be released. A white-blue arrow streaked faster than the wind, as the system announced the activation of the hunter's stealth reflex skill. Immediately, one arrow transformed into a heap of arrows and shot straight towards the enemy formation. But those buffaloes charged forward without flinching, their faces directly facing the arrow's impact, continuing their charge. The archer was surprised by their direct approach, instead of dodging. The buffalo formation continued their charge. A red shadow swiftly appeared in front of the archer, who was preparing to shoot. The figure in red was a skeletal being twice the size of the archer. The archer, now facing the towering figure, raised his bow menacingly, preparing to strike. Before he could utter a word, a horizontal slash struck across his face, causing blood to spurt from his cheek. He drew his longsword and stepped back 2 paces to prevent the mad creature from charging at him and gaining the upper hand. He doubted what kind of skeleton could move so agilely. The battalion wasn't just one skeleton but 10 identical ones. One strike was like 10, and the team members could only hold them off for a while. They cursed the relentless assault of these skeletons, as they didn't have to worry about injuries, making their offensive overwhelming. The archer was beaten to a pulp. He thought to himself, "I've never encountered a skeleton with such refined combat skills." The system announced the activation of the executioner's skill, Divine Light Severance, and the head of the skeleton was severed, flying freely in the wind. The boss's sword skills couldn't be underestimated. The clone of his master's techniques, the summoned skeletons, must be incredibly powerful. The boss frowned, realizing that these summoned skeletons were imitating their master's techniques, meaning the summoner must be very strong. He glanced at the remaining skeletons, continuously attacking his team members, murmuring to himself that this situation wasn't sustainable. With one slash, the boss cut one of the skeletons in half. Rescuing his team member, he exclaimed with a mixture of joy and shock, having just escaped the clutches of death. The captain replied in a close voice, "Don't underestimate these skeletons. Treat them like experienced players using all their strength." The boss reminded them that the skeletons were also wearing heavy armor, so they should aim for the gaps in their armor. Everyone responded affirmatively, with the team members encouraging each other to focus their attacks on the joints of the skeleton's armor. At this moment, the battle began to tilt heavily in favor of the team members, with each joint being perfectly targeted. The skeleton battalion was gradually thinning out, and the boss walked back and forth across the battlefield, always contemplating. He could vaguely sense that someone was hiding amidst this battle. An idea sprang to his mind. If he could eliminate the player who summoned these skeletons, he might gain the upper hand. His eyes caught sight of a strange black shadow, and he secretly rejoiced. Then, the boss halted, gathering momentum to charge towards the strange shadow. He struck right in the middle, but unfortunately, it was just a piece of ordinary brown cloth. As the cloth fluttered down, Gu Jin's face behind the Isaac mask was revealed. However, at that moment, he was wearing a dragon-headed mask. The boss also speculated silently. The dragon-headed mask. Could this be the thorn-spined serpent hunter, Isaac Ivanhoe? The comedic skeletons were gradually being wiped out, and the captain was eager to eliminate the root cause. Only 2 skeletons remained. One with yellow hair wearing a dragon-headed mask, Isaac Ivanhoe, the thorn-spined serpent hunter. The captain couldn't help but wonder why he, someone who admired their guild so much, would appear here. Isaac narrowed his eyes, realizing that the situation wouldn't hold for much longer. He quickly formulated a plan. When the time came, he would switch to Plan B and find a way to escape. Suzuki observed this and pondered for a while, thinking, retreating, huh? Is he plotting to exhaust our stamina? He's a cunning spirit indeed. The magician would be at a disadvantage if he had enough time to prepare. The captain angrily urged him to kill 4 of our people. Then why hesitate? Go after Suzuki and quickly explain. Before we can clarify his plot, we must not be impulsive with our hot-tempered nature. The captain could not wait any longer and chased after him angrily, saying that he was tired of waiting. He was obviously tired. Suzuki still stood there wondering if he acted properly. When he lost all his summons, going after him would be a reasonable choice, but what if summoning wasn't his trump card? Startled when he realized what happened, Suzuki shouted loudly to stop, but it seemed it was too late. There was a loud explosion followed by blinding rocks and soil that obscured the vision in front of the system. The system quickly announced the use of the Hell Messenger's skill. A blur of smoke appeared, causing one of the team members to quickly scream. What is this weird smoke? Suzuki quickly reminded everyone to stay focused. Right now visibility is limited. We won't be able to predict what will happen. The captain sat in that smoke. With a rather serious wound, he seemed very regretful and kept saying sorry, I was too reckless. After the system had just announced that you were poisoned, he suddenly vomited blood. Suzuki saw the black vomit and had a premonition. It's not good. A soldier in the team is planning to rush in and shout loudly. Just wait, I'll come heal you right away. Suzuki, quickly stop it quickly. His blood color has turned completely black. It's too late. The soldier shouted in pain. The captain looked at his superior while trying to hold on and whispering, it's just a small bit of poison, I'm fine. Come here, quickly heal me please. He tried to stand up and ran towards his teammates. I don't want to die in vain like this. Suzuki quickly drew his sword and decisively gave the captain a sword to finish him off faster than before. I can't help but worry. There has never been any information about Isaac Ivanhoe using poison, but with him using a poison so powerful that it can kill his subordinates almost instantly, why didn't he use it right away? Could it be that he thought about it while looking at the subordinate holding his injured arm? That guy quickly responded because of the explosion, so I didn't pay much attention. But why didn't this red mist disappear? So the system continued to notify Lancelot's ring to activate the powerful anti-poison feature. Suzuki quickly warned of the poison. Everyone, please stay away from the mist. Oh God. The subordinates will all receive notification one after another that you have been poisoned. Your vitality will be continuously consumed due to the influence of Suzuki's poison, which is aimed at certain parts of the body. To his disadvantage, everyone was poisoned, so this was his main purpose. He used the poisonous bone to break down his guild's defense. He stood silently thinking and suddenly discovered a giant warrior approaching. Stood behind me and rushed forward because the situation was happening too quickly. Suzuki couldn't protest, yet luckily for him, he realized that no, it wasn't aimed at him. It wanted to kill his subordinates, which meant he wouldn't have time to stop thinking. Suzuki saw Isaac holding a sword and facing him, suddenly receiving information. The executioner's announcement appeared to be excited about this match. The two quickly realized that it was an announcement from the constellation. A new announcement appeared. The messenger of hell appeared excited about this match. Isaac was already in the heart. As expected, this guy is much smarter than the main team member Yang Ji-ho. I plan to distract him and finish him off with a single blow. If I'm not careful, the bet will be broken. I decided to activate it. The function of the Ga-1 necklace, the Blessing of the Sun, is also at this time in the office of Secretary Lee Se-chun. Lee began to report that he had located Kim Gu-jin as he predicted he was in that dungeon. Lee Se-chun smiled smugly. So is he really planning on killing Suzuki? He thought for a moment. If that was true, he was definitely targeting the savior group. Kim Gu-jin would be an ally. Value, but that's in case he returns alive. Secretary Lee eagerly asked, what should we do now? Lee Se-chun was startled and replied, Secretary Lee, maybe we'll use that. Then what are you talking about? Lee Se-chun nodded and replied that it was exactly what she had spent so much effort in for months to find Pharaoh's power. Suzuki had now defeated the skeleton warrior who had killed his subordinates and turned to look at Isaac. There are two of us left. What other tricks are there? I can't see his true ability. Isaac is very worried. He has already focused the sun's blessing on himself, but the difference in strength is still this great. He is stronger than what he thought. I remember being too confident and thinking that I could handle Suzuki alone. He had to praise Isaac even though he seemed to be weaker than you. You were the first guy to make me suffer like this. I have compliment, but you probably already realized it, right? You've lost too much blood. This match will end soon. Suzuki's notification vibrated again. You've been poisoned by Lancelot's ring. Activate the anti-blood poison feature. He quickly gave it to you. I raised my hand and pointed to the ring. If it weren't for it, I would have been lying on the mat with the group subordinate. Even though he was trembling inside, he was about to reach his limit. If I lost more blood, I would be the one to lie down and say goodbye. He shouted loudly and raised his sword to aim at Isaac at that moment. Remembering what Park Yanwang said, because your blood is poisonous, if you are seriously injured, surgery or blood transfusion will be almost impossible, so his secretary quickly replied that the boss had prepared this for you. Kim Gu-jin. Park Yanwang quickly explained that when he gets stronger, this probably won't have much effect, but until then, this thing could potentially save his life. He took out the list of skills he had received. At that moment, he rushed to respond to Suzuki, causing him to become confused and stopped. Isaac quickly touched his body. Activating the function of the blood-sucking hell messenger made Suzuki's face turn pale and he had no strength left. Both were thrown far away. Suzuki lay motionless on the ground while he struggled to sit up. The system quickly notified. As for his condition, you've lost too much blood. All the stats have dropped drastically. Isaac's condition looks better. You've recovered 5% of your vitality. The bleeding has stopped. Isaac spoke up. Someone like you must be enough. You're wise to realize Lee Se-chun's true nature, so are you still planning to follow him? Even though he's lost his strength, he's still teasing you with a provocative voice, Mr. Isaac Ivanhoe. Why did you attack us? Everyone says that this world is gradually coming to an end, but I think differently. With that power playing with us to dominate the world is the truth. Isaac quickly spoke up to complete this game. Why is that so stupid? It goes against reason. He took the ring from his hand and slowly put it on. In my hand, this is Lancelot's ring. Legendary qualities. A legendary item given to Lancelot by the goddess of the lake. It has the effect of protecting the user from all adverse conditions such as poisoning, curses, and chaos. Effect position plus 100 magical power when resisting all adverse effects. After having the ring stolen, Suzuki quickly received a notice that the effect of the Lancy lining ring had disappeared. You were poisoned. The resistance index decreased sharply due to having lost too much blood. Isaac looked like a triumphant winner, speaking the truth must all belong to the strong. So accept that you will die at my hands. The system quickly opened a newbie's eyes. A supernatural phenomenon began to appear in the sky with sparkling rays of light. At this time, the name Lee Se-chun's subordinates were already waiting when they saw Kim Gu-jin in the form of a young man appearing, waiting for his comrade. Now quickly pick up the walkie-talkie, Kim Gu. As soon as Jin reached out to receive it, he heard the voice from the other end of the line cheering, so much that you defeated Suzuki Achi. Don't lie about it that you just accidentally killed him without knowing who he was. Kim Gu-jin commented. Calmly replied, what's the point in killing a fake hound of the Salvation Army? Lee Se-chun remained silent for a moment and gently replied that it was no problem, but he also didn't think he would play that big. At first, I just thought you were an eccentric customer. I understand what you mean, and to be honest, we have the same goal as you, so when we come back from Kaesong, let's meet a little to discuss politics. So what? This is a sensitive issue, so I suggest we meet in person and keep in touch from a distance like this. Kim Gu-jin definitely agrees. I have no reason to object. Just the reason is to bring down the messiahs. Secretary Lee seemed to be hiding something about his identity when he quietly came alone to look at his photo with a strange man and then quickly left. In the dungeon, everyone stopped when they heard a sound that was a signal to retreat. Everyone quickly retreat, everyone quickly run away. Only there was a person covering his face and walking in the opposite direction. Lee China panicked and exclaimed, Spashiba, which means you want me to keep that trick fox, are you crazy? Kim Gu-jin quickly sarcastically said, how can you be so sneaky? You have an immortal body but you're afraid that you won't accept it. Are you angry? Lee China quickly explained that it's not like that. Dad, there's nothing to be afraid of. I just don't know if this plan will work. Kim Gu-jin hastily arranged, just try to keep it still for 5 seconds and I'll take care of everything. I need this too. He quickly threw the ring back into Lee China's hand. His system quickly announced that you had received Lancelot's ring. Lee China couldn't help but wonder what the hell this gold ring was. Kim Gu-jin, looking at his bewildered appearance, he couldn't help but laugh and said that he should just take it to protect himself. Lee China struggled awkwardly holding the ring up in front of his face and asking stupidly, what do you mean by your intention to propose to me? I respect your sexual orientation, but Kim Gu-jin hastily spoke, stop talking and listen. It's Lancelot's ring and it has the ability to protect the wearer from adverse effects, but burns can be endured. Lee China suddenly felt a bit disappointed, so what the hell is the business? Kim Gu-jin suddenly lowered his voice, but if that fox's fire has the ability to cause adverse effects, this ring will save your life. So remember that this is an A+ dungeon, the type of dungeon where anything weird can happen. Lee China felt a little hesitant in his heart, thinking that he promised to treat me to a luxurious meal and eat until I was full. So if I could keep the firefox for more than 5 seconds, mind your mouth. That's a dog, he shouted Spasiba and then rushed towards the fox, wrapping his arms around his neck and strangling him. The fox screamed a savage scream. The fire inside his body burned Lee China, making him cry out in pain, aha. The system quickly announced that the firefox's fire had placed a curse on you. You were blinded. Lancelot's ring activated the ability to resist the effects of the dark curse. Even though his entire body was burning, Lee China was still determined not to give up. I will keep it at all costs and eat it until you lose your career, you eel. Kim Gu-jin was standing there watching the fire burn when there was a notification from the blood system. Level 1 or higher skill quality D. You can craft weapons with your blood. Weapon type can create, based on the user's stats. A loud explosion and the fire burns more and more fiercely right in front of Mr. Lee China. With blind eyes, still hugging the fox tightly, not letting go of its screams. At this time, news appeared in the newspapers that the Japanese government had approved the Salvation Society to conquer the dungeon. The Firefox dungeon belonged to the Salvation Society. Lee Se-chun seemed to be right now. It was quite frustrating to read that information. According to him, for the Salvation Army to have the national treasure of Japan, an A+ dungeon also means that they are holding on to some weakness of the government. Since the appearance of Isaac in Japan, the Savior Society has begun to operate more boldly, with a high possibility of them being able to capture it. Not only Japan but also China, and my Lee Se-chun was deep in thought and was startled by the greeting of the clerk. Lee said good morning. He turned and nodded to say hello. Are you here? Suddenly, her muddy shoes made Lee Se-chun unable to help but pay attention. Secretary Lee quickly walked towards his desk and said, I will present the report. Yesterday he told me to come up and wait for me. Lee China looked intently at the calendar on his desk and calmly said, Isn't that right? It's not even office hours yet, so just relax. He discovered that on the desk calendar there was a red circle on Secretary Lee's birthday. He suddenly realized that he was so engrossed that he forgot to pay attention to the time. She must have just come from somewhere. That returns the birthday that must be given to the Secretary. Lee was surprised and thought about it for a while. He turned to look at her and smiled brightly. Secretary Lee ate beefsteak this afternoon. She looked tired and replied like that. How are you? Did the boss just get a discount coupon? Or is your head warm? Lee Se-chun answered fully. Angry or indifferent, or what kind of person do you think I am? I rarely see my boss being generous. You happily agreed without comment. At Noi-Bai International Airport, Lee China just landed at the airport and pulled up a suitcase. I walked and thought that if Kim Gu-jin hadn't given me the Lancelot ring, I would have lost it. I didn't expect that the fox's fire could cause such an effect, but he had planned everything in advance and prepared. Thoughtfully thought he had caught up with him, but in reality the distance was still too far. Kim Gu-jin coldly said who was going. That's it. Lee China quickly chased after him and said loudly, Everyone goes their separate ways. How can you forget what you promised me? Kim Gu-jin looked at him bewilderedly and promised. Lee China quickly repeated, what you said, if I could keep the fox above. In 5 seconds, you'll treat me to a full-blown meal and drink. Kim Gu-jin smiled, but in reality you only held it for 4.9 seconds, but Lee China bitterly replied, Are you planning on playing dirty? 4.9 seconds, damn, that's about 50 seconds, do you like to joke around? That guy. Hey eel, where are you going to hide? Kim Gu-jin pulled the suitcase away quickly while teasing. 4.9 seconds. Lee China chased away. Theo was just angry. Well, 5.9 seconds at least can't break the bet. This bastard. Kim's news. Gu-jin's face was also soon made public, announcing that Isaac had successfully conquered the Firefox prison. Park Yeonwang seemed very satisfied. Isaac is truly a great guy. At first, I thought he was just a clown who was greedy for fame, but do you see why Kim Gu-jin was sitting across from him right now? It seemed like he had just found out and smiled and said yes. I also saw that suddenly the secretary of Park Yeonwang hurriedly opened the door and walked in. Chairman, I have something to report. Kim Gu-jin said goodbye and leave. If you have guests, I'll come later. He quickly raised his hand to stop him and turned to look at the secretary. Why do you keep explaining what's going on? She quickly announced that John Han-jel, the person we're trying to recruit, has recently joined the Salvation Army. Park Yeonwang's eyes widened in surprise. The Salvation Army seems to be a group. The savior has gone one step ahead of us. Step based on John Han's influence in Europe. Kim Gu-jin heard that and couldn't help but wonder that John Han-jel joined the Salvation Army so early. I remember it took a long time for them to cooperate with each other, but is it true? The fact that I killed Suzuki accelerated the process. Based on the situation, I had to change the plan. Park Yeonwang expressed regret. I wanted to use John Han-jel to spy on the Salvation Army, but now he is an enemy. We'll have to go with Plan B. Kim Gu-jin quickly made a bold suggestion. If so, what do you think about the Isaac guy you just mentioned? Park Yeonwang suddenly woke up, sat up, and nodded in response to recruiting. Isaac, it would be great if he were on our side, but we don't have any information about him. It wouldn't be easy, Secretary quickly interrupted. I heard a rumor that Isaac recently appeared in the black market to buy skills for the White Bow Knight. Park Yanwang heard this and shook his head, affirming that it would take quite a bit of effort. It was a very rare skill, so he was looking for it. Skill of the White Bow Knight. Then he smiled softly. This seemed to go much better than we thought. At this time, at the headquarters of the Salvation Army, Lee Se-chun heard the announcement from Park Shin-hee that Suzuki had died with him. With all of his subordinates, Lee Se-chun tried to stay calm and continue asking about the factory. She sadly replied that the fig tree factory was completely destroyed, leaving no trace in Lee Se's heart. Chun felt very uncomfortable and decided to find out the culprit. Who is the bold person who dares to challenge us? Park Shin-hee. He cautiously continued to say that there was news that a subordinate of Park Yanwang was discovered using a fake identity at the fig tree. It sounds a bit hard to believe, but I think it was Park Yanwang's side who directed this attack. How do you handle it? How is this case? If you ask about the Park Yanwang case, I have already deployed a retaliation plan. Soon his foolish attempt at the Salvation Army will be the end of him. There is one more problem. We recruited this person to follow Isaac. Pointed at the image of a man displayed on the screen and quickly explained that he was an ambitious player and had expanded his power throughout Europe. His constellation was a messenger. Hal and his forte is basic skeleton soldier, that he can create a huge amount of skeleton soldiers enough to become an enemy army, no matter how powerful, is powerless before his army. Players who have witnessed his terrible power have called him the king of the underworld. Jana Jock decided to join hands with Jana instead of the mysterious Isaac. He would be easier to control because his ambition and purpose were too clear, even though Rock told the media that he had good intentions towards his association. But because of him, we've lost too many things, so we'll use Jonak to keep an eye on Isaac in case the worst happens. Lee Se-chun gently patted Park Shin-hee's shoulder to show his approval. The older you get, the easier it is to control. Joyvong, I like that name. This is my last chance for you. He finished speaking, quickly left, leaving Park Shin-hee behind with sad and scared eyes. At this time, Park Yanwang was preparing to get in the car to leave after a negotiation. He sat in the car deep in thought, making the secretary feel, I'm worried. What's wrong with the president? Is the negotiation with the Pioneer Association going wrong? Park Yanwang calmly replied, no. The negotiation is still going smoothly. The fairies, he's been wanting to get into the South Korean market for a long time, yes, but as opponents, their pride does not allow them to bow down before the Savior Society just to do so, so an agreement with us is the best solution for them. The secretary also confidently affirmed cooperation with the top 5 associations in the world to give us an advantage in controlling the association's development. The Savior has something else that makes you worried. Why does he sigh wearily? Nothing in the world is given away for free in Park's heart. Yanwang was a little suspicious. Of course there were 2 people who were eager to bring him gifts. They must have a plot. If the Pioneer Group had a plot with him, he would beat him on the back with their proud reputation. After a while, he quickly ordered to call Kim Gu-jin at the association headquarters tomorrow morning. Very quickly the next morning he was at the Phoenix Association headquarters, looking surprised. What a pioneer opportunity, so from now on I have to work with the Pioneer Association. Park Yanwang smiled, laughing and shaking his head. He replied that it wasn't that he wasn't working with them, just asking them to protect him and then feel free to plow around. They would be entering the dungeon in 2 days, so please prepare carefully. Kim Gu-jin agreed and asked permission to leave. As soon as he reached the door of the headquarters, he thought to himself that in order to control the Salvation Army, he had no choice but to ask a third party to have these plans. It's a bit of a show-off, so there's no way that bitch Park Shin-hee wouldn't see through Park Yanwang's plan to cooperate with the giant guild of the American pioneers at this time. Based on the current situation, there's a high possibility that the Pioneer Association and the Salvation Association have secretly colluded, but it's not a good idea to keep guessing and gather more information. So Kim Gu-jin quickly discussed it with his teammates. They were also extremely excited and couldn't wait to meet the Pioneer Group. I heard that they were sending one of them this time among the strongest members. This time they protected their conquest. Luckily, they were lucky enough to be part of Park's bodyguard team. Yanwang is truly wonderful. At this moment, a strange man opened the door and happily walked in. I'm sorry. The meetings are really long. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ren Kim, a member of the legal committee of the Pioneer Association. Invite you all. Please sit down. I have something to announce, so the Pioneer Association will do our best to ensure your safety. We will set out some terms and ask for your full cooperation from now on. You will not be allowed to enter the dungeon without being escorted by a member of the Vanguard Guild. Once inside the dungeon, do not do anything. The person accompanying Kim Gu-jin impatiently stood up and wondered, wait a moment and do nothing. What do you mean? He quickly put the contract in front of everyone. Maybe you are mistaken, but the only purpose in the contract is for you to level up safely. There is not a single line in the contract stating is your right and freedom, so what I say here is not advice. If you don't follow the rules, it will be quite troublesome for both parties, so sit still and keep quiet. I'll say to make it easier to understand, don't even dream about moving your hands and feet in the dungeon and sit still and let my team feed you. Now if anyone has a suggestion, please speak up and I will personally inform Mr. Park. Yanwang, the contract will be void due to your refusal to cooperate, so I agree. We will enter the dungeon in 30 minutes. He proudly opened the door and walked away. This made Kim Gu-jin seem to understand their plot. Did they want to manage Park Yanwang's people in the name of surveillance? Suddenly his phone rang. Shouted, yes, Kim Gu-jin, how can I help you? I'm afraid the plan will have to change drastically. It turned out that Lee Se-chun was on the other end of the line and replied that it's best not to go into that dungeon. I investigated. It seems like the Savior Society and the Pioneer Society are secretly colluding just as he predicted. The Savior Society's actions have been very erratic lately, but they haven't even joined hands with the largest guild in America. Surely we need to investigate more closely to know if they only colluded with a few members or if they have taken over the entire umbrella. Okay, why don't you just leave that dungeon if you want? I can find another safer dungeon for you. Kim Gu-jin whispered softly. You look down on me a bit. You have to go into the tiger's den to catch the tiger's cub, right? Lee Se-chun quickly interrupted. Are you crazy? Hitting your head into traps like that is too risky. Kim Gu-jin still confidently asserted that if I hadn't taken the risk, I wouldn't be here talking to you and it wouldn't be convenient to discuss it for an hour. Right now, just know that they are colluding with each other. Lee Se-chun quickly lowered his voice. We have to come up with a new plan right away. Kim Gu-jin quickly made a suggestion. I just want to ask. The first two things are to immediately provide me with all information related to these vanguards. The second thing is to deal with the consequences for me. This seems quite easy for Lee Se-chun quickly agreed that it's okay if you're determined, then go ahead and give it your all. I'll definitely clean up everything for you. Lights flashed in the dark forest. The system said you've leveled up everything. The person sitting on the large stone slab looked at each other in surprise. Why did you get promoted? One person sat with his chin in his hands and yawned, glancing over. Yes, I promoted twice. Then he yawned until tears of boredom flowed from his eyes. Speaking of which, this is already the third dungeon and I still can't get used to sitting still and doing nothing. Another person speaking up like this isn't bad. We can just sit and play and make money and have a few games. The conquest will end pretty quickly. At this rate, we'll be there soon. Let's conquer the dungeon with Mr. Park Yanwang. The bored man squinted his eyes and looked to the right. I heard Mr. Park Yanwang is preparing to conquer the 6th floor. He was surprised to hear that, but he still hasn't seen any official announcement. The bored man quickly replied that although there hasn't been an announcement yet, he heard that they have started the attack. Kim Gu-jin sat behind them after listening to this conversation, thinking to himself that it seems like the Vanguard group is speeding up the pace of conquering the dungeon to surpass them. Park Yanwang, because their plan will be much easier to execute when Park Yanwang enters the dungeon. On the notification screen, the words, Dungeon Conquest Completed, appear. Everyone stands up and stretches for the last time. It's finally over. Suddenly there was a knocking sound from the ground. The young man was carrying a spear on his shoulder. His cold eyes glanced at everyone walking towards me. Can I give you permission to stand up? Another person, looking at the aura on his body, worriedly replied. Why did you just announce the completion of the dungeon conquest? That means it's over, but the person sitting next to him quickly replied, yes, we should get along. We agree with each other, why do we have to be so bossy? Kim Gu-jin discovered that there was an argument behind him, so he glanced back at the young man, his eyes narrowed, his face scowling fiercely, saying, don't misunderstand us. Come here to form brotherhood. Let me remind you that in a dungeon you are not allowed to do anything without our orders. Kim Gu-jin narrowed his eyes and glanced at him outside. Lee Se-chun comfortably answered the phone. Being forced to sit still like that must have made you very uncomfortable, but Park Yanwang is truly the best because he is so alert that they don't dare to mess around. However, there is a high possibility that they will soon have the opportunity to attack. Lee Se-chun placed the newspaper firmly on the table with the big headline Park Yanwang once again challenged the sixth-floor dungeon. He spoke up. Park Yanwang must have been very impatient. He posted the press release much earlier than I expected. Kim Gu-jin held the phone and bowed his head calmly. Replied that because it was important to lay the foundation as soon as possible, he had no choice but to do it, so Lee Se-chun received the documents from the secretary while continuing to talk on the phone. As soon as Park Yanwang enters a dungeon, those pioneering dogs will reveal their true nature without me telling you. You will still handle it. Okay. Inside the phone, Kim Gu-jin's voice rang out. What about the information I requested? Lee Se-chun looked at the document in his hand and happily replied, rest assured, you will receive it tomorrow and it will definitely be there. There will be a lot of interesting information at the cafe. Kim Gu-jin sat with his arms crossed, eyes narrowed, staring at the person in front of me. I thought Mr. O.C. Chan would come today, but Secretary Lee saw him looking at her like that and gently gave it to him. He stroked his hair and calmly replied that he hadn't seen Mr. Kim in a few hours before coming here. Lee Se-chun was still here engrossed in looking at a file of documents. He gently stroked his chin and said I had to meet Kim Gu-jin in person at least once. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, making him startled. He raised his head to look at the girl in front of him and asked the secretary. Lee, do you have anything to say? Secretary Lee stood in front of him carefully and said I can come to the meeting tomorrow. He looked at the girl in surprise. Are you going? Secretary Lee quickly replied yes, this is also important. Important to me. Returned to the cafe. Secretary Lee sat opposite Kim Gu-jin and said, sorry, boss. Suddenly something happened at the last minute. She opened her briefcase, took out a stack of documents, and gave him the plan. Went as planned. Kim Gu-jin nodded and replied I understand. He looked at the document and his eyes widened slightly. This is not only information about the important members of the Salvation Army, but it also shows which associations they are close to. He bowed low and carefully looked at this document while Secretary Lee sat on the other side leisurely drinking tea. After finishing his tea, the Secretary Lee spoke up based on the information we had gathered. The Savior Society had infiltrated not only the Pioneer Society but also the top 5 societies in the world. She looked out at the scenery outside. Borrowing the scenery from the environmental worker was pruning small tree branches and expressed his idea. First we have to remove the Salvation Army's limbs. He finished speaking. The small tree branch fell from the saw. Kim Gu-jin looked suspicious and asked, you mean we should start by cutting off the branches first? She nodded to confirm that's correct, as the only way for us to be able to see a glimmer of hope in the big tree outside. After all the branches were cut off, only the trunk remained. Secretary Lee brought another secretary out and pushed towards Kim Gu-jin about the remuneration mentioned last time. This should be enough, right? Kim Gu-jin opened the envelope and stared in surprise, and before he could even wait for him to speak, Secretary Lee came. Said that the information in that document is invaluable. It contains a list of equipment used by the Salvation Army such as Gina's golden ring or Yang Ji's necklace. They are all mentioned in this document. Secretary Lee continued to speak out, and potential spies of the Salvation Army in its 5 leading societies including the pages. It is legendary that the spies possessed. Kim Gu-jin smiled happily and acknowledged that this compensation was more than enough. Then, flipping through a few more pages, he suddenly stopped at the information of a young man named Sam. Oliver was armed with Kirkley's spear. His mind immediately flashed the image of the fierce young man he had met in the previous dungeon. It turned out that Sam Oliver was the name of his supervisor. I had heard his name before, but didn't expect that he was the owner of Kirklee's spear. Kim Gu-jin turned his document around, pointed at it, frowned and said yes, then asked her to convey the message to the super busy Mr. O.C. Chan. Secretary Lee looked at him in shock. What? He pointed at Sam Oliver's picture and told me to place an order like last time. Secretary Lee ignored me. Asked like last time. I mean, in the empty warehouse. Sam's voice was heard. Are you listening? Sam, the big man was angry and scolded me. I asked a while ago. How many people have we had to deal with today? Why are you so distracted? Sam Oliver looked at him and quickly raised his hand to wipe away his anger. Oh, sorry, I was too busy thinking. Today, it's just one guy. We only need to make sure to destroy one guy. The remaining 4 guys, kill or spare, it's up to you. The man looked at Sam with interest and said, what? It's just one person. I thought you were worried because you have so much work to do, but you're so lucky to be on the same team as you. Calling you Sam is a red number, but you're right. One lucky guy, Sam Oliver, heard him say that and he broke into a sweat. Yeah, I heard that other teams had to deal with 4 to 7 people in reality. In his heart, he was secretly complaining that he thought he was lucky until Director Naomi called him in the meeting room. She said that because Park Yeonwon was absent due to conquering the dungeon today, let's go ahead. Sam sat across from her and said, Director, that wasn't the only thing you wanted to talk about when you called me alone, right? Naomi quickly responded, yes. Have you taken good care of Perclel's spear, the guy named Kim Gu? The Jin you are supervising is at the top of the death list of other guilds who tried to assassinate him many times but failed. At this point, her face frowned seriously and said we won't let you borrow the spear. It was just to dance for fun, but now that Sam remembered this conversation, he gritted his teeth determined to succeed at all costs. He had spent so much effort and couldn't let the spear be taken back. He shouted loudly and began to enter the dungeon. In the dungeon, everyone gathered to look at the notification screen of the system. Please survive for 4 days to be able to advance to the next floor. Sam just saw the message silently in his heart. Damn survival mission. If that bastard finds out anything and runs away, we will have to chasing him for 4 days. His eyes flashed with murderous intent at the thought, and if he somehow survived and made it to the 2nd floor, things would become extremely complicated. Kim Gu-jin discovered the murderous intent was nearby, so he turned around and left. He glanced at the group of people behind him, so they were about to attack. If that's the case on the 1st floor, then he softly smiled and smiled mischievously, so I'll take action. The man who followed Sam into the dungeon asked Sam when he would take action. Sam heard him ask and immediately greeted him. Arrogantly replied that there was no need to play around with him. Let's deal with it quickly, separate him and pretend it was an accident to kill him. Suddenly they heard a loud shout, hey, where are you going? They glanced at him. Looking at the group of people on the other side, they saw Kim Gu-jin leaving the group and immediately shouted. Kim Gu-jin glanced back and met Sam's eyes, causing 2 eyes to meet. Sam pointed at him and shouted loudly, quickly catch him. Kim Gu-jin quickly ran away. Sam looked at them and shouted, why are they still standing there? Hurry up and chase the man. Gritting his teeth and cursing silently, he hurriedly chased after them, leaving the group of people standing in bewilderment. Everyone saw this scene and wondered what was going on. Another person spoke up. I'm sure that bastard Kim Gu. Is Jin being chased by a jerk? Apart from being a bit stuffy, what could be better than this situation? Suddenly someone scratched his head, feeling a cold wave on his back, and replied that the atmosphere was starting to get tense again, and in fact, Sam held his hand. The Lance stood behind and heard everyone chattering about. Those people received Sam's order to chase after Kim Gu-jin went deep into the forest and lost track of that mouse. He disappeared. They turned around and searched around for his mother. They lost track of him. Because of the forest, they couldn't see far. Another person asked if they should. We split up to find him, not sure if he could get away yet. The bearded man glanced at him and shouted, are you crazy? This is a survival mission full of monsters. If we're careless, we'll be the ones fighting alone. That guy would be in danger. He sounded so impatient and asked so slowly. What should I do now? The bearded man replied. First, it's best to go back first. It's best to ask Sam's opinion. They were angry and scolded me as they left. This bastard, don't tell him to realize our intentions and run away. Another person laughed, haha. There's no way that could happen. Kim Gu-jin hid on a big tree branch and saw them gone and jumped down on him. I took out a ring to put a smile on my mouth, and I haven't had a chance to try it yet because they guarded it too tightly. But in the end I was able to use it. Then remember when China wrestled the big tiger in the dungeon? The trophy obtained from the A+ ranked dungeon of the Ultimate Class Fire Tiger Ring. On the system screen, information about the rare Ultimate Class ring appeared on the system screen. Is a legend that does not require a level. A ring with the power to help a person overcome their own limits cannot be measured. The effect is that when equipped with the ring, all skills will increase by 1 level. Kim Gu-jin wears it. Once the ring is placed in your hand, the system continuously notifies you that you are equipping the ultimate level ring. All skills have been increased by 1 level. The blood-sucking skill has been increased by 1 level. The servant skill has been increased by 1 level, and the blood vitality skill has been increased. 1 level of skeleton soldier skill has increased by 1 level of skeleton soldier skill has been surpassed by 1 level of skeleton soldier skill has been surpassed. High skill level skeleton soldier skill effect is to summon skeleton soldiers by donating the body of a monster. The caster has defeated. High level skill effect can summon skeleton soldiers with the corpses of any type of monster you meeting. Kim Gu-jin. He looked at the information on the system screen and smiled, thinking that he could finally summon a new type of skeleton soldier. While he was still standing engrossed in looking at the system, he heard the sound of animal footsteps approaching. Kim Gu-jin glanced at the pack of wolves slowly approaching and thought it was a good time to reinforce his strategy. After a while, the people chasing Kim Gu-jin returned to regroup with Sam's people. After leaving, it was all chaos for the man accompanying her. Sam asked you. Sam, the information has been leaked. Is there a leak or is there a traitor among us? No, how could this happen? Sam narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He calmly replied that if our plan was revealed, he would ask someone else to help. Instead of running away or he would have been exposed, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The man who chased Kim Gu-jin heard that and widened his eyes in worry, asking what to do now. Should he just wait here until he arrives? Show your face? Sam glanced at him and replied calmly, since you're here, you have to follow the nature of the survival mission. There's no need to waste your energy fighting monsters. Just quietly go find him. He looked at him. The pile of corpses nearby asked, did you kill them all? Forrest Sam looked at the pile of corpses and coldly replied when the matter was not clear. If everything goes according to plan, we have to eliminate everything before things get out of control and move before the monsters come because of the smell of blood. Sam led everyone to move into the forest as he walked. He was thinking exactly the same thing. Director Nomi's news is not easy to take, but no matter how I think about it, I still can't understand the current situation. He gritted his teeth in anger and suddenly saw the wolf's body on the road, causing Sam to glare. Did you notice that it was the body of a monster? Did he hunt monsters while running away? Another thought flashed in his mind, causing him to widen his eyes in horror and look at the wolf's body again. Not to mention a loud explosion rang out in the area. Not far away, Sam raised his hand to block the incoming dust and smoke and resented it. Now everything is clear, we are the ones being hunted. Sam took out his spear and ordered loudly. It seemed like we had fallen into a trap. Quickly prepare to fight. The man held his bleeding arm and shouted loudly, damn Sam, I'm getting hit. Hurry up and recover. Wait for me. The smoke cleared. He glanced down and saw a white skeleton. He panicked and scolded the skeleton soldiers. Sam turned around before he could do anything. He saw him and the skeleton soldiers fighting. Another person heard the sounds of fighting but couldn't do anything because the smoke and dust were too thick. So he shouted loudly, damn it, do something. I can't see anything. The dust is too thick. Just as he finished speaking, the arrow was shot. From inside the bushes through the smoke crashed into him and he was destroyed where Sam saw him being destroyed. Annihilated, gritted his teeth. At this rate, before he could even fight, the system announced that he would use Fong Bitch, the silent hunter's skill. Walking through the thick black smoke, a white skeleton stood tall behind him. Sam recognized this aura and looked behind a giant white skeleton twice as tall as him, swinging his sword. Slashed down. Sam used his spear to quickly dodge the move, but as soon as he avoided it, the smoke cleared and his spear was also cut into two by the aura of the bone soldier's knife. Sam frowned, thinking he would have to use it. Here he threw down 2 pieces of wood and took out Pirkli's spear. Information about the tree appeared on the system screen. This spear-level Pirkli's spear is legendary, requiring use from level 1 or higher. Physical damage is 255. Weapon of Pirkl, a Knight of the Round Table. The wound caused by this spear is very difficult to recover. The effect causes physical damage to increase with level. Increases basic damage by 30% when attacking. Increases armor penetration ability. Kim Gu Jin hides behind the tree trunk, carefully observed that spear, squinted his eyes, and thought Pirkl's spear was equipped with the 3rd legendary of the Round Table. I was quite familiar with this because I had faced off against another player who used Pirkli's spear with an effect. Increasing the ability to penetrate armor, the unique armor cannot stop it. Watch Sam use the spear to easily defeat the large skeleton soldier, causing its sword to shatter. Not only so, a large hole appeared on its armor. Kim Gu Jin knew that the wounds caused by it could not recover within a certain period of time, but Kim Gu Jin thought so and immediately took the next action. Sam was silently surprised to see how the skeleton soldiers were gradually dispersing. Suddenly, they all retreated at the same time. At this moment, another set of footsteps appeared. Sam frowned and looked over. It was the skeleton of the wolf. Sam frowned and glanced, looking at the wolf's skeleton moving flexibly, silently complaining that it was moving too fast. It coughed its hind legs down to create momentum and jumped up. It jumped around, making Sam not know exactly where it was. I thought I would have the advantage in speed, but he kept looking up, following its silhouette. I jumped continuously through each tree, gritting my teeth in anger. Now that I've reached this point, I have no choice but to wait for it to rush at me. Only then will it be within my attack range with its spear. Pirkl, just one hit is enough. Sam rotated the spear into a ready position when he saw the wolf approaching him. It was coming, and the system reported that the silent hunter's finishing blow skill had been activated. The two sides rushed at each other and attacked at the same time. Sam quickly pressed the tip of the spear towards its head, but surprisingly, it retreated and dodged this attack, making him panicked and glanced at it. There was no way it could dodge. The white wolf skeleton quickly turned his head and stared at Sam, who was still contemptuously thinking he was just a skeleton soldier. Just before he could finish scolding, his eyes widened when he saw that it had taken advantage of him while he was still bewildered to rush forward and pounce on his arm. He didn't expect that it could read his attack, right? Gnawing on Sam's arm and swinging it back and forth, determined not to let go, only making his opponent lose strength. Kim Gu Jin stood hiding behind a tree, took out his mask. The system said you had disconnected him. Knowing that although they are quick and sharp and have sharp claws, animal-like bone soldiers are no stronger than human-like bone soldiers. Human-like bone soldiers can freely use weapons such as swords, bows and axes thanks to walking on 2 legs. Animal-shaped soldiers cannot do it, but on the contrary, due to the body structure of human-shaped bone soldiers, they cannot catch up. With the flexibility of a bone beast-like soldier moving on 4 legs on this side, Sam was being pinned to the ground by a bone beast, unable to struggle. Looking at the spear in front, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't die here. Sam still tried to reach out to grab the spear, thinking that even if he lost an arm, if he could hold Pirkli's spear, there would still be a door. When his hand was about to reach the spear, he was only a short distance away when a shadow appeared. Kim Gu Jin picked up the spear. Without looking at Sam, he said that no matter how good the spear is, it cannot hit the target. It was useless. He stared at the spear and gently caressed the cold, sharp iron tip. I don't know why you're targeting me, but since we've come to this point, there's no point in talking anymore, right? Sam was scared and quickly spoke up to negotiate. Wait a minute. I'm just forced to follow orders. If you let me live, I'll cooperate with you. I'll tell you everything I know. Besides, if you kill me, you'll become the enemy of the Pioneer Association, Can you bear the consequences? Kim Gu-jin didn't look at him, but just slightly curled his mouth. At the office, a man ran in panic and said there was a serious problem, Ms. Bell. Nomi sat on the table and looked up at him. What is this important problem? He quickly ran to her. She had to see this immediately. He inserted the memory card into the computer and quickly presented all the security agents. Guard, the entrance to our gate has been destroyed, but the culprit's identity is inside her computer. At this moment, familiar voices appear. Stop quickly and stop that bastard. She stares at the computer in panic. Inside the computer screen appeared an image of a team of guards using guns to try to stop the intruder. What are you doing? But the person attacking these guards was none other than Sam Oliver. Naomi widened her eyes in surprise. What the hell is going on? No way, why is he? Am I being too strict with him? On the screen, Sam's face is unmistakable. Naomi's whole body is shaking because she's trying to suppress my anger when I heard the next conversation. Hey Kim Gu-jin. It's over then, remember to keep your promise to me. She was so close to her voice that I didn't expect Sam Oliver to betray us. At this moment, her heart was filled with anxiety and fear. Why was it Kim Gu-jin? If the information Sam Oliver knows about me is leaked, I'm doomed. I have to personally destroy them before they discover a car parked on the side of the road and a young man leisurely sitting with his arms crossed saying no. There's no need to worry. It's already been cleaned up. Sam sat opposite and nodded slightly, saying that's good. We'll move on to the next step. Lee China worriedly spoke up. What are you planning to do if you've messed with the pioneers like that? Then shouldn't you just shut up and hide for a while? Kim Gu-jin removed the mask of Sam's appearance, narrowed her eyes and looked at him and said, yes, I will do that. In the dungeon there is no better place to hide. Lee China exclaimed in surprise but went back a bit to the past to understand why Kim Gu-jin could play the role. While pretending to be Sam, while sitting in the cafe, Kim Gu-jin once asked Secretary Lee that I said I wanted to order like last time. She was still skeptical and asked again. Don't say you want. Kim Gu-jin quickly responded. Sam Oliver's masked Kim Gu-jin sat in the car, opened his phone, raised his mouth and said right at the moment there was a suitable place to conquer in the second-floor dungeon. Lee China prepared himself. Lee China pointed in panic. I quickly asked him why, but he was so angry that he bared his teeth, rolled his eyes, and shouted loudly, I don't need to hide anywhere but go to the dungeon with you. Kim Gu-jin doesn't care how angry he is. Just puts his hand over his ears to block out the noise when answering the phone. Kim Gu-jin, has the Pioneer Association done anything yet? Lee Se-chun sits at the office happily replied that there was still no movement. It seemed that Director Naomi intended to handle this matter herself without reporting it to superiors. Kim Gu-jin's voice echoed. If so, it cannot be said that the entire team, the pioneer involved in this case, was quickly answered by Lee Se-chun that it was impossible to say for sure, as Namibel was likely the secret agent of the Salvation Army that we were looking for. Suddenly, Sam, while in the dungeon, flashed through Kim Gu-jin's mind. The Vanguard Association is one of the 5 largest societies in the world. It seems like a savior society. The roots of this association have yet to be reached. Even in Sam Oliver's memory there is no information about the executive committee except Naomi. Lee Se-chun saw that the other side fell silent and quickly continued to speak. Anyway, everything went wrong because Sam Oliver betrayed them. Director Nomi will try to find a way to resolve this case before Park Yeonwang comes back if Park Yeonwang is left. I know this won't end so easily. Lee Se-chun happily reminded Kim Gu-jin to remember to hide well in the dungeon while I will lure Nomi Bell with Sam's fake identity. Oliver. Kim Gu-jin heard this and happily raised his mouth and said I was also planning to escape to a dungeon. Lee Se-chun heard that and excitedly asked, oh, so what dungeon did you think about? Kim Gu-jin calmed down. Of course it was an A+ level dungeon in Taiwan called Blood War Ice Forest. As soon as he heard this name, Lee Se-chun immediately started sweating out of fear. Why did he choose that place? He shouted loudly. Floating Kim Gu-jin put the phone far away and could clearly hear that this dungeon had 23 failed conquests. Lee China heard that and his whole body trembled as he looked at Kim Gu-jin and gritted his teeth. Is this guy crazy? Intending to drag myself into such a dungeon? Lee Se-chun on the phone continued to scream. Do you know that this is the dungeon that the Salvation Army has failed to conquer 4 times while the other guilds have given up the idea of conquering it? Kim Gu-jin commented. Tin replied that I knew in his mind that even before we traveled to the past, it wasn't there if I remember correctly, the number of failed conquests was 43. Images of large and ferocious OCE goblins destroying people who intended to enter the dungeon appeared in Kim Gu's mind. Many people tried the challenge but all failed. In the end, most of Taiwan's territory was invaded by monsters because it was impossible to stop them from pouring out of the gate. The gate was locked by a large padlock because of the gate has a level limit, so even Li Se-chun of the Salvation Army can't do anything. The allowed level is level 60, so I can't conquer this gate if I pass the level. 60 Problems is a secret box inside the dungeon that may contain something that will help in the battle against the saviors. Kim Gu-jin frowned and thought carefully about how to deal with the Salvation Army, but the information he already had was not enough. Li Se-chun on the phone continued to speak with his personality, even if I stopped him. No matter what, you'll still go, right? Li China was extremely scared at this question, silently waiting. Don't give up. Se-chan's phone rang right from inside. That's it. It's crazy this time. Li China's whole body seemed to be dead, his face stiff and silently scolding Li Se-chun. In the phone, he continued to talk about what percentage of chances he thought he had. Kim Gu-jin answered honestly, if calculated theoretically, yes. Less than 10%. Li Se-chun showed interest when hearing his answer. He was probably talking about the failure rate. Thinking of that, he happily laughed and said ha 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 10%. That's more than enough. Li China heard this and his whole body fell back and his head hit the chair body, no longer wanting to live anymore, resentful, thinking about it and then just thinking about it. 10% returned alive while he was lost in the clouds and could no longer hear anything. Kim Gu-jin sat opposite and quietly said that if I only had Perclel's spear, I would be strong enough to fight on the 2nd floor. Li Se-chun quickly replied that I would make arrangements if I used my identity. Isaac Ivanhoe is simple. What else do you need? Kim Gu-jin stuffed his mouth to make a request. Or should he take advantage of the people's influence to request the Salvation Army to support equipment and even the Salvation Army won't handle it? If we can manage this gate, why do we have to do it for free? Is the article's title the latest has come out. The next target of Isaac Ivanhoe is a 2-level dungeon in Taiwan Blood War Ice Forest. Can he complete a dungeon with 23 failed conquests? Other news channels are also filled with information about this issue. Will the Savior respond to the request for support? If so, this will be the first case where they agree. Isaac challenged the dungeon the Savior Society once conquered and failed. What did the Savior Society say in the comments section? Many people commented, what is the point of expressing an opinion on this matter? Asking for support from the Savior Society, is he crazy? If it was Isaac Ivanhoe who had saved the Salvation Society, then the Salvation Army was busy conquering the dungeon. The Savior will support him. There is no way they will refuse, right? No. This is to save the world. Of course the Salvation Army will happily help. This news seems to have great weight, making everyone around the world care. Isaac Ivanhoe will enter that dungeon in Taiwan. We can't miss this opportunity to see an article titled The Salvation Army will support Isaac Ivanhoe, with the content that the Salvation Army promises to provide unique equipment support for Isaac Ivanhoe, who is the owner. The topic was hotly discussed. Li Se-chun looked at the phone containing the article and smirked. Not bad. Li China found it difficult to understand. What do you mean? It's not bad. What business can you do if you just give them a unique piece of equipment? At least you also have to give us legendary equipment. We're going to complete a dungeon they failed to conquer. Li Se-chun explained. Don't you understand? This is not a simple matter. In this situation, the Salvation Army will have to give us expensive equipment to save face, but most importantly, this has put us at risk. Come up with a rule. Li China is like a child trying to learn the rule. What do you mean? At this moment, someone stepped forward and said on behalf of Li Se-chun the meaning in words. That's the price to complete an A+ category. The Savior's Guild failed to conquer as a unique item. If someone conquered a more difficult dungeon for the Savior's Guild in Li China's confused eyes, Secretary Li continued, they wouldn't be able to pay with the page. I can't be single anymore. Li China clapped his hands. His face lit up as if he had just discovered a new world. Then I see. It means from now on we can earn legendary equipment by completing dungeons of 3 floors or more that the Salvation Army failed to conquer. Li Se-chun proudly said it was truly a miracle. Secretary Li said one sentence that made China understand. Then Secretary Li brought out a file of documents. This is the details of SAM's arranged travel itinerary and accompanying expenses. We did as you said and revealed the clue. Let the pioneers follow SAM's route. This will save us a lot of time. Li Se-chun also approved. Well done. We should leave soon, right now. Li China just noticed Secretary Li's suitcase next to her. She has to work outside today, only to see Secretary Li gently push the suitcase towards him. Li Se-chun pointed at him. Who are you kidding? Secretary Li, what are you doing going there? China is the one who has to go to the dungeon in Taiwan. Li China's screams seemed to echo into the sky. What the heck right now? Darkness covers the city, the buildings are all lit up. A detailed statistical table of information about the bloody battle of the ice forest. Number of floors, level 2. Difficulty level A+. Maximum number of players allowed to enter, 80. Requires level 60 or lower. Conditions for completion. Successfully defeat the aggressors in the band completing the reward. Look at the list. Wow, we have a lot of influence, right? After the Savior Society failed, no one dared to challenge this dungeon, but as soon as you spoke up, a bunch of people quickly gathered. China suddenly turned around and excitedly asked if you found it interesting. Kim Gu-jin is currently in his identity. Isaac Ivanhoe slammed the documents in his hand on the table in a certain rhythm. He said that most of the participants were players from guilds that had failed to conquer this dungeon. From the outside looking in, it looked like they were coming to avenge their fallen comrades, but not everyone comes with good intentions. A dungeon with a maximum number of people allowed in as 80 has been conquered 23 times, meaning the equipment of nearly 2,000 players is buried in there. Among them there must be at least one legendary piece of equipment. Isaac Ivanhoe's eyes flashed maliciously. I'm sure there are people who care more about personal gain than conquering the dungeon in time. This knock on the door rang out and the door was filled with one person. The tablet opened. He came up and said, "Please prepare. There's still an hour left before entering the dungeon." Then Isaac Ivanhoe suddenly waved his hand. The employee saw this and came over to ask Isaac Ivanhoe, "What do you need?" He only saw Isaac Ivanhoe stand up, walked over and whispered to the employee while China was behind him, getting angry at this bastard. What is he going to do? After hearing that, the employee's face was filled with panic and he stammered, saying, "What are you going to do it yourself?" Later Isaac Ivanhoe arrogantly stepped out in front of a series of cameras, but on the other side, a person suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "No way. What do you mean the clues have disappeared? What we have clearly seen is that SAM has no backers, not even our intelligence side can track his location." Nomi Bell gasped in support, really annoyed. She almost screamed at the secretary to do everything to locate both Sam and Kim Gu-jin. If not, then kill them. She thought she was. We can't push them to meet Park Yanwang at Li Se-chun's place of work. He said there's a problem. What's the problem? Secretary Li brought out a phone. I think it's best for you to see it yourself. Is the scene at the press conference. Isaac Ivanhoe is standing there. The host says, "I would like to translate Isaac Ivanhoe's statement. Thank you everyone who participated in the conquest. I am honored to accompany everyone people, but I only have one goal: to end this, to save world. I will do everything to achieve this goal, so don't get in my way." Secretary Li saw that Li Se-chun had finished watching and asked what we should do now. This is not part of the plan. Blocking the video. This is very difficult because it has already spread all over the world. Li Se-chun just laughed. He will not forgive anyone who bothers him. This is clearly a declaration of war from him. This guy knows how to hunt. Kim Gu-jin, under the watchful eyes of many people, he and China stepped on the snow and walked away. The people there spoke contemptuously, "Don't get in his way." Is he implying that we are just a burden? Someone else immediately speaking of which, if it was Isaac Ivanhoe, it would make sense that he would be on a completely different level that people would immediately take notice of. Murderous eyes look at the person who just said that. How do you know for sure that person is not afraid? I witnessed it with my own eyes at the Fire Lake Tunnel and can't describe it in words. Next time just look for yourself. They are monsters. China then whispered into Kim Gu-jin's ear. Hey Kim Gu-jin, why are you doing that? Everyone is looking at us because of your unnecessary provocation. Kim Gu-jin just glanced at him and replied softly with some words. People who can't be persuaded with just gentle words, especially collectors who come to collect the equipment of dead players. The only way to taunt that type of person is to show off their strength and crush their will. As he finished speaking, he summoned a skeleton soldier. He placed his hand on the head of a skeleton soldier. At this moment, several skeleton soldiers appeared in front of him. A large soldier with a long sword in his hand. He finished his sentence coolly so that they wouldn't do anything to a person dressed in Asian clothes. Ah, he stared at Isaac Ivanhoe. He thought, so this is the skeleton soldier in Isaac Ivanhoe's room, or ah, that's crazy. I have to collect that equipment before he finds out. He turned to tell his juniors, let's move. Let's start looking from over there before it gets dark. When night falls, the groups separate and live in their own houses. They light fires to warm up and sit and chant together. They discuss what they saw in the morning. Isaac Ivanhoe, he's truly a monster. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. When he said he couldn't get in my way, I was so angry, but now I know why, and I told him to try. The guy who jumped in to help only tripped him. One of the Asian team members said, Boss, we've been searching for a whole day but only found 2 bodies of the players who came here, the so-called boss. I suspected that other guilds might have stolen that equipment, but after searching for a whole day, I came to another conclusion. He analyzed that although there were many monsters on the first floor, I hadn't seen them yet. Which one is strong? In other words, there's a high chance that players level 50 and above won't die here. What we're looking for is probably on the second floor. That junior just opened his mouth, so Van Gogh's necklace is on the second floor. 2. A person sitting next to him quickly put his hand out to cover his mouth, causing chaos. Then he jumped up and flew into the air. This person's behavior was truly sublime. He jumped up and stopped at an extremely high tree branch where there was a dry skeleton lying there, but it seemed that this person had eye problems. He looked around and looked around. Clearly there was a noise. It's coming out here, but maybe I heard it wrong? Suddenly he bumped into a skeleton. Only then did he realize its presence. What is this skeleton? The boss frowned and asked, what's wrong, man? Jumped down from a high tree branch carrying the dry skeleton and brought it in front of the boss. Sorry, it must have been the sound of this thing swaying in the wind. As he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the skeleton into a nearby tree trunk so that the skeleton could escape. On one side, they continued to discuss. Big Brother said we must get that equipment for the guild Kunlun even if it means resisting. Isaac Ivanhoe left, but inside there were skeleton soldiers. That is Kim Gu-jin's consciousness. I think I placed a skeleton soldier there just in case. Thanks to that, I obtained useful information about Van Gogh's necklace. I have no memory of this thing, but if China's Kunlun Association, one of the 5 largest associations, sent a team to collect that thing, that means he disconnected from the skeleton soldier when he had enough information. Looking at the mask in his hand, he thought this thing is probably not a weapon. Ordinary equipment. Isaac Ivanhoe took off his mask and thought to himself. Although he didn't know what effects it had, he definitely had to get Van Gogh's necklace. Li China frowned. Damn this. This is taking longer than we thought. I guess don't tell me we're the only ones fighting and the rest are doing it other things. Isaac Ivanhoe's serious face, eyes lowered. Your guess is right because more than half of them are hyenas hungry for the treasure of the dead. Li China shouted loudly. I'm glad to see there are many players gathered, but in the end we had to carry it all alone until I could rest. Isaac Ivanhoe nonchalantly replied that when we reach the second floor we will have some time to rest. China was happy. He cheerfully asked back, is it okay? Suddenly you're so nice. He pondered because he didn't know how to answer the other person, but everyone entered the second floor of the snowy hell tunnel that covered the landscape around the stream. Some people left the island because the wind blew their whole body away. Some leaned to the left. Others leaned forward. Everyone went their separate ways. Everyone's clothes flowed in the direction of the wind. Everyone had to cover their faces with their hands for fear of the wind hitting the monkey's face on the second floor. It was colder than I thought. Many of the brown-haired men were so cold they crossed their arms. My 2 teeth were banging together non-stop, my arms and legs were stiff from the cold. Can I fight like this? Even though the weather is cold, it doesn't reduce the big brother's handsomeness. It's really hot. The temperature here is really low, but this shivering feeling isn't just due to the cold, it's due to the fear emanating from the monster. Legina was cold and whispered to the male lead the fear of, no way, I can't see there's a monster. It's impossible for anything around here to have a monster that radiates this much fear. A 2-story dungeon. Although Isaac Ivanhoe's hair was blowing in the wind, he was still very handsome. He secretly thought that this might be more difficult than he thought. Isaac Ivanhoe pushed the cotton towel away from his neck so that when he spoke, steam would escape his body. Of a living creature will be paralyzed when exposed to the fear a monster radiates. Although this does not last long, in a life and death battle, just a split second means death because this is the dungeon is 2 floors, so it can't be a dragon. But other than dragons, there aren't many monsters that use fear. There exists a monster so strong that the fear can be felt at such a distance. Chai Jackson loudly told the rest of our group to scout the surrounding area before everyone else. People standing around each other are not orderly. They agree with Chai Jackson's opinion. That's right. Let's go check around first. Lee China did not agree with everyone's opinion and angrily shouted to check your father's head. That's called treasure hunting. What a bunch of hungry hyenas. While Lee China was talking, the others ran away like ghosts to chase them. Lee China looks bored. Can you just leave it like that? Aren't you afraid that the fighting force will be scattered? Isaac Ivanhoe calmly acts like it has nothing to do with him. In any case, guys like this won't be of any help during battle. It's better to come up with a plan. It's better to pretend they don't exist than Lee China to cross his arms and chat. You're right. Let's move. The sound of people flying and jumping to check. They stopped at the spot. Corpse. One person rummaged through the body. The elder brother was here without anyone else. The rest also searched for something in the corpse, but did not find anything. This corpse did not move to another place, so there was a rush of people. Then he flew to another place to check on those people. It was another group. The leader of the Kun Luan group saw that it was not his group. He hid behind a tree and watched their every move. Are you faster than before? We have to hurry up and check them out. That guy's subordinates, one by one, checked the corpses. Someone found an arm and picked it up. The captain here has a bunch of pages being looked at. Other people also found things. This also had him thinking about them with a serious face. Don't touch this equipment? They must be looking for something. Who are they? Tell your subordinates. Okay, then take that stuff. There's a possibility that many people are faster than us. Let's move as fast as possible. We can't get their hands on them. Is there something that makes Lee China angry? Just a moment ago he was talking about the hyenas and now he's checking the corpses back and forth. Isaac Ivanhoe put a dead body on Anrubet's closed eyes. I finally found a member of the Kun Luan group. His comrades who died together with him died in the west. Isaac Ivanhoe looked above neck the corpse and can see their direction this way. Follow me. 2 people flying at a time. Isaac Ivanhoe lifted a corpse again. That action made Legina angry. What is this bastard planning to do? Isaac Ivanhoe held the corpse's head up with one hand. And Ruby's eyes were open. The sky suddenly turned dark. Why was there such a thing? This kind of monster in an absurd 2-story dungeon. Everyone running away. A man and a monster fighting. A ring falling. A sharp horn. A human being knocked down with his head on the ground. A ring sticking into his horn. The monster glows, sparkles, and becomes hazy. Everything becomes hazy. Kunlun's treasure. Van Golf's necklace. I have to tell my brothers that Anrubet's eye is closing. Isaac Ivanhoe cut off the dead man's arm, leaving behind 2 sharp bones. I have gathered enough information. China stood with his arms crossed with a wondering expression. I need to know how good the equipment is. How can you be so disrespectful to the deceased? I've been trying to hold back for a while now. Lee China, what's wrong with what I said? Even Sei Chan, who likes free things, don't behave like this. Lee China's face was angry and he clenched his hands in front of his chest. Isaac Ivanhoe smirked. You're so kind, right? His face could be said to be stupid because of the sarcasm. Isaac Ivanhoe placed the stone on top of a small mountain. Okay, I'll explain the plan before the battle begins. Ha plan ah bang. A monster's skeleton landed in front of the two people. Lee China approached the skeleton. This was the saber wolf that had been summoned into a bone soldier. His eyes sparkled, his hands clasped in front of his chest. He asked him, I can ride this one? No, of course. You'll be given a glass of. Lee China jumped up and rode the saber-toothed wolf, looking so happy. When did you prepare this? Holding a long stick in both hands. I thought you could only summon humanoid bone soldiers, right? A tree spear. Forcivo's spear legendary quality requires use of level 1 or higher physical attack 255. This is the spear used by Forcivo, a knight of the Round Table. The wound caused by this spear is very difficult to heal. Attack effects physical increase according to level, increase 30% base damage when attacking, increased armor penetration ability. Lee China pointed at the spear and was suspicious. Don't tell me your plan is for me to sit on the skeleton soldier and rush in with this spear. It's the boss. Isaac Ivanov smirked and didn't need me to explain, like, you understand. The two of them left, ignoring the Rocky Mountain there. A group of people came later and saw the Rocky Mountain. Big Brother here has something very strange. A tall thin person and a short fat person look at the mountain. The rock is covered with snow. This is a player's grave. It doesn't look much like our Kunlun groups, but we should still dig it up to make sure. There's no need to waste our effort if it's not our brother. The three people stood thinking next to the Rocky Mountain, and then they immediately passed away on the way. Lee China was riding on a skeleton beast whose mouth was still working non-stop. It wasn't simple, but the skin was too thick so it wouldn't be able to take damage because relative weapons were answered by Isaac. The bigger problem was that that guy had already become a hunter. Lee China immediately asked again, what was that all about? Isaac replied, do you know that if Ying Gold fails to attack, the number of dead monsters will be reduced? Be reborn and refilled as before. However, among them the monsters that survive through experience will become smarter and stronger, even though in repeated battles the monsters that live, not many survived until the end. But there were exceptions of monsters.